A rider on horseback swings his sword, severing the arm of a blue-haired boy. This is the recurring nightmare of our protagonist Chris, as he's forced awake by his comrade. Lewis was concerned on the movements that Chris was making in his sleep and wondered what kind of nightmare the boy was having. This seems to be a dream that Chris has often, because this was the day he lost his arm. The two men are on guard duty and are in the middle of transporting goods. Another man begins to mock Chris, saying how if his arm just fell off his body and laughing at him. But Chris tells the man to mind his business and the two bicker back and forth. This transportation job seems easy, Chris thought, because no one in their right mind would mess with this armed caravan. The group arrives at their desired location and begins to unload the cargo. Chris notices another member of their group that was supposed to be acting as a forward scout conversing with another group of mercenaries. It seems the group was set up from the man who was making fun of Chris. The world of mercenaries sure is a cruel one. Lewis steps up, asking the opposing group to stand down, and if they do, he will compensate them. The group recognizes Lewis from his nickname Rapid Shot. Seems like he's made quite a name for himself, but instead of receiving praise, the group just begins to laugh. Rapid Shot was the name Lewis received because he can only last 3 minutes. That's a low blow, they gotta leave my man alone. Chris urges Lewis not to lose his cool and tells him that he has his back, but the two understand that they should not resort to violence. They ask the group of bandits what they want so they can resolve this peacefully. The biggest and baddest of the bunch steps up, saying that they know damn sure what he wants. Now, Chris is certain that the man who hired him is hiding something. He sees the futility in fighting the group and advises the merchants to let up whatever they're hiding. But the situation is escalating and the bandits' bloodthirst can be sensed by Chris. He tells the merchants to run away, but with a sneak attack he launches his dagger towards the talkative man from before, giving the merchants enough time to flee. The dagger is blocked and now Lewis is surrounded, but he's holding his own. Chris tells Lewis that they're going to split up, and the mercenary leader is now infuriated and orders his troops to capture them all. Chris runs into the forest with the bandit leader and some henchmen on his tail. Although Chris is crippled, he's a jack of all trades, and instead of wallowing in his disability, he's gained a plethora of different skills. We see all the different jobs that Chris had growing up with only one arm. Surviving like this has made him work twice as hard, but now the henchmen are gaining on him. He pulls out a wire trap and debates where to put it, and with a quick motion, he launches it into a tree next to him, creating a thin line that decapitates the first henchman who runs through it. One down, he thinks. But the bandits are now furious and continue the chase. Some time has passed and we see all the creative ways that Chris dispatched of the mercenaries, but now he's out of tricks. The last mercenary coughs up blood, dying from a poison trap that Chris laid out for him. His back is turned to a riverbank and now he has nowhere to go. Chris thinks he dealt with all of his pursuers, but the bandit leader approaches him, saying that not all of them are dead, and walks right through his poison trap unaffected. Chris is puzzled on how he survived and wonders what on earth this monster is doing attacking an ordinary merchant. Chris is breathing heavily and falls to the ground, and the heads of his comrades are tossed to his side. The fear begins to set in. The mercenary leader said they put up a decent enough fight, but they still were no match, and asks Chris if he knows what he has around his neck. Chris struggles to believe that Lewis was defeated so easily, but quickly understands that he needs to flee. The leader informs him that his necklace is an artifact, and artifacts are treasures of great power that can turn any piece of equipment into a deadly weapon, and the value of these pieces could fund a family for 3 generations. Chris begs for the leader to spare him, and the leader says since he's in a good mood, he might just let him off the hook, and even thanks Chris for dispatching of his henchmen. Chris is not convinced, however, and the bandit leader soon reaches down towards him. Chris has one final trick and spits glass shards into the eyes of the mercenary leader, blinding him momentarily. Chris is not afraid to use any underhanded tactic and apologizes to the leader, saying how he's not gonna die like this, but before he can make his next move, the leader lets out a wide arcing slash, severing the remaining arm of Chris. Now our boy's a chicken nugget, man, it's not good. Chris falls into the leader's chest and is grabbed by the hair. The leader throws him towards the end of the cliff, and knowing that his end is near, Chris can only stare at his now lifeless arm. The mercenary leader's laugh is interrupted as something is wrong. Where is his artifact? Chris didn't lose his arm for nothing and laughs at the leader with a necklace in his mouth. What a savage move. The bandit leader does that pat down you do when you don't feel your phone in your pocket the first time, and the realization immediately sets in. The artifact is in Chris's possession. It can't be, the leader says, as Chris swallows the artifact and jumps into the river below. Chris can't put up his middle finger anymore, so this is almost like his last FU to that guy. Man, that's pretty sick. The leader jumps off after him, and Chris can see the desperation in his eyes as the two plunge into the river. Chris lifelessly sinks and accepts his fate and smiles, thinking how the leader will never be able to get his artifact from Chris's stomach. And thus, the life of Chris has come to an end after 39 years. 39 years? Chris looks good for 40, man. But before he can fully fade into darkness, a strange voice talks in his head and starts listing all the powers and talents that Chris has. And right before the leader can get a hold of Chris, a huge explosion occurs. Chris opens his eyes confused on what just happened, but is pleasantly shocked to see that his arms are back. He now thinks that this is the nightmare that he's always had since he was 15, but something feels different now, as a soldier calls out to Chris, warning him of an impending attack. This is the first time that he can actually recognize the knight that took his arm. Every time he had that dream, he was unable to dodge the strike, but something feels off. He feels pain in his right arm, almost like he knows what it feels like to have it severed. Chris closes his eyes and drops down and accidentally dodges the strike. I dodged it? What? Chris questions. Is this really a dream? A system screen shows Chris that he's gained some experience, which further confuses him, but he hears the call for retreat. We now see Chris back at the tent, pinching the cheeks of his old childhood friend, Lind. Chris remembers his old friend and is excited that it's really him, but in his mind he knows that this can't possibly be Lind. The Lind he knew died long ago. If this really isn't a dream, he needs to do something fast. He opens his pant leg and checks the cut. In his past life, Lind lost his leg due to an untreated wound, but this time, Chris won't let his friend become crippled. Chris treats Lind's wound and vows not to let any of the past events occur again. Chris finishes treating Lind and thinks how lucky he was to find some white grass near the camp. This herb alone will not be enough to completely heal the boy, so he's gonna need to find some other herbs to enhance Lind's regeneration. These are all things that Chris learned in his past life from his former teacher as he finishes wrapping Lind's leg. Lind admires Chris's careful work, and Chris reflects on his past life where Lind even sacrificed himself to save him. Chris thinks he owes him more than just fixing his leg, and just then the commander walks into the tent. The boys silently await their orders. The man informs them that they are a new reserve unit of the 7th Infantry, and their training will begin, but they will not be listed as official soldiers. The soldier looks to the biggest kid in the room and makes him the leader. Another freckled boy comments on how they won't be official soldiers, sitting next to a bearded man that's sharpening his axe. There's a lot of personalities in this tent. Chris is analyzing the situation and notes how the group is just full of rookies, and how he understands it is the commander basically told them to act as cannon fodder. In the coming days, Chris will have a lot to do. He notices Lin sleeping and wants him to rest with the injured leg. We find out the army is stationed in the Zaytourus forest, and Chris and the boys are following the hunting party. An older red-haired man asks his commander why these newbies are following them. The commander tells him that Chris brought along some cigarettes in exchange for tagging along. The red-haired man wonders how Chris managed to make some high-quality cigarettes, noting the boy must be talented. Some rumors are beginning to spread about Chris's resourcefulness, and the commander offers the red-haired man the cigarette, but he declines. The hunting party stops, and they're given orders to catch 5 rabbits each, and are warned not to venture too deep into the forest. Chris thinks that this is a piece of cake, and will use some extra time to search for the herbs that he needs. Chris finds many useful herbs and has a satisfied look, but gets a prompt saying that he's gained some XP. He still thinks he's seeing things and slaps himself in the face. Why is this artifact so loud? He says angrily. Just what is this thing, he wonders. It keeps screaming in the back of his head. Chris always knew that artifacts were not that simple, but to be this complicated is beyond him, and he wonders why the bandit leader was ready to die for this necklace. He still needs to find more information about this, but before he can finish his thought, he hears the sound of a bee flying past him. The bee is trapped in a web, and today is Chris's lucky day. Chris finds a honey ant, which is a quite useful creature. He collects the ant and frees the bee from his trap. Chris baits the bee back to his nest, and once he reaches it, he collects the sweet honey from the nest. The scene shifts to the other boys in his group who are unable to catch a single rabbit. You see, Chris is the only hunter among them. The sun is setting and the commander barks at the 2 boys lounging around. Since they have time to sit and chat, they must have already completed their task, the commander assumes. The boys are fumbling their words, but Chris returns just in the nick of time and drops off the horde of rabbits. The red-haired man from before wonders if Chris managed to hunt all of those rabbits by himself and is impressed with his skills, but nevertheless his struggle was in vain, since there isn't enough for all his comrades. Chris wonders on how that could be possible, since the commander said he needed 5 per person, and he's quite annoyed since he put so much effort into this, and he wants to see the red-haired man try to do it as well. The freckled boy is worried, and we come to find the name of the leader of Chris's squad is named Digo, and the axe-wielding bearded man is named Doki. Chris made sure to collect their share, but maybe he miscalculated, but he thinks to grab one of his rare herbs to use instead. Maybe this can help, and at the same time he might even receive some praise for it too. If he offers it to his superiors, surely surely they won't refuse. The commander signals the end of the hunt and it's time to return to camp. The punishment from failing the task is a scolding, and according to the military rules, they'll be managed from here on out. Chris quietly gets the attention of the red-haired man and has an offer that he would want to hear. The man instantly refuses, but Chris urges him to at least hear him out. The scene shifts to nighttime and we see Chris with the freckled boy waiting. He laid another trap in an attempt to catch a deer, and we find out that the herb that Chris wanted to trade is called red pull, and red pull is a favorite snack of a red-horned deer, and surely it's going to take the bait. The freckled boy is concerned, but Chris reassures him and tells him to hold his breath and focus. Deers are very sensitive and will notice the slightest movement. The freckled boy wonders if they can really catch it, but if they can, they're finally going to have a proper meal. Chris, however, is focused on his goal and the deer approaches. Chris puts his hand over the boy's mouth because soon they're gonna have their fill. As the red deer spots the snack, it approaches but immediately notices the boy's presence and tries to flee. Chris grabs a rock and hits it on the head and gets a prompt saying that his throwing skill has leveled up. It wasn't enough, however, because Chris is not used to throwing with his right arm, so there isn't enough power. He understands the situation and calls Doki to surround the deer. They appear to be cutting off all the exits as Chris appears and forces the deer to run in a certain direction, saying how now it's up to the soldiers. The red-haired man is hiding behind a tree and the scene flashes back to when Chris is originally voicing his plan. The plan is to trap the deer by guiding it to follow a predetermined path. Chris says that the red-haired man must play a part in this hunt as well, and if he can trust them, they're gonna catch the deer for sure. The beast falls into a trap and runs into the two soldiers who are holding a rope that they had prepared earlier. It catches it by the neck, but the beast was stronger than they anticipated. It yanks the two men with it as it desperately tries to run, but before it can get the chance, Chris appears with a large rock in hand and bonks the deer on the head. Chris killed the deer and gained some experience, and later we see the group sitting around the fire excited for their meal. We see the meat being cooked as all the men around are drooling over the savory smells. One of the kids asks what the deer is so famous for, and is told that for common soldiers it's just another meat, but for nobles it acts as a strong aphrodisiac. The kids are hoping they'll be rewarded for this, and Chris turns to the red-haired man saying how he's pretty good, and the hunt wouldn't have worked without him. Chris smiles, but the man tells him to eat, but Chris is busy refining some flower petals and shows the man that they can make a powder from it. The powder is a great seasoning, and he sprinkles some on everybody's steak, and all of their minds are blown from the flavor. It might not be royal cuisine, but it'll do. Everyone is happily eating, and the red-haired soldier wants to confirm Chris's name. He's happy with his efforts and relieves him from night watch and hunting duty. Chris smiles and thanks him, and back at the barracks, Lind is relieved from finally being able to get a good night's sleep. The boys enter the tent and Chris hands Lind some food and tells him that he's been asleep because of the medicine that he was giving him. Chris checks his wound and thinks that in a past life, the cut was not the issue, but rather the infection that came from it. This time though, there's nothing to worry about, and Chris asks him if the food tastes alright. A loud shout can be heard outside the tent, scaring Chris. "Catch them and leave none alive," they hear. Outside the tent, and Chris is wondering what on earth is going on. The commotion was caused over a spilled pot of soup, and the angered superior orders someone to catch those dogs that are making a mess of the camp. Arrows are shot and groups of soldiers are beginning to argue. Lind inquires on the situation and Chris tells him that it's just some stray dogs. But what's wrong with their faces though? The dogs are constantly annoying the soldiers and they look like they're having fun doing it. Chris says that he can catch the dogs, and the red-haired man asks if he's really up to the task. If they do nothing about it, the morale of the troops will be affected. The man wishes them luck and leaves the boys. Lind inquires on who that guy was, and Chris says that he's just one of the soldiers who joined them for the hunt. Lind asks how Chris plans to catch the dogs, but just like always, our boys is going to set up some traps. Lind argues that even soldiers' traps didn't work, but obviously he doesn't know how good Chris's traps are. The conversation continues and Lind asks why they are on dog catching duty, but Chris tells him that this will be a good opportunity to get some food, but thinks to himself that it's a good excuse to join the next hunt, and he needs more herbs. Digo calls out to Chris with some herbs that he requested him to find. Lind picks one up and asks, isn't this just normal darnel? Chris thanks Digo for his work and informs the two that this leaf acts as a strong drug for the dogs and is crucial in capturing them. He sees Chris set up a sticky trap and comments on its completion. This is what they need. They'll check on the traps tomorrow. And during the next day, they come out and we see multiple sleeping dogs with a sticky-like substance around their mouths. Chris tells the red-haired man that they had plenty of sleeping drought. The reason the honey ant was so important was its skills to weave webs with different effects based on what it ate. The man compliments Chris' talent and warns him for more packs of dogs. Chris uses this opportunity to join the man's scouting party, and if they will allow it, they will catch all of the remaining dogs. The man looks at him and says that he's just a regular soldier. He doesn't have this kind of power, but Chris doesn't buy it. Chris remembers from his previous life that this scarlet red hair, well-built physique, and undisguised fortitude, this man is Duke van Ludwig's illegitimate son, Guillen Ludwig. Chris has been gaining his favor because of this fact. Guillen tells him that as a reward for the deer he will let him come, but only if he takes care of the remaining dogs. Some time passes and Digo warns Chris that they're venturing too deep inside the forest and they almost reach the border. Chris takes the lead and says to deal with these dogs quickly so they can return. Chris stops and lets go of the string that he had in his hand. Did you hear that? Digo asks. They found the pack but see a scout from the 8 gates with a flute in his mouth. This flute has been antagonizing the dogs, causing all of this commotion. Back at the camp, Chris asks Digo if he ever killed somebody, and he responds saying that he did once on the battlefield that Chris was supposed to lose his arm. Chris tells Digo and Doki to get ready. They continue to watch the scout and Doki hides in ambush. Chris tells Digo it's time to go and Digo begins to fight. Jumping at the scout with halberd in hand, with a wide strike, he cleaves the tree in two. The scout barely manages to dodge and falls back and readies his weapon. But now Chris joins Digo and since it's a 2-on-1, the scout tries to flee. The two boys give chase, but Chris notices that the scout is reaching for his dart blower and orders Digo to take cover. The darts hit a tree, but the scout uses this opportunity to get away. He jumps over a tree branch and turns to see if his pursuers are gone. The scout just needed a little bit more time and he would have completed his goal. Now he's scared to return empty-handed. All of a sudden an axe is hurled towards the scout that he barely manages to jump over. The scout is surprised that another soldier is on his tail, but before he can adjust, he falls into another one of Chris's traps and hits his head on the ground. Doki stands on top of him and mercilessly kills the scout, which makes Digo sweat with anxiety. The two boys ask Chris how he knew that the scout was going to go this way. Chris informed them that this was the quickest route back to the 8 Gates camp, so now their job is finished. There's still some dogs remaining and Digo asks if it's okay to let them get away, but since they dealt with the man controlling them, they should be alright. In the middle of a bunch of dog corpses, Chris sees a white wolf with many scars. These creatures usually live in the Seoul Mountains, so how is one here right now? Chris wonders if the scout gathered these dogs to try to catch the wolf. But as soon as he thinks this, the wolf succumbs to his injuries and falls. Chris says that the scout actually had a pretty good plan, but now he is going to reap the rewards. As Chris approaches the wolf, he notices that a single wolf cub survived. Digo notes that it doesn't really resemble the wolf, and I mean, look at this thing. Is this not just Appa from Avatar? These writers ain't slick. Chris wonders if this could be a half-breed. Back at the camp, the soldiers are enjoying a hearty meal. The freckled boy is watching carefully as the soldiers are eating juicy meat, and he goes back into the tent, lamenting on how hungry he is. Lynn reflects on the new post Chris has been assigned and wonders what on earth he did to get put up to such a dangerous job. Lynn reflects on the days before the army, where Chris convinced her to join him with him. If they can become chieftain, all of their troubles will go away, a young Chris says. Lynn argues that if Chris can become chieftain, then surely he'll become the prime minister. As the two kids joke around, Lynn didn't know that Chris was serious from back then, as his friend won't stop until he reaches the top. The freckled boys had enough, and even though Chris has caught the dogs, none of the boys from the unit are even allowed to smell the meat. They could have at least gifted them some bread, and the freckled boy wants to go out and steal some food instead. Lynn reminds him that if he's caught, the entire unit will be at risk. But before he can go through with his plan, Chris comes into the room with a rack of meat and tells the boys to start a fire. The boys are all around the fire, happily eating their meal, but Lynn asks Chris why he isn't eating as well. He responds saying how he already ate, but Lynn tells him that there's another man looking in their direction. We get a close-up and the man has chapped lips and malnourished features, and he's intently staring at the food. He looks hungry and the group wonders if they should offer him some food, but everyone else realizes that if it wasn't for Chris, they would also be in the same boat. The starved man sits down and apologizes for his stench, since he was assigned to clean the pig pen. Poor guy. The group relates how the higher-ups don't even give them bread, much less any meat. Lynn says if you can become a commander, you might even be able to taste some good pork, but lowly soldiers like them don't get so lucky. The man says he needs to find some food and drinks for a few of his friends back at the barracks. Chris asks how many, and the man surprises him with 20 people. Hey man, that's a little reaching. Bring a couple of your boys, man. You brought 20? Chris knows that 20 is a large number for just a few guys. Chris was going to save the meat, but he realizes that it might just be better to help all the hungry soldiers during hard times. What's done is done, and now all the starving soldiers are ecstatic they can finally get a good meal. I mean, I guess he gets bonus points with God or whatever they believe in this story. The scene shifts to the next morning and we see the baby wolf drinking from its bowl. Chris wonders of the father of this little wolf, trying to determine it from the features of the baby. He speculates the red eyes and unique lines, it might be a descendant from a golden wolf, and one day it might even be able to breathe fire. That's a little overpowered, but whatever. Lind asks Chris if he decided on a name, and he responds with Beeline? Lind is disgusted with this choice, and Chris throws out another one. Gantong? Chris might be a good hunter, but he's definitely not good with names. He tells all the boys he's kidding around, and he says, let's just call it Pumpkin, short for pumpkin, which honestly is a pretty perfect name if you ask me. A commander comes in and calls the soldiers to come outside for an inspection and to assemble. Chris wonders why there is a sudden inspection and the soldiers line up. Chris curses their leading commander and the man calls for Chris. He approaches and the atmosphere is intense. The man who called Chris is a centurion and head of the 7th Infantry, Kennery. The centurion thanks Chris for his outstanding service, with his most notable achievement being dispatching the enemy scout. As a result, he appoints Chris as a decurion and looks forward to see his growth. Chris humbly accepts his promotion, and all the soldiers he fed are now cheering for him. It's always cool to see the love spreading around like that. Kennery notes that Chris is quite popular and asks him if he bribed the men with drinks. Chris awkwardly dismisses the comment, saying how he's actually a little shy, but the cheers don't stop, and one man even calls him a meat magnet. Wait, that's a little sus. At least add the no homo after that, but I think we know what he means. I think. As the ceremony is finishing, Chris senses a tense shift in the air as the veteran officers look towards him with disdain, almost as if they want him to be as close to the ground and never climb the ranks. Because when Chris climbs the ladder, he threatens the older soldiers' hierarchy. Chris returns to the tent and his friends wonder if they need to call him commander now. The offer is tempting, but Chris is just fine for him. Now, the group needs to begin preparing, because their growth won't stop here. It's time to prepare for another scouting mission. Some time passes and the boys wonder where Chris is taking them. They've been marching for 4 hours now, and I guess Chris's last name is Goggins at this point. Everyone is exhausted and Guillen approaches Chris, warning him on the dangers of his new role. Scouts are often killed the most in battle, and most times even before the fight begins. Take a look at your friends, Chris. Do they have what it takes? As Guillen is trying to lay the seeds of doubt into Chris's mind. But Chris believes in his friends, and they won't die that easily. In his past life, Guillen was named Guillen the Guillotine after murdering his brother. But some events led up to that, so for now they should be alright. The scouting party arrives at the swamps, and the boys take a second to rest and look around at their location. Chris hands his comrade some honey to revitalize him after such a long journey. We find out that the main reason Chris joined Guillen on the scouting mission was to gather an herb that's indigenous to swamp environments, as Chris sifts through the muddy water. He finds the mud-maiden grass that he needs for the future, but being a scout sure is tough, especially from all the marching. But the boys end up returning to camp and Chris goes to the centurion's tent. He's stopped by the guards and Chris tells him his name and rank and says that he has a report from his previous scouting mission. One of the guards tries to haze Chris, but he's having none of it. He kicks the man in the shin, and as soon as he bends over, he knees him again in the face and tells him to take this as a lesson and not to make the same mistake again if he values his life. The other guard raises his spear towards Chris, but Chris grabs it and tells him to stop. Before the situation can escalate, another decurion, Petal, approaches and takes Chris's side, saying how Chris needs to debrief his report. Chris begins debriefing to Petal about the scouting mission in the swamps. Petal was actually impressed with the report, but all Chris can think is why the centurion isn't doing this job, and why he sent Petal instead. Petal notes that Kennery likes to drink a lot, and then we find out some backstory on the centurion. He was once a knight from an important aristocrat, but he got too close to the Baron's wife and was fired out of jealousy. He got close with the Baron's wife? Chris is surprised at this turn of events. Kennery was then demoted and sent to the infantry in the hopes that he would just die on the battlefield. Naturally, Kennery thinks of this place as a cemetery, and it finally clicks inside Chris's mind why in his past life the 7th Infantry was annihilated. Kennery fell into desperation and depression and let his soldiers die. If Chris doesn't do something now, history is doomed to repeat itself. Chris is looking for something outside of the forest and swears that it should be the midpoint between opposing camps. He looks over the hill and finds what he's looking for. Jackpot, he says. He looks over the hill, hiding in some tall grass, and spots the 8-gate soldiers' delivery routes, and he sees 2 carriages that are lightly guarded. Usually 5 to 10 soldiers are guarding these transports, but he thinks his plan will work and returns to camp. On the way back, he grabs some dogskin. A tired Chris returns to camp and starts preparations for his daring mission. He asks for a few sticks and knives and begins making some makeshift equipment. He's using the sticks and knives to make spears and the dog skin to make shields. Thinking of how the gear of the 7th Infantry is pretty garbage, Lind wonders if they're preparing for war. Chris just replies saying, what are you talking about? They're already at war. Chris tells the boys to grab the weapons and come outside. Starting today, Chris will train these nubs on how to wield weapons. He signals the start of the training and the boys begin to spar. Some older soldiers notice the training and some of the veterans start to approach and give tips to the boys, which starts a chain reaction that gets the entire camp involved. Everyone now is getting better by association. Chris thinks that this atmosphere is much better for the camp. The only problem now is Kennery. Today is the start of the change, so there's not much that they can do. Now, Guillen approaches and inquires about the training, and Chris tells him that today was effective, but he can't help but think to himself how long Guillen plans on hiding his true identity. He looks like a kind person, but his deed from Chris's past life beg to differ. Will he really murder his brothers? Chris is now intertwined with Guillen's fate as well, and Guillen tells him that the only way to save the 7th Infantry is to kill Kennery. The air becomes thick. Chris can see the merit in this plan since the drunkard Kennery could lead them all to their dooms, and maybe even Petal can become the new Centurion. Maybe this is the only effective way, but even Kennery has those who support him, and thanks to that it's going to be hard to approach him. If he dies, they might quickly take revenge on Chris. It might be the quickest solution, but not the best. Guillen remarks that Chris does not have a fun expression, smiles and says that there's another way, almost if he was testing Chris. The scene shifts and Chris is seen entering his tent. He calls his boys to attention and to grab their equipment. They are departing on a mission. Some time passes and we see Chris plucking some fruit from a tree, noting how they made it just in time. The 5 boys loiter around the tree and Chris says it's time to go deeper. The sun sets and in the cover of darkness, Chris reminds his squad, from this point onward, they will be in enemy territory. Watch your steps. The freckled boy wonders if it's too dark and Doki seems pretty hungry too. Chris pulls out the fruit that he collected from before. The fruit's name is Hodier's Sorrow. The after effect from overdosing is blindness and it's usually regarded as a poisonous fruit, but if you wrap some white grass around it, the effects are lightened and the user can gain night vision. The effect lasts for 24 hours, so they need to move fast. SEAL Team 6 arrives at the enemy camp and needs to figure out the number of enemies. Chris asks Lind what he sees since he has the best eyesight, and Lind notes that there's 5 enemy soldiers around the fire. This might be too much for the group. If they let one of them escape, it may signal the end of their operation. They need to lure them into the dark where they have the upper hand. Chris thinks to use the team's youth to their advantage. Without military garb, would the 8 gate soldiers assume that they were enemies? It's a risk, but it might be worth trying. The enemy soldiers converse around the fire and hear movements in the bushes and ready their spears. They ask whoever's there to show themselves, and a ragged-looking Chris walks out wearing only a worn tank top and some ripped shorts. The soldiers let their guard down and assume since he's just a child, maybe he's a runaway slave. The enemy squad leader signals his men to lower their weapons and approaches Chris and asks if he lost his way, and even offers him some turkey. Chris puts on a timid look and begins to run away. The soldiers take the bait and start to chase Chris. Chris falls and the soldiers catch up. These guys are now furious and yell at Chris, asking if he has a death wish. But before the man can finish scolding Chris, an axe politely ends the conversation, severing the guy's head from his shoulders. Now in the dark and without their weapons, the 8 gate soldiers are helpless and are systematically dealt with. The 2 remaining at the camp wonder what is taking so long, and one soldier says he will go check on them. Before he can get the chance, however, Digo plunges his spear into his neck. "What is going on?" the guy says. Doki buries his axe into him, killing him, and only one soldier remains as Chris is chasing him in the dark. The man is terrified but turns and tries to fight, but is met with 2 spears from Lind and the freckled boy, killing him instantly. The freckled boy throws up since this was the first time he's killed a man and can't really blame him for that. And this is probably the same story for most of the crew, besides Digo and Doki. Chris watches but knows that experience is necessary to build an elite squad. The next day comes and the 8 gate supply line is running just as usual. Chris and the boys suit up in enemy apparel and walk towards the caravan, stopping it. The man transporting the goods thinks that these are just some new recruits, and this really happens often since there's a lot of casualties victories in war. But back at the location of the night raid, 8 gate soldiers are investigating the scene. They can obviously tell that a struggle has taken place, and all the men are busy searching for clues. The commander inspects the congealed blood from the floor, and one of his men calls for his attention. The commander's veins bulge from his face as he sees the members of the squad that was assigned to this location disposed of inside the bushes. He curses the Circean trash. Back at the main camp, Kennery wakes up with an empty bottle by his side as daylight breaks through his tent. He walks outside to see many soldiers diligently training. Petal greets the centurion, and Kennery comments on how they're training pretty early in the morning. Petal comments that they need to become better in order to survive, but before he can finish, he's stopped by Kennery, who seems to have enough of this conversation. Petal asks if he plans to ban them from training, but Kennery just ignores his comment and mentions that they're short on supplies. The 7th Infantry is basically at its limit and been abandoned by the Duke. Kennery doesn't want Petal to share his fate and tells him to join the 6th Infantry, but the man quickly declines. Kennery turns at the sight of a carriage approaching. No one's expecting a carriage. The men turn to see Chris is actually the one steering the horse towards them. The carriages have the insignia of 8 gates, and they're filled to the brim with the supplies that they need. The carriage was filled with alcohol and meat, and Petal asks how on earth Chris got his hands on this. He replies that it wasn't too big of a deal and they just stole it from the enemy. Later that night, we see Chris in the middle of some veteran soldiers as they throw a party to celebrate their hero. Chris is the one who filled their stomachs and brought them alcohol. Then the fire rages on. One of the soldiers with a scar on his face, named Ralph, tells Chris that it's been so long since he had a hearty meal. Now, the Decurion that leads the tent guard that tried to punch Chris in an earlier chapter comes up and bows to him, apologizing for his subordinate's actions. And it asks Chris if he has any punishment, he will allow it. Chris says it's alright and nothing more needs to be done, which Ralph reacts to, saying that Chris is a pretty good guy, and all the men start to laugh around the fire. The scene shifts to Kennery, who's looking at Chris with a depressing stare. He thinks to himself how this kid is only 15, but he managed to kill some enemy soldiers and even stole an enemy supply carriage. What reckless behavior. But this reminds Kennery of his past self as an ambitious young boy who strived to be the best. He grips his cup tightly, but suddenly the attention of the entire camp was turned to a drunk man that's using a spear as a crutch. The man is stumbling around and the soldiers begin to laugh, telling him that he just needs to go sleep it off and that he's just too drunk. He stumbles around a bit before slamming his spear into the ground and yelling at the top of his lungs, "I will survive!" All of the soldiers turned with a serious look as this resonated with all of their primal instincts. All of them want to survive. Nobody wants to die in this battle. And even Kennery is taken aback. Chris thinks how this soldier is right. The 7th Infantry doesn't need to die. They can all live, and they can all live together. The soldiers gather around the men, and Petal turns to see Kennery retreat back into his tent, but is shocked to see that he left his alcohol behind. Maybe this is the start of a change. The next day comes, and Kennery steps out of his tent, dripped out in full cladded armor, and he says to the 7th Infantry that starting today, he will oversee the official training. Today is the second day of training, and we see Ralph and Chris working hard. Running is today's warm-up, and while he's working out, Chris notices that Kennery has taken some interest in him. This might not be the best news, because getting such attention so early could go both ways. As he's thinking this, some conversation is stirring up between himself and Ralph notes that Chris is not too bad of a runner. Chris only wonders why this guy won't leave him the fuck alone. I mean, Ralph does look pretty funny though. Now we see the training in the afternoon, and this consists of Kennery showing off his mastery of the spear. It wasn't a night for nothing. Chris approaches him and asks him politely if he could teach Lind some archery. Lind is a little rough and he struggles to even draw the bowstring, but because of his perfect vision, this could be a match, and this was also evident in Chris's past life. In the same training session some time later, we see the soldiers participating in a drill. They are both blocking and striking each other with spears. Before Chris can switch positions, however, he is called by Kennery and goes to his tent. As he enters, he sees Guian, who's just leaving, and Kennery mentions that was a messenger from the 6th Infantry. Chris can only admire Guian's acting skills, and Kennery tells him that there is a combined training with the 6th Infantry that will begin in 2 days. We must show them what we've got, and he asks Chris if he has any ideas. Chris nods and says that they should attack the 8-gate delivery routes. Kennery thinks his boy is kidding, but Chris says the supplies that he stole will only last for another 3 days, and real battle is the best experience to create hardened soldiers. Kennery disagrees since they'll lose many men charging at the enemy like that. Chris says that this does not need to be a frontal assault, and they'll prepare accordingly. An attack from the shadows will minimize the risk. Kennery asks Chris how many times he attempted to steal cargo, but he replies saying that only once. But even so, the enemy should have taken some precautions. They are sure to defend their supplies with elite soldiers, so they're gonna need the cover of night. Chris breaks down the plan, saying how the enemies are not fools and won't fall for the same trick twice. First, they will need a strike team to eliminate the enemy scouts, and after this, the main force will move in. And if the strike team fails, the main force can retreat back to camp, ensuring that only a few men will be expended in the worst case scenario. Kenry ponders and thinks he'll need to add Ralph and Petal to the strike team. Chris is excited that his commander sees the opportunity and thanks him for his decision. They'll depart at noon, assemble all the Decurions Kenry orders. Now, all the Decurions are aware of their role. Some soldiers voiced their concerns, but the strategy was never based on ordinary soldiers. In reality, the whole plan is based on the strike team of 7 men, the 5 boys that we know, accompanied by Ralph and Petal. Now we see the strike team arrives at their intended destination. Chris asks Lind if he can see the enemy. Lind counts 4 scouts in total, and Ralph is shocked that he can actually see that far, and I'm with him, that's pretty fucking crazy. The guy's like a hawk. Chris asks Lind what route they will take, and Lind responds saying that they're moving right, and if they can get to the next ridge, they might be able to see the enemy's main force. Chris agrees and tells his men that they will attack from the rear and they will leave no survivors. The 2 soldiers spot the group, and Chris throws a rock at one of their heads, just to piss them off I guess, and it gets the intended effect as the angry soldier now rushes to intercept. They fall for the trap because they're dumb as hell, chase 2 boys, and all of a sudden an agile Doki makes the first move. He slices one of the soldiers, killing him instantly, and now the enemy is aware that they're in an ambush. Another soldier raises his sword to swing on Doki, but is cut down. The remaining soldiers begin to panic and disperse. Ralph cuts through one of them and only one is left. Chris calls for Lin to snipe the guy, but the soldier quickly notices this and breaks for a different direction, but he's caught by Petal and stabbed through the stomach. The freckled boy watches, but can only admire the Decurion's skill. The group is interrogating the surviving soldier, and Chris understands how the enemy adjusted their troops to protect the supply lines. The strike team has finished its first objective, but Chris tells the crew that they have more work to do. He orders the freckled boy to notify the main forces that the time has come, but they need to finish what they started. We now see at the 8 Gates camp, the supply carriages have arrived. Chris is seen, again dressed in enemy apparel, talking to the 8 Gates commander. The commander asks him about any emergencies while he was on duty, and Chris replies telling him that nothing's happened. Chris then says that there's a new order that requires him to audit the supplies. The commander wonders who gave the order and bites his lip, but orders his men to show Chris whatever he needs. The man basically shows Chris where everything important is, and Chris looks to Lin and inquires if he checked that thing that he asked about earlier, and Lin replies saying that he did. The audit concludes and Chris notices the man in charge of the supply camp. Chris turns to leave, but the man giving it to her inquires on where Chris is from. It's pretty weird since they've been stationed in the same place, but he's never seen him before. Isn't that kind of suspicious? Bro, this guy had to lose his head being Curious George over here. I mean, look how Deco is looking at him, man. This might be the smartest soldier in their whole army, honestly. It's a shame that he didn't get to show his skills. I'm sad. Chris orders the boys to get in position and wait for the signal. Chris hides behind a tent, knife in hand, and begins the assault and launches his knife towards the enemy commander. Instead of going at its intended target, another soldier steps up and eats the knife in his neck, which incidentally saved his commander's life. The commander is now in shock at the attempted assassination and yells that they're under attack. Chris is disappointed that he didn't get to kill him right away, but his throwing skill increases. He begins to reposition, and a little side note, it looks like Chris understands the interface a little bit better, since he says dismiss and the window prompt vanishes. He opens the tent to the oil storage and sees another soldier inside. This bozo can't put 2 and 2 together and asks what Chris is doing. Chris fumbles his words a bit, but the man tells Chris that they're under attack and he needs to grab his weapon. Now we see that the commander is frantically searching for the assassin, and apparently the guy just left Chris inside the tent, because now we see a huge explosion. This was a signal that Chris was referring to, and just in time, Kenry leads the main forces in to attack. The camp is now in the midst of confusion, and the commander is conflicted on what to do. He's trying to relate orders, but now there's an attack from behind. Chris and SEAL Team 6 engages, and Digo begins the fight by giving a man a small haircut, and now the soldiers are completely unorganized and scared. The combined attack decimated forces and their morale. And now here's a cool shot of all our different favorite characters improving their kill-death ratio. The commander stands in the open with all hope lost, wondering how this could have happened. The fire, combined with a frontal attack, leaves them with no hope of winning. One of his men prepares a horse and tries to get him back to his senses. As the commander mounts his horse, Chris is looking for him since this was the last piece they need to eliminate. With a precise throw, he lodges his knife in the back of the fleeing general, but this isn't enough to kill him. But next, out of nowhere, an arrow is lodged in the back of his head. Man, Lin's accuracy is deadly. Night comes and the 7th Infantry celebrates their victory. All the soldiers are gonna drink their fill tonight. The next day, Chris wakes up and debates getting in his morning cardio. He finishes his workout, but is confused that even after all that training he did, he still didn't get a system prompt. He thinks that he's progressing too quickly during the war environment, and now, since he has both arms, everything is different. For him, for Lin, and even the 7th Infantry. Ralph is ordering the troops to keep running and converses with Chris. Tonight, they will have a joint training with the 6th Infantry, and Guillen comments on how much the group has changed, even without killing Kenry. The lifeless bunch and desolate group has turned into a motivated battalion of soldiers. Chris says the whole time they really needed Kenry, and if he gets to choose his own title, he wants to be a knight just like him. Chris wonders why Guillen is still keeping up the act and being very cautious. Why is he posing as an ordinary soldier? The answer is obvious. A bastard son is not allowed to be a commander. This is why he's been avoiding his father and brother, and secretly searching for talented people to amass his own power. Chris has an epiphany and wonders if he can use Guillen's battle experience to level himself up through the system. Chris asks for a spar but is nervous about his own skills, but he needs to do this to test his own power. Chris, ready with spear in hand, asks Guillen why hasn't he drawn his sword. Guillen smiles at the cocky brat and tells him that the battle has already started. Guillen lets out a murderous aura that stuns Chris and knocks him back to the ground. Chris then receives multiple prompts saying that he's gained XP, and Guillen charges at the boy barehanded. Chris wonders what this aura could be and if it was intentional, and we now learn that aura is the final goal for every warrior. This is the last step for them to throw away their humanity, and Chris is awestruck at the aura that Guillen is exerting. Guillen asks Chris if he's scared, and of course he is, but this is the only way for him to get stronger, and it's a rare opportunity. He's gonna have to go all out. He gets multiple prompts saying that his level is still too low, and the closer that Guillen gets, the stronger the pressure that he's feeling. Chris is stuck in a hallucination, and Guillen draws his sword. With a few well-placed slashes, Chris loses both of his arms, and in another follow-up attack is struck down. Guillen wakes the boy up from the hallucination with a flick to the forehead, bringing him back to reality. Chris is breathing heavy and wonders what on earth just happened. Was that really just an hallucination? What did he do? Guillen vaguely answers that it's still too early for Chris to wield a spear with such shaky knees. Guillen says that maybe he can become a second-rate soldier, but being a knight is out of the question. Another prompt pops up saying experience is reaching its limit. Chris is happy with the progress, but is still shaken up over what just happened. Just how strong is this man to best Chris with only his aura? Chris approaches Petal, still shivering, and begs him to omit himself from the joint training today. Chris then becomes a caterpillar and Pumpkin licks his cheek. I mean, he's gonna need something like that after today. It was pretty rough. He wonders if they'll postpone the training due to the rain, and the next day, the rain continues. 2 guards complain about the weather, and 2 hands appear out of nowhere behind the guards, and the next panel shows the guards unconscious on the floor, and an 8 Gates assassin pulls out a mysterious vial containing the virus called White Demon, and puts it in the mouth of the unconscious soldiers. Chris gets Pumpkin to drink from the bowl, and he apologizes to the baby wolf for not spending as much time with him as he wanted. Lind and Doki enter the tent and remove their hoods, and Lind informs Chris that someone attacked the guards. Although, the guards were only knocked unconscious without any injuries. Chris now has a worried look on his face and immediately runs out of the tent. This seems to be an event that he recalls from his last life. This news doesn't sit well with Chris, and we can see him with a worried face. He runs out of the tent and seems to recall this event from his past life. Though it didn't affect his squad, whatever they did to those guards will have a massive impact on the infantry, unless Chris can do something about it. He enters Petal's tent and asks if he was the one who assigned the porter patrol shifts. Petal says he did, and even right now, he's working on next week's schedule. Chris inquires on which squad the guards who got attacked are from, and Petal tells him that it was from Decurion Ralph. Petal says there shouldn't be anything to worry about, and this puts Chris in a very tight spot, because he can't just openly reveal that he knows about the curse because Petal will get suspicious. He examines one of the soldiers who was harmed and lifts his eyelid to see many black marks in the white of his eye. This must be the first stage of the virus, and no one suspects a thing. However, Chris tells Ralph that if anything changes, please let him know. The virus Chris is worried about is called the White Demon, and it enters a person's body and covers them with ice until they freeze to death. Due to this, people refer to it as a curse rather than a disease. And during the crisis in Chris's past life, more than 100 doctors died trying to treat this. The first scientist who used this disease in battle was Anshin Rezones. I might be botching the pronunciation of that, I apologize in advance. And Chris curses the man, noting how this disease is extremely contagious and deadly. As time passes, the doctors understood that the white demon was in fact a disease, and as such, they found a cure. The cure that was found has a primary ingredient of the mud mating grass, which Chris collected in the swamp. First you need some boiling water, and then all the liquid must evaporate, and the last step is to add some pulvis extracted from old growth blue herb. And now the medicine is ready. Ralph bursts into the tent, and his guard is in critical condition. His teeth are becoming black, and this is the middle stage of the disease. The man struggles to eat the medicine, but Chris forces him to consume it. The only thing left to do now is wait. The infected man said that he heard about these symptoms before and is sure that this is the white demon. This shocks everyone around them, but Ralph is still unaware of what he just said, and one of the soldiers informs him that this is a curse from the snowy mountain region that inevitably leads to death. And even the population of a small city was decimated because of this curse. Digo says they need to burn the bodies of the soldier to stop the spread, but is grabbed by Ralph and telling him he's not burning his own men alive. Now the group is in a very peculiar state, and both Ralph and Chris's men start to escalate the situation. It seems that a fight is about to take place. Chris is inspecting the soldier and notices the back spots on his eye are already disappearing from the medicine. Digo starts to yell at Chris now, saying, "Get away from that man, now!" Lynn nervously tells Chris that maybe he should listen, before another soldier came in with the same symptoms. Chris orders his men to get Digo out of here before he lights the tent on fire. Digo breaks free from the boys and points his spear at Chris. If he doesn't move now, he will attack. Ralph, seething at the young Digo, is being held back by his own men, and Chris tells Digo that he won't interfere, and to put the spear down. When Digo relaxes his guard, Chris snatches his spear from his hand and orders everybody to catch him. Digo is now infuriated. Now, Commander Kennery enters the room and asks Ralph to explain the situation. Kennery understands that he needs to burn the men to save the rest of his soldiers, and calmly orders Chris to step aside. Chris finally lets out that this is just a disease. It's not a curse. There is a cure. Please, trust me. Kennery thinks Chris has lost his mind, and Digo yells, saying not to listen to Chris. Digo begins to cry as his words reach the crew. They need to burn them now, or they're all gonna die. I know this better than anyone, Digo says, and we have some backstory on the poor kid, and we come to find that he was from the city that was annihilated from this curse. Chris is shocked that one of the members in his squad is a survivor from Tragedy. Is this why he acted like this? Digo continues, and that once it starts, the curse has a domino effect and it's impossible to stop. Chris tells Kennery again he knows how to treat this disease, as Digo cries out, "Chris, I lost my whole family! You don't know a thing!" as the man is crying on the floor. Ralph gives Digo an old-fashioned karate chop to the neck and puts him to sleep. Kennery tells Chris again to stand back, and these are his orders. It seems Kennery is taking Digo's side, and this is getting very bad. Chris has to change the situation. If they start burning people alive, it will deeply affect the soldiers' morale, and it will be the end of the 7th Infantry. Chris tugs on his shirt and says quietly, "Don't you want to be a knight again?" Kennery is shocked at these words and turns to Chris. Chris says it won't be easy, especially for those who were close to the Baron's wife. But Chris knows a way how even the jealous Baron will acknowledge and help him. "Just trust me," Chris says. Digo awakes and jumps up, and the freckled boy asks if he's calmed down. He immediately leaves the tent yelling for Chris and goes outside to a shocking sight of Ralph hugging the 2 infected soldiers and crying to them, saying how he's so happy that they're finally okay. He's hugging his men so hard that it actually starts to hurt them. Digo is in awe that there could possibly be a treatment for this horrible curse. Digo doesn't understand what he's seeing, but a friendly hand sits on his shoulder. Chris told him, didn't he? He knows how to cure the white demon. Chris returns to Kennery and informs him that the soldiers are now healthy. Kennery is relieved, but still says that they should set up a temporary hospital and send other infected soldiers from other units to the 7th Infantry. The next coming days, we see Chris is working non-stop treating infected soldiers. As Chris exits the tent, one of the men grabs him by the hand, calling him his savior at the top of his lungs. All the soldiers begin to chant, "All hail Savior Chris! We've beaten the curse," they chant in unison. Chris is a little shy and thinks that they're overdoing it a little, but all Kennery can do is look at the boy and wonders who the hell this kid really is. But right now, Chris is just an exhausted soldier, but Kennery asks him to break it to him straight. Chris starts to break down the situation. This was the first attack from the 8 gates. They want to capitalize on the confusion and attack them, so they're gonna have to prepare immediately. Kennery is going just to do that, and Chris takes his men and goes off to set some traps. Finally, we know that the freckled boy's name is Throt. so I'm gonna call him that from now on. Chris orders Throt to go get some dry logs, but since it's been raining the last couple days, finding dry logs will be near impossible. They are in desperate need of some firewood for Chris's plan. However, Chris has an epiphany and asks Digo where the supply carts they stole from earlier is, and is told that they're still inside the tent. Chris orders Digo to go inside and destroy the carriages. Chris brings the carriages outside, still filled with meat, and begins to burn them. Throt notes that this is a huge waste of meat, and I can't blame him, the hungry guy. But this is part of Chris's elaborate scheme. The 8-gate troops will think, due to the scent of burning flesh, that the 7th Infantry is suffering heavily from the disease. Chris thinks that they will definitely not want to miss this opportunity, and right on schedule, we see many armored 8-gate soldiers charging at the 7th Infantry. The soldiers are blinded by their orders and immediately start stepping into traps. One of the enemy men triggers a pitfall that swallows tens of soldiers at once. Chris uses this opportunity to make his appearance from the shadows and orders all of his archers to fire at the enemy. Now they're stuck and confused, and all the arrows begin to fall on their position. The 8-gate soldiers try to signal for a retreat, but they are blocked and surrounded. Though the fight is not looking good for them, the 8-gate soldiers won't go down without a fight. They are holding out desperately for reinforcements. One of the soldiers is about to run his spear through a 7th Infantry swordsman, but is stabbed through the back. The man asks if the scared soldier is okay, and to get his head back into the battle, but shortly after, the commander is shot down in front of the scared soldier, which makes him fall deeper into his despair, thinking that he's the reason this man died. Chris yells at the man, snapping him out of it. "This is a battlefield. What are you, a baby? You need to survive this battle. You want to see your family, don't you?" The soldier thinks about his wife and child, and steels himself and charges back into the fray. The enemy is putting up more of a fight than he anticipated. How long will this last until they receive help from the 5th Infantry? They don't need to win, but just make the enemy back down to minimize their own casualties. Chris knows that he needs to make a decisive move. He prepares his daggers and throws it with incredible accuracy into the neck of the 8-gates commander. Now the enemy chain of command is in shambles, and their morale should be crushed inside of this chaos. We see a head flying past Chris, and Chris turns to see Kennery absolutely being a boss, slashing enemies down one by one. Kennery apologizes for being late, but has a bad feeling about this battle. Why are the 8-gates men defending so ferociously? An explosion is heard behind Kennery, but he's occupied at the moment with 2 enemy swordsmen. But he can't help but hear the sounds of his own men screaming. A crazed berserker-like man is seen ravaging the 7th Infantry. This behemoth cut a man in 2, and the last soldier in front of him is frozen in fear. Kennery yells at the man to get away from him, but has to fend off 2 soldiers of his own. He finally understands. They are waiting for the reinforcements, and this isn't good. Kennery is the only one who can deal with that man, but he's being bogged down by the 8-gate swordsman. The screaming stop, and Kennery thinks that someone is facing this monster. But who? Who could it be? Of course it's our boy Chris, as he holds one of his makeshift spears to the monster of a man. The guy looks down at him with a lifeless stare, and this feeling reminds him of his duel with Gillian. The man can tell Chris's rank by his shoulder pads and says that he's impressed to see a Decurion at such a young age. Chris steals himself ready for the impending attack, and in an instant the man appears in front of a Chris, asking to show him what he's really made of. Chris barely blocks the strike, and the man continues to talk. "A Decurion, huh? How long can you last?" Lin draws his bow in an attempt to help Chris, but the man is quick to turn his attention to him. Before he can connect with Lin, Digo emerges from the fire with a fierce shoulder check, pushing the monster back. Chris orders Digo to drop his spear and use only his shield. Digo will defend, and Chris will attack. The 2 men stand in front of this behemoth, surrounded by a ring of fire in this ominous scene. This panel is really sick. Chris tells Digo that this man is of knight level. The man is annoyed with these 2 boys that think that they can match up to him. "I'll tear you to pieces," the man yells as he charges at the boys. His leg, however, bursts with blood. It looks like this guy had some prior wounds, but still continues his attack as he winds back his sword. Digo takes the brunt of the attack and raises his shield, but the attacks are heavy, and Chris yells for Digo to hold his ground. The man thinks Chris is annoying with all this yapping around and decides to kill him first. He raises his sword, ready to bring it down on our protagonist, but Digo, unfazed, blocks his attack. Chris uses the opportunity to launch an offensive of his own, and he stabs at the man, but is narrowly blocked. The man thinks that Chris's spear skills are nothing special, and since he's left-handed, he should be able to anticipate where he will attack. The berserker switches back to Digo and hits him with a heavy attack that sends shockwave through the boy's body. "You dare stand in the Wolf Knight's way?" he says, infuriated. Digo is reaching his limit, and with that last strike, his shield is broken. The man is happy with the sight of breaking Digo's shield, but Chris sees an opening. This was all a part of his plan. The man was unaware that initially, Chris was right-handed, and he powerfully thrust his spear towards the man, cutting him along his face and nose. The man is taken aback at this sudden change of target and sends a strike towards Chris that brutally breaks his left arm. That's disgusting. Look what he did to our boy. What the hell? The man is fed up and sends a strike to finish off the helpless Chris. No! Digo screams. Chris, all of a sudden, has a green glow around his previously broken arm. His artifact activates, but Chris has no time to think, but he notices that his arm is now fully healed. He feels as light as ever, and as soon as the man sends an elbow strike at Chris, he blocks it effortlessly. The man thinks that his wounded left knee won't let him go all out. But in this moment of hesitation, Chris lodges a knife into his neck with a cold look on his face. Digo is left speechless, and Canary finishes off the soldiers that were tying him down, and he's worried about Chris. But all he can hear is his soldiers screaming that they won. Chris wipes the sweat from his forehead, and Canary wonders how on earth the kid managed this feat. The 5th Infantry finally shows up, talk about timing, but this signals the end of the battle, and the 7th Infantry is victorious. Canary stands before the commander of the 5th, Madri, and he orders Canary to return to the main department. He asks if Canary was the one who killed the Wolf Knight. Canary shakes his head in disapproval and tells Madri that it was one of his young Decurians. Madri is shocked that such a young lad managed to defeat an enemy soldier of knight level. Madri makes sure that Canary isn't just fooling around, but Canary assures him with a serious look and tells him what he said was true. Some time passes and the boys are seen sitting around in the carriage, and Lind holds something out to Chris saying how Petal asked him to bring it to him. It was Chris's shoulder pads that he repaired. This makes our boy really happy. Chris reflects on his past life. He was weak and crippled, and always stuck around those with talent in order to protect himself. With a determined look in his eyes, Chris vows that he doesn't want to stand back while others take the glory. He wants to reach the top along with his friends. And let's not forget Pumpkin too. The scene shifts and Chris exits the carriage, and Canary signals him to come close. Chris inquires on where they're heading, and Canary tells him that they're going to the 3rd Oda. The 3 Odas are the top-ranking officials in the military. Chris recalls that the 3rd Oda should be Baron Van Ludwig's oldest son, Wehane Ludwig. The two approach Wehane, and he's pleasantly surprised that a boy managed to kill the Wolf Knight. He begins to announce that he acknowledges the 7th Infantry, and Canary is promoted to battalion commander, unofficially, of course. Wehane calls to Chris and appreciates his contributions to fighting the White Demon and bringing down one of the 8 gate chiefs. For this, he will be non-officially promoted to Centurion. Centurion is a commander who controls 100 men, and it's basically Canary's old job. Wehane offers to put the new shoulder pads on for Chris. What an honor. The man adjusts them carefully and pats Chris. Wehane stares intently at Chris, admiring his young look, and asks if he needs anything else. One thing that Chris suddenly remembers about the man was his sexual preference, which means we can assume that he wants to do some naughty stuff with our boy. That's disgusting, oh my god. Chris kneels and tells the man that during the attack, Chris found some useful information. 8 gates are harboring unique soldiers. He continues saying that they have an elite unit of soldiers that were trained for many years, numbering in the tens of thousands. Wehane is a little slow on the uptake, and Chris continues. Since the enemy has a secret elite squad that prefers guerrilla warfare, their target would be to destroy the heart of their forces. Wehane mocks Chris and asks if he means that the enemy is targeting him. Wehane says that their cavalry is the best in the continent, and no matter how strong the enemy is, they will be handled accordingly. Chris continues his logic, saying that it will be very difficult for cavalrymen to assist in chaotic situations, and they should look to prevent the attack. Wehane takes this disrespectfully and asks Chris if he's trying to lecture him. Chris now quickly apologizes, and the sly man accepts. This is a typical arrogant commander in my book, but Chris knows that he needs to suck up to him for now, and he tells the man in 2 days he will end this. So please, let me try, and if I fail, feel free to teach me a lesson however you see fit. Wehane agrees and says he will personally teach the lesson later if he fails. Oh, I hope we're talking about military tactics here, guys. Chris begins and asks the 3rd Oda what he thinks about a surprise attack on the 8 gates supply routes. Speaking frankly, the enemy is aiming to finish the war before winter. If something happens to their supply routes, they will mobilize the guerrilla units in order to end the battle. They can use this desperation against them and have an elite squad of their own to destroy the opposing guerrillas. If this works, the enemy morale will be in shambles, securing their victory. 2 days later, Canary and Petal overlook the 8 gate supply route. They are here just as Chris said. Kenry orders his troops to charge, and they chop down the ill-prepared 8-gate soldiers and set fire to the supplies and quickly retreat. The enemy is confused on why they are running, but immediately understand that their goal was their supplies and horses that are now in flames. Chris is seen training in the forest alone, and he notes how good he has gotten with his left hand and should further analyze the artifact since it saved him in his last fight. The prompts of experience is what confuses Chris the most. In his last battle, the system told him that his experience gauge has been reset, and as a result, his body experience changes. So he leveled up? What? Chris noted a huge increase in reaction speed and physical movements, almost like he was a different person. It seems that Chris gets unique skills when the experience reaches its requirements. If that is true, then will Chris be able to use aura as well? We see a flashback of the one-armed Chris sitting next to another man, and that man tells him that he is going to show him swordsmanship. The man tells him to watch, and it's hard to put into words. For instance, the man throws a wood log in the air and spins his sword faster than the eye can see, creating a vortex-like appearance. The log meets his eyes and he slices it in many different directions. The log keeps its shape momentarily, but crumbles into 6 precise pieces. In the man's opinion, talent is the ability to see something and replicate it instantly. Can you do the same, one-armed man? In simple terms, talent is mastery. Back in the present day, Chris picks up a similar log and tosses it into the air. He's finally acquired talent. He spins his spear, creating a similar vortex as he pierces the log. He has a smile on his face and thinks the things that he couldn't do before are now things that he can do now, and has an excited look. Linda enters the scene and asks Chris what he is up to. Well, just something like mastery, Chris says. Time passes and we see many squadrons lined up in a bigger camp. The man asks Chris, the young centurion, if he's gathered his team yet. Chris said he did with some outside help that surprises the other officer and makes the man a little bit angry. Even Lin asks Chris who is he talking about, but he just vaguely answers saying, you know, just someone with a rich father. We get a flashback and see Chris talking to Gian, and Chris asks him if he can help him create his elite team. Gian laughs at Chris, saying how he's always asking for the impossible, but Chris has a serious look and asks him if there's really no way. Gian responds saying of course there's a way, but what, you expect me to do it for free? Chris wonders on what this man could possibly want, but Gian looks at him and responds saying to pay him a visit once the battle ends. Chris wonders if they will have a place to return to, but is reassured by Gian saying that a place like that will soon be created. Back to the present, Chris continues his training with the boys, and now they're going to focus on group attacks. Lin starts the fight and strikes the foes from distance, and Dogi closes the gap and strikes with his axes. Digo and Chris then strike from behind. It's a simple but effective strategy that makes our 4 boys attack as one. Digo asks if this really works with only the 4 of them, since Throb is in the hospital due to his wounds. Chris's only concern is that his soldiers won't follow a 15-year-old boy who's been promoted unofficially. His top priority is to show them what he's got. The 8 gate soldiers have took action and every man is called to their station. Chris thinks that Kenry must have pulled off the surprise attack. No more preparation. Now is the time for battle. And 2 battalions of men square off with both commanders locking eyes. Digo looks a little nervous at his first large-scale battle, and they look at the enemy and surmise that they have around 3,000 soldiers. And one of the soldiers even notices that the enemy is using injured men at their front lines. We see some Zerk soldiers bantering back and forth and others praying to God. The 7th Infantry numbers only 100 men, but finally has a bigger part on a daunting battlefield. The objective hasn't changed for Chris, regardless of where he is. He will fight and he will win. One of the commanders with a long-winded shout calls for his army to charge, and we see both sides engage in a gruesome melee. Chris and the boys take up the rear and get into formation, and we see cavalrymen start decimating the 8 gates infantry. As one of the soldiers begin to rejoice at this sight, he's cut down in possibly the funniest death I've seen so far. Like, even his friend's still smiling at him. I mean, this is horrible. The 8 gates infantry will not let up so easily and continue the fight. A commander with an X-shaped scar on his forehead leads the charge for the 8 gate troops to build morale and gets his men to follow him. This is the band of guerrillas that has the goal of disrupting the Zerk force's chain of command. Chris sees his target and moves his own squad to intercept. The elite enemy squad is making quick work of the Zerk foot soldiers, and the Zerk commander signals for their own squad led by Chris to move out. The man with the scar laughs at this, thinking that Zerkian soldiers cannot match his own Faltus warriors. The 8 gate soldiers are now building momentum, and the Faltus soldiers that have only 50 men are cutting through Zerk infantrymen. Chris is approaching at their location and engages at their rear. The Faltus commander is now in a tough spot since their rear is being attacked heavily, but he advises to keep advancing. Doki slices the neck of one, and Chris, Lind, and Digo take care of their respected enemies. The cocky general thinks that his men should have have taken care of these pathetic Zerks by now, but turns to see a horrific sight. Only a handful of his men remain. Chris removes his spear from one of the corpses with a bloodied face, locks eyes with the man. Before they can fight, his subordinate signals the call for retreat, and he's left in shock at the situation. How could his mighty soldiers be eliminated by a group of kids? The tide of battle is turning back to the Zerks' favor, and the men are noticing that the enemy is letting off the attack and beginning to retreat, signaling their victory. Chris takes this moment to uplift the morale of the troop, and with a yell he introduces himself as Chris, the one who's defeated the White Demon, the slayer of the Wolf Knight, and the leader of the squad who slaughtered the Faltus soldiers. Get up, my comrades. We've achieved our goal.
Who will be victorious in battle? Who will fight along their savior Chris? All the men shout and raise their weapons in the air, and as the battle continues, Chris sidesteps a spear thrust. As he sidesteps it, he now thinks that he can predict enemy movements, and his reaction time has improved. He can see all of their movements.
He stabs the soldier through the chest, but another slash almost gives Chris a haircut, which makes him leave his spear in the soldier's body. He quickly pulls a knife and throws it with intense speed right between the eyes of the second soldier. A third soldier descends on the now helpless Chris, but another Zerk soldier removes the arm of the enemy soldier and cuts him down. This is Markson from the 5th Infantry, and he tells Chris he'll accompany him from here on out. Now, we hear shouts from all the surrounding squads letting Chris know that he's not alone. I mean, what a sick scene. I'm getting goosebumps from this kind of stuff. Chris orders the men to charge with him and resumes his onslaught. Chris notes how his soldiers' morale is high, and this is the perfect opportunity to crush the 8 Gates army. He yells to his soldiers that victory is secured and to keep pushing forward. The bloody Digo looks towards Chris. The battle is over. The once mighty 8 Gate army, 3,000 strong, is broken and defeated, only their dead left behind. We are victorious! The men scream at the top of their lungs as their primal instincts take over. Chris is relieved they won, but starts feeling the after effects of the battle and begins to lose his footing. Gien catches him, but like, bro, where the hell were you at this whole time? I wanted to see him put some work in. Anyway, he thanks Chris for his amazing job, and now, at the 8 Gates enemy headquarters, the remaining Faltus warriors enter the tent. The man unknowingly assumed that they have been victorious and smiles towards the disappointed commander. The man kneels and apologizes for his short-sightedness. Only 12 Faltus soldiers remain. The man in the tent is shocked at this turn of events, and the Faltus commander's eyes widen with rage and fear. It's all because of him, the blue-haired boy. If it wasn't for him. The scene shifts back to Chris waking up from his long-winded battle. Markson is by his side and thankful that Chris is finally awake. Chris inquires on the state of the war and is informed that the 8 Gate forces have retreated, and it's been a great victory. Chris is pleasantly surprised by Pumpkin, who's probably missed him after all this time, but there's no time to sleep around. Chris has business to attend to. He mounts his horse alongside Markson, and they arrive at their location. Chris sees a flag with a fortress emblem, and this means something of great importance. This signals the presence of Baron van Ludwig. This is the award ceremony. The ceremony begins with the promotions of Lind, Markson, Ralph, and Diego, each receiving the position of Centurion along with 5,000 silver coins. Damn, our boy's finally getting what they deserve, huh? Next, Kennery is called to the stand and praised for his feats of disrupting enemy lines and attacking supply carriages. He regains his title of knight, and this basically goes all with what Chris planned the entire time. Some of the men in the army disagree with this, since once a man dishonors himself as a knight, in some eyes they are not worthy to have the title again. This is our man Kennery. He was chopping people up. If he's not a knight, I don't know who is. But instead of accepting his promotion, he asks for gold instead, which shocks all the onlookers, especially Chris. Kennery apologizes for his harsh words, but the Baron awards him 5,000 gold coins instead. I mean, at least he's balling now. And now the moment we've been waiting for. Centurion Chris is called to the stand for scouting enemy supply routes and abducting enemy supplies, curing the White Demon, for uniting the Zerkian soldiers in the midst of battle and leading them to victory. He's awarded a Medal of Merit. All the surrounding soldiers cheer at their hero and savior Chris, and the Duke thanks Chris for his excellent results. He humbly accepts and returns the thanks, and the Duke stares at Chris with cold blue eyes. Don't you by accident want to climb even higher? Chris thinks the Baron is perceptive, but pretends not to be shocked. Tell me what you desire, Chris, the Baron says. Chris's eyes widen and he smiles. This is the chance he's been waiting 2 lives to receive. He didn't come all this way to lead only 100 men. He won't waste this opportunity to etch his name in history. Chris says confidently to allow the Duke to let him become a knight. We see a lot of conflicting expressions on all the surrounding soldiers, because no one could have expected this. Even the third Oda starts cursing at the little brat, but Gien just smiles at his longtime friend. The soldiers erupt with cheers. Chris the Knight, they chant. The Baron thinks that this was Chris's goal all along. Not bad for a young lad. And by the Baron's power, he promotes Chris from the 7th Infantry to the position of knight, and the soldiers continue the chant. Chris looks over and is signaled by Guillen to meet him when he is done. The scene shifts to this conversation and Guillen congratulates Chris on the promotion. Surely Guillen didn't call him here just for that, right? They stop the pleasantries and Guillen tells Chris that when he returns, he should seek the group named Centuria. The matter is not urgent, and Guillen tells him to take his time, and then departs. And back at the 7th Infantry camp, the soldiers are celebrating the achievements of Chris, as he sits beside Kennery and asks him why he rejected his knighthood. Kennery ignores these words and gives him a blank stare, and says no matter how much he looks at Chris, he could only see him as an ordinary soldier. Chris is a little confused, but he asks Kennery his relationship with the Baron's illegitimate son, and even asks the man if he's a little drunk. Kennery said he vowed never to drink again. Kennery also asks Chris if he means to ally with Graf Guillen. What are you gonna do next? Chris looks up to the sky and not even he knows. But if one day he calls for Kennery, will he come? Kennery lets off the soft smile and replies, anytime, Chris. And this is the end of our boy's journey with the 7th Infantry, and man, there was a lot of ups and downs, but this is one of my favorite parts of the story personally. But it's time for bigger and better things. Now our boys arrive in Daybed City, and Lind, farm boy at heart, is in awe of the sprawling commotion. The soldiers laugh at someone being so amazed by a simple city. Chris tells Lind to stop letting everyone know that he's a hillbilly, and ironically, Lind is being lectured by someone who lived down the street. Chris arrives at his room and lays down after a long journey, and after Chris's nap, he exits his quarters and Digo comes up to him with an important question. Chris says that he'll go with him after he's completed some tasks, and he needs to visit a certain place. Being a knight apprentice gives Chris a lot of freedom, and actually, a little side note, Chris wasn't promoted to knight right away, he became a knight apprentice first. And I guess that makes sense because, you know, he's only fucking 15, but impressive nonetheless. But being a knight apprentice allows Chris to maneuver the city. He arrives at his destination after about a 5-minute walk, and he walks into the small potion shop. He inhales the smell of herbs and gets right to the point. He asks the salesman if he has a herb called Whitefinger, and man, this thing looks disgusting. Chris says that the importance of this herb has not yet been discovered, and in about 15 years, people will recognize it as a core ingredient for improving one's body. Chris offers a deal for 1 year. He will pay 1 copper coin for 1 white root finger. The man does not think that that's enough, and Chris sweetens the deal, saying how after the first month, he'll double the price. The man is still not interested, but Chris is not fucking around. What about 5 copper coins? This changed the man's tune and he shakes his hand, but the lady on the second floor says they'll agree on 4 copper coins, saying how it's important to build trust in a long-term relationship. The man reluctantly agrees and Chris has a deal. Chris pays the man in advance, and now we see the scene shift to nighttime. The moon is shining and Chris is seen walking with Digo in a nearby forest. Digo asks Chris what his real goal is. He answers vaguely, saying how he wants to go to the barracks and get some sleep, but Digo tells him to stop joking around. What are you really trying to achieve, Chris? Chris looks into the distance and tells him, the top, Digo. You mean a noble? No, even higher than that. I am an unknown and pitiful man, but I always wanted to be a part of something great. Digo starts to kneel and Chris is a little curious on why he's doing so, but Digo swears an oath to Chris, saying how he's met the man he wants to follow and will serve Chris until his dying breath. Chris is taken aback by this proclamation and he accepts and appoints Digo as his first knight. The next day comes and Chris is analyzing the city's military structure, and he notes that the camp is actually pretty big and the organization is much better than the 7th Infantry. Even cavalrymen are training here. Digo was even accepted into this unit, and man, I love to see the boys moving up in life. The place Chris is most interested in, however, is the drug depot in the barracks. Chris doesn't need to labor around and collect herbs, but knight apprentices are not allowed to use the drug depot, so he's going to need to get permission first. The chief of the camp, Streak, introduces himself to Chris as he's browsing around. Chris returns the formalities and Streak asks him to follow. They sit down in his office and gets right to business. This camp has no room for slackers. Doesn't matter who Chris is or if he's a war hero, and even assumes that Chris is the Baron's illegitimate son. Chris wonders who's spreading this misinformation, but Streak continues and informs him that his position allows him to leave the camp by finding a knight to follow. But if he wants to stay here, he needs to prove himself. Chris, with a determined look, says, "Give me 100 cavalrymen and I can show you what I'll do." The guy puts his hand on his face and wonders why this teenage boy asked for 100 elite cavalrymen. The man slams his hand on the table, saying he'll never trust the lives of 100 men to an arrogant brat like Chris. There are rules in this camp. Prove yourself in a duel, then we can talk. Chris keeps his cool and understands. He gets cocky and says to allow him to fight 3 enemies at once. That should suffice. This further enrages Streak. How can this boy fight 3 soldiers alone? A single opponent is enough. We meet at the dueling grounds at noon. Chris accepts and some time passes, and Lind even hears about the situation and is concerned on how Chris is handling it. But once he wins, everything should be fine. Chris is facing Paler, and he's known for his strength around these parts and has never lost a duel. Chris says that this might be true, but the man doesn't have real battle experience. Lind further says that Paler won 10 duels in a row and has garnered the nickname Paler the Undefeated. Chris is unfazed and confident in his abilities as he swings his spear. He gets a notification that his spear mastery is increased to 32. Chris isn't even worried about the duel, but is worried about leveling his XP. Once he hits a wall like this, it's hard to gain levels through physical training. The 2 kids see winter snow, and now we're taken to the duel between Chris and Paler. Paler says he won't go easy on the boy, but this is what Chris wanted. The surrounding soldiers start betting on the outcome, and Paler is the heavy favorite. They're underestimating our boy for sure. Only Lind and Digo know the true skill of Chris, and Chris begins to take note of Paler and comes to understand that he has a similar build to Digo. Let's see if he can match up. But before the match starts, Chris looks at the ground and notices that the snow has melted and the training grounds are covered with a thin layer of ice. Shriek calls for the start of the duel, and Paler wastes no time and charges right at Chris. He thrusts and slash, but Chris dodges and blocks the attacks. The 2 lock eyes and begin to exchange blows, and Paler wonders how long Chris can last just defending. Chris only thinks this guy is talking too much, and Paler notices something wrong with Chris's sword and sees an opening. But before he can get that opportunity to capitalize, Chris shuts down the attempt. Paler is shocked at the boy's sheer speed, and they distance themselves. Paler charges in with another thrust, but this was a bait by Chris. He made him come in, and the slippery footing made it easy for Chris to exploit his movements. Paler slips, and Chris pounced on him, spear in hand. Chris knocks the sword out of Paler's hand in midair, and the helpless man falls to the floor, but is greeted with Chris's spearhead as he tries to get up. Chris is the winner of the duel, and he gives Paler a lesson saying how in battles, there are numerous variables. Chris confidently walks past Screet and tells him that if now, he can use the drug depot. Screet is mad about the money he just lost, but agrees that this was their deal. Digo and Lind nod with approval at their commander's success, and now we see Chris in the drug depot and finds many useful herbs that the soldier that was in charge of inventory tells him that they were just about to throw all of those out. No, this won't do. From now on, bring Chris all of these herbs. We now see him in front of a steaming bath as he praises that the Baron does not cut any corners. He adds a combination of white finger and other herbs to the water. Even Chris's past teacher was unaware of this concoction. Bathing in this water will turn an ordinary person into a vessel for accumulating inner energy. The process will take at least a year, but it's good to start now. Chris submerges himself in water and reflects on his duel with Paler. He's disappointed that he still needs these underhanded strategies and is too weak. It's no time to fool around. Chris needs to find his teacher. We're now introduced to the chakra, the ki, the cursed energy, whatever the hell you want to call it of this story. So in this, it's going to be called Wise, and it's the mysterious energy that separates ordinary soldiers from the elite. It's almost like comparing a tiger to a rabbit. However, there was an instance of a rabbit being able to kill a tiger. Chris's old master, Taikil, even taught a one-handed cripple like him martial arts. Chris is stressed, however, because where on earth is he going to meet him again? It's been over a month and there isn't a single trace of his old teacher. He did remember that he met him in daybed before, but he struggles to search his memory for more clues. Chris curses himself for not having all the details, but how is he supposed to know he was going to go into the past? Chris then has a revelation. That's right, Taikil had a daughter. Later that night, at the Crossroads Inn, we see Chris sitting down with the boys sharing a drink. Doki, with a pretty blank face, says his second line of the whole story so far, and just says how beer doesn't taste good. Even Chris chimes in and congratulates him for speaking in a full sentence, and that kind of cracks me up a little bit. I guess Doki didn't know the language, and Lind has been teaching him for a little bit. Chris takes a sip and ponders on viable candidates for his master's daughter. Chris begins eyeing up the waitress as she takes their order for another 4 portions, and he remembers that his master's daughter is supposed to have magnificent eyes, and the chances of this waitress being Ellis is quite low. A drunk Doki says his second line for the entire chapter, and I'm all here for it. Chris notes that the waitress's build and stride is similar to Digo and thinks that it's a pity that such a beauty is in a place like this. The waitress scolds Doki, telling him how if he complains again, he can leave. And Chris says that this short temper is another reason that he believes that she cannot be Ellis. The door swings open and Chris looks to see who it is, and just like his motherfucking plot armor, his former teacher walks into the bar. Well, this wasn't much of a problem, was it? The lady at the desk asks Taikil what he needs, and he says he wants some food and a room for the night. It turns out that this waitress was in fact Ellis, and immediately one drunk man tries to smash. but Ellis has a fiery temper and quickly rejects the poor guy. The man didn't take this lightly, however, and grabs her by the collar, saying how she doesn't even have a husband. Who is she to reject him? The situation escalates and Chris stands from his seat, and the drunk man continues to ramble on. But now, an enraged father grips the back of this guy's head and slams him into the ground. If you're gonna put your hands on a girl, you might get a concussion. Taikil says a pretty smooth one-liner there, and I guess don't put your hands on women cause you might die. I don't know about concussion, he hit him pretty hard. He begins to yell at the man that if he does something like this again, he will regret it. Chris is shocked because the Taikil he knows never showed emotion like this. Don't mess with a proud father, I guess. Ellie grabs his coat and tells him to stop, causing a commotion, and Chris finally gets to this realization that the waitress is indeed Ellis. The two men stand up and Chris calls for Digo, who towers over the soldiers blocking their path. Ellis now scolds Digo for trying to help her, ? She needs to get her priorities in check. He's trying to help you, woman. Chris approaches and tells Taikil not to pull his weapon from his coat, and he asks Chris if he wants to fight too, and he's ready to tear him apart. But Chris slowly diffuses the situation and he introduces himself as a knight apprentice. The soldiers immediately recognize him and they realize that Centurion Digo was the one in front of them. They quickly apologize for their wrongdoings, and Chris lets Taikil know about the strict rules in Daybed, and if anyone dies in this bar, Ellis will be held responsible as the owner of this inn. Taikil realizes he took it too far, and finally Ellis warms up to him and thanks him for doing that. Taikil takes his leave and Ellis is confused on how he caused such a ruckus and left. Chris says that the man will return and Ellis wonders what his connection is to him. Another baddie comes up to Chris, but this savage doesn't even look at her. Apparently, this is the 4th time someone tried to hook up with him. Bro, what? Like, I was not getting girls like this at 15. I don't even get girls like that now. Fuck Chris. Ellis notes that Chris is quite popular, but Chris quickly declines the girl and asks for how much the price is to stay here for the night. Ellis responds that the price is 3 copper coins, and the gold digger chimes in that a man like Chris doesn't need to sleep in this place, which annoys Ellis. She asks who this bitch is, that's her words, not mine, and she's introduced as Sir Zaren's 3rd daughter. The drunk boys have no idea who Zaren is and make fun of her for not even being a noble. Chris sighs with his hand to his forehead, and even Doki chimes in, me angry. I love this guy, man. Chris calms his friends down, like, what are you guys, alcoholics? How much did you drink? That's enough. The next day comes and Chris sits and looks towards Taikil, notes how he's a regular guest here. He caused some problems before, but now he seems pretty quiet. Chris needs to progress things, however, and asks a leading question to Ellis. By the way, don't you miss your dad? She says that she does, but it doesn't matter how she feels. If he wanted to see her, then he would have came. Chris adds that, don't you think he's looking for you secretly? But Ellis quickly knocks it down, saying that her father isn't the type of person to peek from far away, and he would have found her already if he was looking. Chris just thinks if that's the case, and smiles as he gets up and asks to have a cup of tea with Taikil. Chris thinks that Taikil isn't really talkative and starts the conversation by asking if he came from Central Shed. He agrees and asks how he knew, but Chris just responds saying that he's seen many nobles tying waist straps the same way he does, and they all come from Central Shed. Chris inquires on what made him come all the way up here, and Taikil just says that this is his hometown. Any family? Chris asks, and this is quite a shocking question to Taikil, as he's startled by it. Chris begins reading the man, saying how his eyes are filled for concern at the waitress, and you care for her as you look at her. For lovers, there's too big of an age difference. Could Ellis perhaps be your daughter? Taikil is shocked at this acute observation, but we all know Chris is fucking cheating right now, so this isn't fair. Chris calls to Ellis and Taikil has a nervous sweat. He offers a seat and says this man has something to tell you. Chris exits the room and Ellis is confused with the situation. We see a next shot as Chris watches outside the door at a loud scream from Ellis. What? It's a big realization there, but Chris just helped speed things up. Chris looks intently at Taikil and asks him to teach him the art of wielding weapons. Chris says he's a knight apprentice, but still doesn't have a teacher. Taikil asks further on what he means, and he said that Baron Ved Lugwood promoted him to the position of knight apprentice, but didn't appoint a knight for him to follow. Chris rejects ordinary knights, and he wants to learn from Taikil. He doesn't want to have the regular skills of an intermediate knight. He wants to master the powers of wise, so he can rule the entire continent. Taikil thinks this isn't too big of a deal, since he does owe Chris one for speeding up the process of meeting his daughter again. But before he agrees, he asks Chris how he found information on him. Chris thinks that if he avoids answering this question, it's going to lead to suspicion, but comes up with the on-the-fly answer, saying if Taikil heard about Baron Van Lugwood's illegitimate son. Taikil assumes that the two are connected, and he said through him he learned that there was rumors of a retired knight from the Royal Guard coming to Daybed. Chris couldn't miss this opportunity to be taught by a former member of the Royal Guard, and he could have never imagined that Ellis
was his daughter, and Ellis is like a sister to him. And man, he's really milking this. Look at his face, man. He's lying through his teeth right now. Taikil tells Chris that maybe this is what they call fate as he takes another sip from his tea, but informs him that he's never had an apprentice and asks Chris to spar. The scene shifts to an open field as Chris readies himself for the spar, and Taikil admires the boy's fighting spirit. Taikil signals for the start of the spar and readies his foot to push off the ground. He tells Chris that it's time to dance, and he lunges towards the boy with incredible speed. As soon as Chris tries to swing at him to stop his attack, he immediately dodges and goes into his blind spot. Chris is shocked at the speed as he turns around, but receives a heavy blow that he barely manages to block, and the impact can be seen going through his back. Chris is sent flying back a couple meters as he regains his footing, and wonders how hard Taikil can hit with just a wooden stick. Taikil wonders if all the boy has is self-confidence, but Chris can only think that it's incredible that it's so hard to just avoid his attacks. Then Taikil charges in again and lets off 3 simultaneous strikes of his spear at Chris, which catches him off guard. 3 jabs at once? Chris doesn't know how to react and can only block 2 of the strikes, with the remaining one hitting him right in the chest. Chris eats the blow but says now it's time to unveil some of his tricks. He returns and lunges at Taikil, showing off some of his own talent by recreating the move that was just used on him. Taikil is shocked that the boy actually just copied him. Chris says that, you saw for your own eyes, didn't you? Taikil can only think what potential this young boy has and is truly interested in him now. But the scene fast forwards to Chris being forced to yield with Taikil's spear at his face. Chris wants to go again, but Taikil smiles and lifts him from the ground. "Do you really want to learn from me?" he asks. Chris says that this was exactly what he wanted from the very beginning, and he wants to be taught by Taikil. Taikil reminds him that he's too weak right now, and to come meet him in 3 days. Chris lays back on the dirt, reflecting on the situation, thinking how tough this training is going to be. And he had 12 chances to hit Taikil, but failed to even graze his collar. What was the reason? Chris mentioned that he defeated high-level 8-gate soldiers on the battlefield, and they're considered to be well-trained. Did he not take this spar seriously? No, that can't be. He tried his absolute best today. Maybe he was overestimating himself. Perhaps this is the true difference between a regular soldier and a wise knight. And now we see Chris conversing with Screet, and he tells him that since he's Baron Van Ludwig's apprentice, he cannot let anyone beat him, and if he doesn't have a knight to follow, he can always come to him. Screet, I love the enthusiasm, bro, but I think you're a little weak compared to Taikil, if I'm gonna be honest. Chris tells him not to worry and that it was just a simple spar, but his face says otherwise. He tells Screet that he's just a little exhausted right now and he wants to get some sleep. Screet can only wonder who on earth beat Chris to such a point. Nighttime comes and Ellis is sitting next to Taikil and tells him that it's a bit uncomfortable to call him dad, so she'll just call him by his first name. Taikil tells her to do as she wishes and they continue their conversation. Ellis asks why he left their stepmother and her. Taikil sighs and says that he didn't know it was going to turn out like that. He was moving up the military ladder, but was starting to feel ashamed of what he was becoming and how he spent 20 years of his life running away. He never really wanted to live a life like that. Ellis then asks him what happened to her birth mother, but Taikil has a very dark look on his face. We don't actually see what he says, but we see the reaction of Ellis, who has a tear in her eye. Some time passes and Taikil apologizes, but Ellis grabs his hand in this very touching father and daughter moment and tells him that it's fine as she wipes away her tears. Ellis changes the subject and asks Taikil what is he doing with Chris now. Taikil responds saying, "What about Chris?" But Ellis is not stupid and knows that Chris has asked him something. Taikil says that he asked him to teach him to master weapons, and Ellis excitedly gets closer to her father and asks him to teach her as well. Taikil feels a little confused, but Ellis continues saying that she always wanted to be a knight since she was a child. Ellis' stepmother never liked her fighting, but still, this is a dream that she wanted to pursue. Her talents are wasted in this inn since she's not that good of a cook and she hates all the housework that she's forced to do. Taikil agrees, and now we see Ellis training with Chris. Chris is given some hand weights and asks if he's really meant to train with these on. Taikil tells him that his body is still way too weak to wield the weapon, so first he needs to improve his stamina. Chris wonders why Ellis isn't wearing the same bracers, and she just gives him a sly look saying that's because she's his daughter after all, as the two begin to start their run. Pumpkin now joins the two on their run, and Ellis asks if the good wolf likes running with them. She asks Chris where he found this absolute treasure, and Chris just tells her to stop talking and keep running. Now we see Chris doing squats and pull-ups with the weights still on. Chris thinks that in his past life, the training was not this rigorous, Was Taikyo going easy on him since he was crippled? He loses his strength on the pull-up bar and slams to the floor. It's hard, isn't it? Taikyo remarks. Chris wonders if this training is even necessary, and he wants to master the skills that he needs to be a knight. Taikyo reminds him that he'll never improve without the basics, and he can't master these so-called skills until he gets the stamina that he needs, including building his muscle mass. Taikyo tells him to come back in a week. Eating and resting well is also part of his training. Chris finally gets a chance to relax as he soaks himself in his herbal bath, and he thinks that he has to endure this training. The scene shifts back in 3 days, and Chris returns with kind of a smug look on his face. Taikyo is a little shocked that he came back so early, and he thinks his recovery speed is incredible for having such a weak body. Chris just tells him that he knows how to use some medicinal herbs. Ellis is seen running and wonders if she became slower, but Taikyo tells her that she didn't get slower, it's just that Chris got a lot faster. Chris gets a prompt from the system saying that his experience has increased. He pulls up his artifact screen and jumps for joy that finally he got some levels from physical training. And now, the next panel, we see a shot of Chris looking absolutely jacked reading a book. Lind enters the tent and asks Chris what he's been up to these days. Chris thinks that it would be very beneficial to have the 3 boys train with him, but currently they're under Streak's command. Lind leaves his book and lays down on the bed, and Chris asks him if he really plans on spending all his money on books. Lind tells him that this is the only source of entertainment he has for now, and the last time he participated in the last strategy meeting, the superiors told him that a kid shouldn't meddle in military affairs. It almost feels like the 3 boys aren't even centurions at all. He wants to ask Chris something. If it continues like this, will it be alright? Because right now, the 3 boys are not capable as anything as soldiers. Chris thinks that this is exactly how he felt in his previous life. And how can he help train the 3 boys? Chris closes his eyes and knows what he's certain about. If you want to change something, you have to climb higher. Len says that the only way he knows is to stay alive on the battlefield. He was just feeling a little down and wanted to complain to Chris for a little bit, and tells him that Commander Streak was looking for him. Chris wonders why he didn't start with this information, since technically Chris is his superior. Lin just laughs it off, saying that he'll start working hard from now on, Sir Knight Apprentice. Chris thinks that the boy is just a lousy messenger, and he enters Streak's tent and asks if he was looking for him. Streak sits down and gets right to the point and asks Chris to stop utilizing the drug depot. Chris is shocked at this request, and Streak tells him that the amount of herbs that he used has exceeded the yearly amount, and he's had to pay for them out of his own pocket. And last night he was caught by his wife, and we see the proof on his face with a very distinct slap mark. Chris is a little taken aback, and Streak asks him to please understand his situation. Chris thinks if he can use this situation correctly, he still may be able to salvage the herbs. He slams his hand on the table and begs for Streak's forgiveness. He'll take responsibility for what happened, but it might sound weird, but please make Chris in charge of the drug depot. He'll solve all the financial problems in 2 months. Streak wonders how confident the boy is, and Chris tells him to just give him 3 soldiers under his command. This was a good plan, as we see the 3 boys approaching Chris, and he tells him that this is the start of their official training. Chris tells Taikyo, since you need money to buy flowers for Ellis, maybe you can train my 3 friends as well. He laughs and agrees and says that he'll take in any students as long as they can endure his trainings. Chris leaves the 3 in his care and then moves on to finally figure out the financial struggles of the drug depot. We see him in casual clothes, and he's thinking about how he can solve this issue. Even if the 4 of them were to collect herbs non-stop, they still wouldn't make it in time for 2 months. Taking into consideration that they have to endure all that training, it will really make it impossible. Chris walks into a pretty shady alleyway and sees 2 thugs and thinks to himself that it might be better to utilize the city's underground. The 2 thugs ask who the hell Chris thinks he is, and he introduces himself as a knight apprentice. He tells him that he's here to see their leader, but they just get into his face saying how they're gonna be nice right now if he goes and walks away. Chris scoffs at the 2 morons, saying how you're in control of this district but you don't know who I am? How do you even survive with such poor management? This gets its intended effect as one of the thugs winds his fist back to punch Chris. It's easily dodged, and Chris thinks it's been quite a while since he's last been in a fight. He gives a mean right hook to one of the thug's face that just sends him flying with teeth coming out of his mouth. Chris is pleasantly surprised by the power that he unleashed in just one punch. The second thug actually has a brain on his shoulders, seeing his friend get knocked the hell out, and decides to take Chris to his base. He tells him give him a second and he'll go talk to the boss, but Chris doesn't have that kind of time and just kicks the door open. He immediately says how it smells horrible in here, and then asks if this is Murdoch the hunting dog, the leader of these thugs. Do you ever clean this place up? Chris says, and Murdoch asks him to name himself, and Chris yet again tells him that he's Knight Apprentice Chris, and he's come here to bargain. Murdoch obviously didn't see what happened outside and tells his 8 henchmen to attack Chris. Chris gets his hands up and thinks that it's a good time for a scrap.
These bozos charge in at Chris with various weapons, but he makes light work of the first man and bends downward to dodge an incoming kick. He sends a punch over his shoulder, knocking out the second moron, and bozo number 3 sweats a little, but still tries to strike back at Chris, but is instead greeted with a nice head kick. Thug number 4 tries to swing a wood object, but Chris breaks it with his hand, which makes the man quite confused, but the strike unveiled Chris's armor that he had covered under his clothes. The guy is sent into next week, and Murdoch is wondering what these idiots are doing. They can't even deal with a single kid. Murdoch apparently didn't get the memo and tries to punk Chris again, but misses. Chris uses his face as a stepping stone to launch to the air, and the man is now seen with a footprint on his face, and turns to see where Chris is going, but sees a shin flying to his face, which too knocks him unconscious. Some time passes, and Chris tells Murdoch to wake the hell up, and now we see all the other henchmen with their hands in the air, completely surrendered to Chris. Chris asks what kind of leader he is to wake up last, but Chris has a job for Murdoch. Collect some herds for me, it's not too bad, and if he does, he'll be paid handsomely. Chris returns to training camp, and now that he's dealt with the herb issue, we see the 3 boys running in despair. They yell for Chris, wondering if he's trying to get them killed. They can't take this anymore. Tykeel's the devil. Chris tells the boy that they did good today and he has somewhere to take them. He puts the 3 boys in the same herbal bath that he uses and says that all these herbs cost him his monthly salary. Ouch. Chris thanks the lady who changes the water in the bath, noting how hard it must be to change the water. He prepared a small gift for her, a potion, Pure Dream. If you apply it to your skin every day before bed, her skin will get clean and gentle. She's shocked and wonders how much this will cost her, and Chris replies saying that a single bottle costs 30 silver coins, which further shocks the lady who wonders how a small potion could be worth so much, and if it's really okay if she can use it. Chris says it's okay, but in exchange asks the maid to spread rumors of the potion among the noble servants, and every month he'll give her a bottle for free. Man, Chris is a businessman through and through. His plan is to use the money from selling the potions to provide a salary for Murdoch, which in turn creates a loop that pays for all the herbs he needs to collect, and therefore he'll be able to focus on training. The scene shifts and we see Chris laying in bed, wondering if she should just be a merchant instead. A mysterious blue cloud enters the room and Pumpkin barks to alert Chris. Before he can understand the situation, strange fumes get to him, causing Chris to become dizzy. He needs to work fast and take the antidotes just in case he was poisoned. This smells like sleeping powder, which is made of marine blue. The smell is too sharp. It was not created by a herbalist and it's probably from those incompetent bandits. 2 masked figures try to calm down Pumpkin, and Chris wonders how these men got into the camp. They turn to see Chris and throw a knife in his direction. They must have known where Chris's tent was. This had to be planned beforehand. Chris charges at one bandit with great speed and hits him with a devastating punch. The man is groaning and his comrade asks if he's okay, and Chris asks the 2 if they're insolent enough to attack a knight apprentice inside a military camp. Leave here immediately. The 2 start to run and Chris asks Pumpkin to lead the way. The 2 bandits are running back, confused on how Chris was still awake. That much sleeping powder should have kept him down for 2 days. Before they can finish the thought, Chris appears behind them with Pumpkin. The sweat is visible on the bandit's face, and they are confused on how they followed him all the way here. Chris clenches his fist and asks to bring their leader to him now. The 2 men are frozen in fear, but Chris just stands there firm with his arms crossed, asking these 2 morons what they are doing. Time is money, you know. Bring their leader here now. The 2 are still confused on what to do, but another red-haired man approaches asking what is going on. The 2 bandits turn to him, but he strikes one of them down for their failure, which shocks Chris. This man turns to Chris and apologizes if his subordinates caused him trouble. It was nothing personal. Chris asks why he was targeted, and he tells him that the reason is the recipe for Pure Dream, and if he answers his question, he can leave now. Bro, he's not gonna leave after you tried to assassinate him. Chris assumes that the criminal ringleader is the illegitimate son, and the man turns around again, interested in what Chris just said. And the soldiers who attack Chris are part of Backdagger. So this is the so-called Backdagger Guild. But as soon as those words left his mouth, in an instant he was surrounded by many cloaked figures. The man asks Chris what he wants and he responds asking for their leader. The man says that he is responsible for the Backdagger, but Chris can't trust this information. But there's only one way to find out. Chris throws a pouch of money towards the man and asks him to make a bet. He tells the man that there's 50 gold coins in that bag and he wants Backdagger to come under Chris's command. One of the hooded figures asks if he's crazy, but the leader has a serious look and inquires on the condition of the bet. Chris tells him that they will duel with a single dagger, and the leader smiles. The 2 lock eyes and begin the duel. They circle around the arena and Chris notices some holes dug in the ground. The leader has a wicked gaze and throws a dagger at Chris while he's off balance, but Chris catches the dagger and does a spin in midair and hits return to sender, launching the dagger with incredible
incredible speed. The dagger pierces the leg of the bandit leader, and Chris gets another level up in his throwing skill, and he tells the man that that dagger wound must be quite painful. The leader is now infuriated and orders his men to kill Chris, and Chris tells Pumpkin to stay close as the horde of assassins descend on the duo. A loud shout is heard, screaming at the men, "Enough!" Chris is happy that the man behind the voice is finally here, and now we see the true leader is Gien. He greets Chris and invites him inside the tent. He orders the men that we previously thought was a leader to clean up this mess, which he agrees promptly. Chris compliments Gien's hideout, and he responds saying how Chris sure took his time, seeing how they promised to meet up right after the battle. Chris said that he had a lot of matters to take care of, and Gien adds that he never told Chris his name, but it seems that he already knew. I mean, well, Chris is a goddamn cheater. He lies saying how it was about his connections. Isn't that right, illegitimate son? Gien questions if Chris is being taught by the royal guard, which I guess he's referring to Taikil. Chris nods saying how it's quite expensive, but Chris asks Gien how he found out about Pure Dream. Do you have some info on that? But Gien tells him that was a request from a merchant called Zarin, and he has no connection to the attack. Anyways, good luck with managing Backdagger. What? Which catches Chris off guard too. You won the bet, didn't you? Are you not confident in yourself? Chris laughs this off, and the two walk outside. Gien informs the men that from this day forward, Chris is the guild master of Backdagger. Wait, for real? Just like that? Man, Chris, you're not even hiding your plot armor. Gien takes his leave, and the man from before introduces himself as Fox, and he is Backdagger's second in command. But his expression hints that he doesn't yet accept a 15-year-old boy as their leader. Chris has his first order for Fox and tells him to bring him the merchant Zarin here tomorrow evening. How the fuck did our boy just become the guildmaster for a bunch of assassins? This is getting crazy. The next day comes and we see Chris talking with Taikil in the training grounds, asking how his boys are doing. Taikil says Chris can see for himself, and in contrast for the first days of training, the three are now running with unmatched look of determination. Taikil tells Chris to come close and drops his staff. If you lose your weapon during a battle, what will you do? Chris answers saying how he'll just pick up another one, but Taikil breaks the spear on the ground and tells him, what if you don't have the opportunity? Chris thinks and answers saying he'll use his body as a weapon, which makes Taikil smile at the correct answer. And starting today, he'll teach him taijutsu. Chris excitedly agrees, and Taikil is a little confused, saying how people are usually disappointed in mastering taijutsu, but Chris responds saying that he would be disappointed if he was placed in the same row as everyone else. Now, Chris thinks to himself that this situation is perfect. He has a flashback to when Lin told him that the period with no interventions will last for at least 2 years, and if the future changed, he managed to gain about a year or two, and in this time, Chris will get everything that he needs. We shift back to the Backdagger camp, and Fox is mixing some herbs, still wondering on how on earth Gien let Chris become their leader. And he even wonders how Chris's bottle is worth 30 silver coins. They bring Zarin, chained up and blindfolded, and send him into the basement. They remove the bandages from his mouth, and he yells to spare him, and he'll do anything. Anything, you say? The man begs for his life, just tell him what he needs to do. Fox tells him from now on, never mention Knight Apprentice Chris' name anywhere. The man asks if there's anything else, and Chris appears walking down the stairs and asks how everything is going. He informs Chris that he promised to never mention his name again, and if they should just let him go now. Chris thinks if they let him go now, there's going to be trouble later. Fox's men untie his arms, and as Zarin unties his blindfold, Chris tells the man to hold on. He tells Zarin that if he removes his blindfold, he will see his face, and then Chris will have to kill him. Is he okay with that? The man obviously isn't and starts sweating profusely and kneels towards the floor. Chris pulls up a chair and he begins to question Zarin. Was it his idea to assassinate Knight Apprentice Chris? Zarin stutters, saying that it wasn't him and he was only ordered to get the recipe for Pure Dream. Chris orders his men to cut off Zarin's tongue, which shocks everybody. But come on guys, you're an assassin guild. This should be like eating breakfast. The two men are prepared to cut off Zarin's tongue, but he pleads, saying that the order was given by him. He ordered the assassination of Chris. Chris now has this terrifying stare and orders his men to break one of his fingers. The man screams in agony, but at least he has his tongue. Chris reminds Zarin to answer his next question very carefully. What name are you supposed to forget? Chris! Chris! Looks like one finger wasn't enough. Please give me another chance, Zarin cries out. This is your last chance, Zarin. Whose name are you supposed to forget? I don't know who you're talking about, Zarin answers. Good, you're not a merchant for nothing, Chris says. He leans in close and whispers into Zarin's ear. We are Backdagger, the shadow of Daybed. If you interfere with our blades, we will target your dear third daughter that you are so proud of. Chris leaves the man and orders to let him go, and he tells Fox to come with him. Chris hands Fox the recipe for Pure Dream and says he'll teach him when the time is right. Fox is confused on why Chris is giving him something this important, and Chris responds saying how he smells the scent of herbs from Fox, and he also has some powder under his fingernails. He further asks
if the sleep drug was created by him. Chris plans to increase production of Pure Dream, and it seems Backdagger has a herb specialist. Fox finally understands Gien wouldn't just pass his title to just anybody. Nighttime comes, and Zarin is depressed in bed. I mean, he did have a long day. His third daughter sings and comes into the room and wants to tell him about the perfect candidate she's found to marry. She's found a wonderful man at the inn and she can't get him out of his head. Knight Apprentice Chris is the one destined to be her husband after all. This made me laugh so hard. I mean, look at Zarin's reaction. Zarin starts to tear up and his daughter's confused on why he's responding like this. He just asks her to leave him alone. I mean, seriously, look at his finger. The next day comes and Chris is asked to come out of his tent. Knight Apprentice McCoy introduces himself and says Chris is being called and to follow him. Chris asks who sent him, but the other boy just gets in his face, calling him a peasant, and don't speak to him informally. Chris basically says, relax bro, we're the same rank, and the man steps off saying if it wasn't for his orders, he would have torn Chris apart. Sure buddy, sure you would. Chris follows and the boy leads him into a castle, and Chris continues to wonder on who called him. The boy tells Chris to go in and we see an assortment of delicious foods prepared on a long table. Chris steps inside and is greeted by the third Oda, who laughs saying, Chris, it's been a long time since they last spoke. He asks him to sit down, and this wine was delivered from Highguard. It's sweet and fades on the tongue. As both men have their glasses filled, Chris is a little freaked out by Wei-Hain's weird outfit, and asks the reason why he was summoned. Wei-Hain sips from his glass and tells Chris not to rush. He invited him for some small talk. He continues to go on listing the many achievements of our protagonist and even commenting on how it's quite a long list. But after some time, Wei-Hain realizes his stubbornness didn't let him see the whole picture. He gets to the point and asks Chris to come serve under him. If he wants to become a knight, he'll need to hear his wishes. If Chris carries on the family name, he will comfort him with tangled embraces. Embraces? What embraces, you weirdo? Chris thinks. Chris asks if Wei-Hain plans to promote Chris and grant him their family name for free without asking for anything in return. Wei-Hain starts doing a little feminine move on the tip of his wine glass and says Chris can return the generosity slowly, day by day. Chris thinks this sweet talk won't fool him. His attention is clear from his expressions. Chris appreciates the offer but wants to achieve these things because of his own abilities and thanks Wei-Hain for the delicious meal. Wei-Hain is now agitated and asks Chris if he will regret this decision. Chris tells him that he won't and he's long decided on the path that he'll take and decides to decline his offer. Wei-Hain tells him to leave and behind closed doors the third Oda is seething with anger. Chris is disgusted seeing the man's expression like he was just rejected. And I would be too, man. He wants to clap his cheeks. That's disgusting. The next day comes and Chris is called by Streak and is asked on what he's been up to lately. Streak orders Chris to go to Highguard in 2 days and tells Chris that he's gotten into some real shit this time. Chris was asked to protect the third prince and Lind wonders why the troublemaker decided to come here. Chris responds saying that apparently he wants to express his gratitude to the soldiers from the last battle. Lind says that he heard a rumor saying that the prince was once stung by a bee and punished his night guard by cutting off his arm. Lind and Chris look over the list of guards but they don't see Lind's name, which makes the boy cheer in excitement. Fast forward and now we see Chris walking alone in the forest, noting how he has 2 days to prepare and find information. He assesses the situation and thinks that his mission won't be hard, and maybe Wei-Hain assigned him to this mission out of spite. Chris returns to the Backdagger camp and is greeted by Fox and asks him what happened to his face. Chris scolds Fox and tells him that he should have brought the results of his experiment to him first. Fox thought he was confident in his calculations, but Chris changes the subject and asks Fox to look over the list and tell him if he sees anything suspicious. Fox browses over the list but sees nothing wrong. Chris further breaks it down and asks if there's anyone under Wei-Hain's direct command, but Fox responds no. Chris then thought that the third prince might be a troublemaker, but his guards are lacking in number. These aren't even knight level guards. This situation is weird. It's almost as if they want something to happen. Chris orders Fox to dismiss everyone from their tasks and send all of the units to Highguard and Daybed to look for suspicious travelers. Fox says with the flow of people, it would be impossible to check everyone, but Chris states a condition. Only search for talented people of an advanced level. He also asks for caltrops and several metal wires. Chris is now seen conversing with Taikyo, and he also agrees that this guard duty seems like a problem. He asks Chris if he committed a crime, but he declines. Taikyo wonders why he wanted to see him. Chris asks about what he should do if he encounters an enemy stronger than he is. Taikyo says bluntly to just run away, and if I can't? Taikyo asks Chris to get to the point. Is there some kind of trump card? Taikyo responds that there is, and Chris is dazzling with excitement, when Taikyo responds that his trump card is regular and intense training, combined with battle experience. Chris is disappointed and reminds Taikyo that Ellis wants an interesting dad, not a boring stuffy one. Taikyo asks Chris what Ellis has to do with this, and hands him a spear. He'll teach him some useful tricks. Chris wonders why Taikyo has a spear as well, and regrets commenting on his daughter. Taikyo says he'll understand during the spar, and Chris reminds him that he cannot be injured before his mission. But Taikyo already knows that and just says to just begin. We now see Chris sitting at the table and one of his men give a report from his mission to inspect talented individuals. He hands Chris a report from High Guard saying that there's 5 skilled soldiers there and another 4 in daybed. So a squad of around 10, huh? Not enough to carry out an abduction. There must be something else. Chris needs to make preparations, and we fast forward to the mission that Chris was dreading. And to make matters worse, we have the same dumbass knight apprentice from before who is also looking annoyed to have to spend the day with Chris. He thinks that it's unfair that Chris has to lead them, but Chris just responds saying that he has to earn some achievement on the battlefield before he can talk. Chris orders his soldiers that it's time to depart for High Guard. The men are marching in 2 lines and complain about the hot weather. Chris notices something in the bushes and orders the squad to stop. Chris thinks he spotted a goblin. The annoyed knight apprentice from before thinks Chris is stupid, but from the bushes a swarm of goblins approaches. The men are shocked, but Chris calmly orders them to be ready to charge and exterminate the goblins. Surrounding them, they make quick work of the goblins, but wonder where they came from. The triangle is supposed to be a safe haven between the 3 major cities, and monsters are unlikely to attack within this territory. Chris is worried that this happened on the exact day of the escort squad. Chris orders his men to make a small stop, and Chris ventures into the woods and meets up with Pumpkin, who has blood all around his face. I guess he was busy hunting. I mean, he is a wolf after all. And Chris begins to set his traps, and he returns to camp. McCoy asks him what he was doing for so long as the commander, and Chris just lies, saying that he was so nervous he had to take a shit. McCoy is disgusted, but Chris informs everyone that it's time to move. Later in the day, Chris orders his men to be alert, since another group of goblins are there. They are easily dealt with, but the group notices that at this rate, they won't be able to arrive at High Guard before sunset. Chris orders the men to stop and rest for the night, but McCoy has a problem with this. But how can Chris ask all these men who risk their lives to march all night as well? McCoy says that they'll be risking their lives if they arrive late for the prince. Chris continues to annoy McCoy, saying how he seems to forget who's in charge here. Nighttime comes and the men are preparing to sleep, and McCoy wonders why they all have sleeping bags. Chris can only think that this man is unaware of how the world works. You need to be ready for anything. One of the soldiers offer their sleeping bag, but McCoy declines, and Chris jokingly tells him that he can share his. This infuriates him even more, and he even promises to kill Chris one day. The next day comes, and Chris orders the men to eat and get ready to march, and they soon arrive at High Guard. The guards shake Chris's hand and inquire on why they were so late. Chris informs them that they were stopped by some groups of goblins, which shocks the guards. Goblins in the triangle? Chris notes that they weren't big in number and maybe they were just scared away from their caves, and asks when the prince will arrive. Speaking of the devil, a carriage with the prince arrives. Chris bows and introduces himself as the leader of the escort squad. The young prince tells Chris to raise his head and wonders what Chris is staring at. Does he want him to gouge his eyes out? That's not very nice of him to stay after the first meeting. Chris has a nervous sweat and assumes that the rumors are true. We're introduced to the third prince, Eric Serrato Gauch, and he tells Chris that he's heard rumors about him, but he seems that he's really nothing special. The mayor of High Guard greets Chris and tells him that they made all the preparations to depart immediately, and Chris thinks that this guy is talking to him like they're removing a bomb from the city. Chris reorders his men to move out, and their destination is daybed. 2 of the soldiers start whispering, and one of them asks to resume the story the other was saying earlier. Before he can finish, however, the escort party is ambushed. Chris was expecting something like this and rushes to meet the enemy. He orders his men to hold their ground and the soldiers in the rear to protect the carriage, while the soldiers in the vanguard go to destroy the enemy. Chris is hacking and slashing down the enemy assassins, and one of the men he hit is in awe of the weight behind his spear, questioning if it's made of steel. There are more enemies than Chris anticipated, and even Sir Nelson, the prince's knight, is struggling. 2 assassins lunge at Chris while he's thinking of a way to deal with the enemies, and the only thing for him to do is to go all out. We get a flashback of Chris's training with Taikyo, and he taught him a useful AoE ability that resembles a snake tongue, which we see Chris execute on the 2 assassins, cutting them up with ease. His spear looks like it's curving around his arm. We see a cry towards the prince, and one of the assassins has him with a blade to his neck. Chris turns and throws his spear into the chest of the man, freeing the prince, which leaves him speechless. Yeah, not so impressive, huh? But just then, another assassin approaches trying to kill the prince. Chris gets down into a position that resembles a track runner, and we get another flashback to Taikyo teaching him another technique that will help him land a devastating hit from this horse stance. We see Chris gather energy into his pivot foot and launch, leaving the ground with incredible speed. He zips faster than the eye can see and quickly handles the assassin about to kill the prince. This skill is called dash, and we see the enemy assassin die upon impact. Chris continues his assault, dealing with the assassins one by one, and he receives a cut to his arm, but his armor took the brunt of the blow. He smacks the assassin who hit him, and then Chris calls out for the prince's condition, but it doesn't look like he's having too much fun. Chris calls out to Nelson, informing him that he's going to take the prince and meet him at daybed. The assassins also hear this, but before they can pounce on the prince, Chris throws a smoke bomb and makes his escape. With the prince in Chris's arms, they make their getaway, and they meet Pumpkin, which startles the young lord. He notices that assassins are still on their trail, and Chris runs with Pumpkin by his side, passing the previous area where they fought the goblins. Chris throws another smoke bomb, baiting the assassins into the field of traps. One gets hit by the wires, which makes the others try to start cutting at them, but instead they fall into the caltrops. It halts their chase, giving Chris enough time to make some distance. The bandits begin to argue and send men to take their injured and leave the rest to continue the chase. One of the pursuers says, "What kind of dumbass brings caltrops on a mission? But why are you even asking that? Of course our boy did. He loves setting up morons in his traps." But now, Chris is unfortunately out of tricks, but Pumpkin turns to his pursuers. They try to kill the wolf, but it gathers fire in its mouth and lets out a wide cone of flame that decimates the assassins. I told you Pumpkin was OP. Chris tells the prince to sit for a break, but the prince is quite anxious about his pursuers. Chris says they'll just wait until he can check his bleeding, and the prince agrees. And Chris asks if he knows the way to daybed. Obviously he doesn't, and he thinks he's going to need to keep Chris around for his own safety. He politely asks Chris to escort him to daybed, which Chris humbly accepts, but just like that, 2 more assassins arrive. It seems like the amount that Chris can handle. See, Chris is a simple man. If he doesn't see a chance of winning, he runs. He takes off all his armor, covering his arms, and the soldiers are confused on what this guy is doing. Chris continues saying how this is probably a bad idea to fight without a weapon, but he still has the feeling that he's gonna win. This angers the 2 assassins, who immediately take their stances and point their blades at Chris. They lunge at him, but one is immediately met with a powerful kick, sending him flying. The second assassin is stunned seeing his friend fly on airline Chris, and in that moment of hesitation, Chris gives him a powerful punch to the stomach. The 2 are injured, but still conscious, but it appears they underestimated Chris. They are baffled that he spent half a day running with the prince in hand, wearing armor, but still has the energy to keep up speed in combat. Just who is this kid, they think. They realize now that his title of hero isn't just for show. They are no match for Chris. He is a monster. The 2 men exchange glances and then dart away, seeing the futility in throwing their lives away. The prince is excited and curses the fools who try to attack a member of the royal family. Chris knows the employer of these assassins must be someone powerful and keeps him on edge. Ideally, he wanted to capture one for some intel, but he cannot risk the prince's life. The prince compliments Chris and notes that he might even be better than his soldiers. Chris keeps the humble guys, but thinks of the man responsible, but only one comes to mind. The Duke Roald Gauche. Now we see the 2 men return to Rados Ben, that same Duke's knight, to inform him of their failure. He can't believe his assassins failed because of one knight apprentice. If you want something done right, you need to do it yourself. Rados calls for his weapons and mask and clenches his fist in regrets for underestimating Chris. He's gonna need to go all out. The forest is covered in darkness, and Chris tells the prince that they should rest, instead of continuing on. The prince is anxious to get to a safe place and demands to know the reason. Chris explains that the enemy knew the time and place of his arrival. Isn't that weird? The prince doesn't follow. Then Chris continues. They launched their attack right when they left Highguard. No one knew you would arrive except for those who were in the royal family. He then asks the prince if he knows what would have happened if he stayed in Highguard. The prince then assumes that Van Ludwig is responsible, but Chris didn't mean to implicate him, because he's the one protecting these borders. Before Chris reveals who he thinks it is, he tells the prince that he has no evidence and this is just his personal assumption. The prince is getting impatient and tells Chris he won't punish the name of who Chris speaks. Chris smiles at the prince now caught on and continues his explanation. But the young lord is getting impatient and wants Chris just to get to the chase. Wehane Ludwig, the Baron's oldest son. He knew about everything and was even the one who assigned Chris to escort him. The prince thought that Chris was assigned because of his skills, but the escort party was not sufficient enough to be assigned this mission from the start. The prince thinks Chris is kidding since did you see what he just did back there? He just killed like 10 dudes. He's more than acceptable for his role. He promises Chris that he won't pursue Wehane in any way just yet, and he asks Chris if they'll stay here for the night. Chris tells him that he told Nelson they will arrive at daybed in the evening to throw off the enemy. Not everybody sleeps in the woods, so it will prevent them from running into other travelers. Chris's monologue is interrupted by the growl of the prince's stomach, so first things first, Chris is going to need to get something to eat. Chris lends the prince his sleeping bag and they chill around the fire, and the prince thanks Chris for saving him. Chris just smiles, saying how the prince is really a good guy after all. This is the first person to ever tell him something like that, and everyone else just shivers in fear. Chris tells them that they don't know what kind of person that he is, and the sympathetic nature that he has. The prince is flustered at what Chris said, but Pumpkin soon arrives. Chris pets his wolf companion and asks him where he learned that fire move, and not to do it again without his command. He barks in agreement, but Chris tells him to keep quiet since the prince is fast asleep. Chris leans in a tree watching over the sleeping prince and thinks that his throwing skill is at 49 points and something must happen at 50. Chris has been taking notes of his reaction when his throwing skill was at 40 compared to 30, and a flashback shows Taikil smacking Chris on the head. Chris seems to be stuck on a topic that Taikil is trying to teach him. It's hard to learn in one day, but if he can understand it, will he succeed? Taikil agrees but tells Chris it's time to fight with swords. Chris protests because of his upcoming mission, but Taikil gets serious. Most knights die in vain. Are you that eager to meet your ancestors, Chris? If not, watch carefully. Intuition can save you from a stray blade. Your sword cannot. The opponent's breathing, the voice movements, the sound of their sword cutting through the air. Feel everything. And Taikil swings on Chris, but he blocks it with his arm. Do not block. Dodge. You never know what kind of weapon you will be hit with again. Taikil thinks to himself that the boy has talent despite his age and his amazing reflexes. His intuition is sharp and even thinks that he would have to die once to improve to this extent. Well bro, you're not that far off. Taikil says that this is the last repetition and Chris closes his eyes and feels a blade slice his shoulder and dodges backwards. A sweat drips from his face. What was that? This is Saugi, or Killing Intent, one of the skills every true knight possesses. Killing Intent is the energy that shows one's determination to kill their opponent. Taikil never even moved. How does it feel, Chris? Everyone interprets Saugi different. In Taikil's case, he differentiates the enemy's breathing. Chris doesn't fully understand, but he feels a sword out of nowhere like he's being cut. You don't have to learn it right away. Comprehension comes with experience. Back to the present, Chris is immediately awoken by a wave of killing intent. You sense Saugi at your age? Rado says. Chris is worried on the strong energy that he's feeling, and his only weapon is a short sword, and he isn't confident that he can win. This guy even has wise. Rados, in a similar outfit to the previous assassin, stands ominously in front of Chris and Pumpkin. Chris orders the wolf to protect the prince and tells the two to run straight into the forest. The prince is confused since it's only one guy, so what's the big deal? But Chris screams, "Run, now! This guy is not the same as the ones before. Hurry!" The man yells at the prince, saying if he tries to run, he's gonna cut his legs off, causing the boy to fall in fear. The situation is looking bleak. The Baron must be involved for a soldier of wise to be sent to kill the prince. Chris staggers back. What do I do now, he thinks. Rados curses the boy for looking away during a fight and lunges at him, sword in hand, ready to kill him. But just then, out of nowhere, Guillen blocks the strike. This guy is the best timing, I swear. Rados is shocked at his arrival. So you get scared too, huh, Chris? Guillen says calmly. Guillen greets the prince and introduces himself as a soldier of Baron Van Ludwig. He apologizes for this tactless greeting, but he's gonna save them from this assassin. Fox, dressed as an ordinary soldier, looks towards Chris, but Guillen signals the two to stay back and protect the prince. Guillen hands Chris his scabbard and tells him not to lose it. It costs more than his life. He looks towards the assassin and notices that the two are quite alike and understand each other's power. They brace and charge in headfirst into one another. The clash of their swords creates great shockwaves around them. So many strikes and slashes at once, it's hard for an ordinary person's eyes to keep up. They are trying to count the amount of hits per second, but each one sends a powerful gust of wind past them. Chris, just by watching, is increasing his swordsmanship as the prompt says that it raised to 52. So this is a battle of wise. In this fight, Guillen thinks he's stronger, but speed can go both ways. He's confident that he can win in a drawn-out battle. However, the two separate and gaze on each other intently. Rados, with lightning enveloping his figure, sends a strike towards Guillen, which is blocked. As the two men lock swords, Guillen gets the upper hand and breaks Rados' weapon in two. Without a weapon and a torn mask, Rados needs to retreat since he's failed his mission. Guillen orders his men to give chase and Chris returns the scabbard. Costs more than my life, huh? The prince is in the back of Fox and Wehane greets the group. He's so happy that he's safe and sound. From now on, the prince will be protected by Van Ludwig's personal knight squad. Who the hell are you? The prince asks, and Wehane introduces himself. The prince smiles. Wehane, you say? He is then escorted to the carriage and he waves goodbye to Knight Apprentice Chris with a smile on his face. And Chris and Wehane lock eyes. Wehane is slightly annoyed, you could say. Chris is relieved to be back in his tent next to Pumpkin. No place like home. And the next morning comes, and Chris is already ordered to step outside. McCoy is calling him and Chris wonders what's going on, but soon handcuffs are slapped on his wrist. McCoy relays the order to arrest Knight Apprentice Chris for being a suspect of assassination. What? What in the politics is going on right now? Chris is being escorted and can't believe he was cuffed just like that. This situation is bad. They pushed all the responsibility onto him. This is a perfect opportunity to make Chris fall in line. Is Wehane behind this? Doki looks towards the men with rage visible on his face. He tells his boys to calm down and he's going to be back soon. They arrive at court and McCoy apologizes. He tells Chris that there's nothing he can do. Wow, he actually feels bad. Seems like he likes her boy a little bit. Bonus points for McCoy. Are you worrying about me, McCoy? Chris says mockingly. Behind his smile, he is indeed worried. Chris arrives in the hall with groups of men sitting around 3 tables. Even the Baron is present. They begin the trial and the Baron tells Wehane to give a complete explanation. He begins saying that the Baron's knight squad saved the third prince and finished the mission. But something felt off. The enemy shouldn't have been able to infiltrate the triangle without being spotted. Wei-Hein assumes that their traitor is among them. In this given situation, he finds Knight Apprentice Chris's actions extremely suspicious. Even though he's an apprentice, he stays at the barracks and visits the city often. He's also seen in the company of lowlifes and visits an unknown man's house frequently. Chris is concerned that they have this much intel on him. Wei-Hein is convinced that Chris cooperated with the spies in the army and planned this incident. He put a member of the royal family in danger. Chris can only think that this guy is full of shit. The Baron orders Chris to give the identity of the unknown man. Chris, under pressure, thinks that he should just stick with the truth. The unknown man is former Royal Guard Knight Tykiel. Ludwig is familiar with him. Keep him out of the investigation, he says. One of the men on the board asks what reason Chris had to plan this incident. Wei-Hein responds saying that it's simple. He wants to prove his reputation by saving the third prince. He is eager to climb the ranks. Chris knows that this was planned very carefully by Wei-Hein. He's even prepared counter-arguments. The truth doesn't matter here, it's all for show. They are toying with him. Execution probably isn't in the cards, but Chris can't stand to lose everything that he's achieved. A rumble can be heard outside the door, and the third prince barges in. His face looks a little stuffed. I think he had a good meal. He greets Chris and notices his desperate situation. The third prince wants to be a part of this trial as well. Any objections? They are not, and the prince takes his seat. He immediately shouts that Chris is innocent. Wei-Hein has a stressed look on his face and continues saying not to let the boy blind his judgment. He just wants to gain your favor. But again, like a boss with his feet on the table, Prince says that this is all BS, and once again, Chris is innocent. Wei-Hein tries to argue, but the prince asks where the hell Wei-Hein was when he was being attacked and chased in the woods. It was Chris who saved him. And now they're trying to execute him? Wei-Hein is visibly upset, and before he can say anything, the prince orders Nelson to gouge his eyes out. He looked at me aggressively. My life feels threatened. Man, I'm starting to really like the prince. What are you doing, Nelson? Gouge his eyes out. Nelson reaches for his sword a little anxiously because he doesn't want to commit the act. Wei-Hein cries for his father, and the Baron says there seems to be a misunderstanding. His son would never have ill intentions towards the prince. He continues that his judgment is correct. Chris is in fact innocent. In the next panel, we see Chris and the prince sitting side by side, laughing at Wei-Hein's expression during the trial. It's a pity they didn't push him a little bit farther. They probably could have seen him shit his pants. The prince tells Chris to continue his story on how he earned the Medal of Honor, and Chris reenacts the actions of the day on the battlefield, and the prince is in awe of his skill and praises Chris. The prince urges him to get right to the main topic, and Chris is a little confused on what he means. Come with me to the capital, the prince says, which puts a puzzled expression on our protagonist's face. Chris is lost for words, but the prince says that even Nelson likes the idea. Does the prince really like me that much to go with him to the capital? If he does this now, it will withhold Chris from earning even more achievements on the battlefield, but he can't get on the prince's bad side. Chris asks to tell a story and the prince agrees. Chris takes a deep breath and tells the story of the first time he was on a battlefield. His good friend Drans stood right next to him. He lost both of his legs in the battle and died in Chris's arms. It's hard for him to abandon this place right now. The prince tears up and Chris changes the conversation and asks him if he thinks the 8 gates is a pain in the ass. The prince wipes away his tears. Of course I do. Isn't it obvious? Chris gets on one knee. Give me 3 years and I will conquer the 8-gate stronghold Wolf's Den in your name. Really? For me? Chris promises the young lord it'll be done and vows. The prince has faith in him and asks him if there's anything that he needs. I want to reward you with something in my means. Since he's asking, we don't see what Chris really asked for, but the prince seems mildly disappointed. But this is more than enough for Chris. Chris leaves and is relieved he found a way out of that mess, but there's still much to do. He still remembers the fight with Gien and Rados. He's still not on that level. If Gien wasn't there, Rados surely would have killed Chris. He needs to become faster and stronger, and needs to master the power of Wise. Chris arrives back at his tent and overhears his boys arguing on how they're gonna save him. Chris enters and asks what these doofuses are planning. To rescue me, huh? You don't fear the Baron's forces, just the 3 of you? Lind, who knew you were so brave to come up with a plan like this? Lind diverts the blame, saying how it was all Doki's plan. Yeah, the guy who has 4 lines in the entire story. Good one. The boys begin to argue and Chris bursts out in laughter. What is this feeling? That's right, there's no rush. Chris is not alone. He has allies who would die for him. He hugs the boys and thanks them. He feels much better now. Lin definitely thinks he hurt his head on that last mission. Chris dismisses this remark and says that all the drinks tonight are on him. The boys are drinking and Ellis is in, and she inquires on what happened at court. Chris was proven innocent and asks Ellis if she found her preferred weapon. She responds saying how she's going to use a rapier since it suits her. Doki chimes in saying how a skinny sword doesn't suit her, but Ellis argues that he's just a drunk. And then the two agree to a drink off with Lind as a referee. Ellis is seen as the winner as Doki is slumped on a table. Ellis is becoming a fan favorite too. The next day comes and the boys continue their training. Tykiel works them hard and tells them whoever is last is going to get more work. The story fast forwards to 3 months later, and we see the boys doing the herbal baths once again. We can assume that the boys kept up the same routine every day for the past 3 months. Chris closes his eyes and reminisces on his old life, where his old comrade told him that WISE has 9 stages. In the flashback, the man continues saying that there's a lot of information uncovered about it, and there's several training methods. Do you know them, Chris? Chris, at the time, only knew the basic method where WISE is passed down through generations. This is the first method in the so-called 9-floored tower. Researchers divided the comprehension of WISE in 9 stages. If a kid passes the first stage, he will be comparable to an adult. However, Chris won't be able to master it. Why? Because I only have 1 arm? No, he says, because you're too old to master WISE. It's not a matter of age, actually, but one needs a body with a special structure. The fundamental training of WISE is being able to absorb mana that flows around you. In simple terms, the first step is feeling the mana with your body. Back to the present, Chris clenches his fist excitedly. He's got it. Lynn is confused but doesn't know that Chris just unlocked WISE. Fast forward, and now Chris is out of the camp and a soldier informs him that someone from Central Shed is looking for him. Chris thinks that he was sent by the prince and he comes right on time. The man introduces himself as Sick Million from Central Shed. Chris shakes his hand and asks where the book is. The man just shakes his head nervously. Unfortunately, it's prohibited from exporting that book, but instead he came himself. Chris is a little disappointed and asks what he means. Sick says that he's been studying the 9-floored tower and the strike of arrows for 10 years and reintroduces himself as a researcher from Central Shed, and he's researching methods to comprehend WISE. Sick Million? This is the first time Chris has ever heard of such a man. Sick excitedly states that there isn't too many people focused on the basics, but Chris believes that a foundation is the most crucial part. Sick is delighted by this response and gives an analogy saying that in order to forge a good sword, you first need good quality steel. Mastering the basics provides the best conditions for perfect training, a way to allow the comprehension of the origins, Chris says. Sick is further impressed by our boy, and after this conversation, Chris recalls just who in fact this man is. He is the original author of a book from his past life, The Basic Method to Awaken WISE. We are shown a flashback where Chris learns that unlocking WISE is time sensitive, and the author of the book that he was reading was Sick himself. Now we see Chris conversing with Streak asking for a vacation, but Streak can only agree since Chris now has the backing of the third prince. He says that it's fine as long as the drug depot is in order. Chris is now seen talking to Taikeel, who asks Chris if it's really possible. Chris is explaining the herbal baths and the methods to unlock WISE to Taikeel. Taikeel finally understands how the boys were recovering so quickly. Chris asks the man's permission to include Ellis in the WISE activation training, which he agrees. Ellis walks into the inn and expresses her desire to become stronger. The only reason why Taikeel is fine with this is because Chris is the testing dummy. And back at the tent, Chris is meditating on his control of flowing mana, and he thinks back to Sick informing him that just being able to absorb mana does not mean you can use WISE. One can comprehend WISE after 2 stages. The first is the seal, and the second is awakening. In order to create a seal, first you need to control the mana around you. Once you succeed in drawing a circle of mana in the air or gathering dispersed mana into one place, a symbol will appear on a part of your body. That is the seal. Chris experiments trying to conduct mana between his fingers, but is unable to control the flow. 4 weeks pass by and the boys are sweating from their daily training, reminiscing on the passing month. The boys wonder if they feel mana yet, which Chris instructed them to tell him if they did. Toki just wonders if mana is edible, and that's just typical for his character. The scene shifts to Baron Van Ludwig coughing up blood into a handkerchief, foreshadowing that his life doesn't have long left. Gien is by his side, and the Baron asks where Wihane is, and Gien informs him that he returned from a mission in Highguard. The situation is dire. An heir needs to be appointed. Wihane is indecisive and weak, and his second son Molt is only interested in fine arts. The Baron thinks if only Gien was a legitimate son. The Baron asks Gien to swear an oath of loyalty to Wihane, which shocks the man. He needs you, Gien. Can you do that for me? Gien responds yes, and another voice is heard entering the room. Wihane yells at Gien to leave the room like a dickhead that he is, and the Baron asks him to keep his promise. A soldier bursts into the room, saying that there is trouble. Back at Chris's tent, he managed to create a mana circle with his finger. The next step is getting his seal. Sick explained that a seal's image depicts different abilities based on the symbol. The benefit of the 9-floored tower is sustainability. There is another way to comprehend WISE called the strike of the arrow, and don't ask me what that means, they didn't explain it yet. Chris interrupts the man and asks if there's a way to fuse the 2 methods into one. Sick is perplexed and doesn't recall an event of this happening. Chris asked this because in his previous life there was many ways to train WISE, meaning that there's still a lot of information that's undiscovered. Chris will be taking a huge risk, but without risk, there is no success. Chris will try to combine the two symbols, and even if he fails, his efforts will not be wasted. He begins channeling mana into his foot, noticing the high temperature that he's feeling. A circular symbol appears on his foot with a 5 stack of bricks in the shape of a wall. He did it! A prompt shows that his wise comprehension has increased to level 10. He goes excitedly to Taikil to tell him the news, and he notices that Chris has a similar aura to other wise users. A soldier arrives on horseback calling for Chris with an urgent order for all troops to assemble. The 8 Gates is invading. It's all out war. Typical plot armor timing for Chris to get Super Saiyan right before a huge war, but I mean, I'm excited for it. Chris accepts the order and moves out. Ellis wants to come, but she isn't exactly in the army, so she really can't. Chris prepared herbs for the baths and told the girl to continue her training. Chris leaves for the battlefield, but notes how things are progressing faster than he expected, and it's not going to plan. Chris runs past the homeless man and throws a coin in his bowl. The man sees the shape of a coin and understands that this signals emergency for Backdagger members and begins to run off. Chris meets up with Lind and inquires on the situation. Zerk was invaded much faster than before. Chris thinks that they used a certain strategy too early, and from what I can understand, they might be doing something to their horses or have a special breed of them. There's no time to waste, and Chris orders Pumpkin to take him to a certain spot where the battle has already taken place. 3 recon squads have been wiped out, and a single knight is seen chopping the heads of 2 soldiers in one blow. We now see the same knight at the 8 Gates tactical camp informing his commander of his achievement, as expected of the highest class knight, Rinian Wolves. A gray-haired man informs the bunch that he's ready for his first mission. The Baron's Triangle may be heavily defended, but the surrounding territories are weak. They will burn every village in their wake in the name of this operation. It's called Rampant Massacre. That's more like an action, not a code name. You're just describing what you're gonna do. Anyways, Chris arrives with a battalion to Fort Sunset Hide, and in Chris's past life, the enemy broke through these thick walls, but this time, the outcome will be different. The soldiers are called to formation, and Baron Van Ludwig stands fully armored, ready to speak to his troops. Chris wonders how this man could be on the verge of death, but he begins to speak. These walls have protected our lands for 3 generations, and no enemy has ever passed them. Yet another foe will try again. There is no need for a long speech. We will crush our enemies. The 8 Gate troops attack the first village, but find that it's empty. The wells have been filled with dirt, and they won't be able to use to power their meat. And without water, it's going to make it harder to advance. There's nothing to gain from this village, so the troops head out to search for the next one. Another squad runs into them. All of the surrounding villages appear to be in the same state, giving the 8 Gate troops no opportunities to gain resources. They are perplexed on how the villagers left their homes so quickly. They get a message saying that one village has 2 wells that are untouched. Chris starts using his seal technique on Digo, which levels up his wise comprehension to 15. He then does this for all the boys and instructs them to develop their seals. A cloaked fox informs Chris that they finished their task. They used a lot of gold from the Pure Dream operation to bribe the villagers to abandon their homes. It seems Chris was behind all the village's sabotage. They left 2 wells untouched by Chris's request, so they know the location of the enemy. Chris is a freaking genius, what the hell? All his preparations are done and it's time to make his move. Chris approaches the Baron's tent and a guard yells asking who Chris thinks he is. But the Baron tells the moron to just let him in. Chris kneels and greets the Baron, but the Baron just asks the boy to speak. Chris boldly states that if he assigns him 100 cavalrymen, he will crush the enemy reconnaissance squads. Wehane starts bashing Chris, but the Baron's guards order him to stop, which scares the hell out of Wehane. The Baron thinks Chris is quite confident and approves under the condition that if he fails, he's gonna take Chris's head. Chris has no objections and leaves the tent, and Wehane wonders why his father just let this kid take 100 cavalrymen. It's too big of a responsibility for a boy. The Baron, however, sees Chris's upside potential, and if he succeeds, it'll be a huge factor in the war, and if he doesn't, it'll be low risk and they'll only lose 100 men. Chris is determined to win no matter what. Chris and Lin lead the forces, and Chris wonders where Lin learned to ride a horse like that. He picked it up recently at the camp, but is still not too good at it. They order the troops to stop, and the troops start to gossip about Chris and Pumpkin. It seems they don't recognize their teen commander just yet. They even start talking shit about Pumpkin, which that's going over the line. They gotta be careful. They look over the ridge and analyze the terrain, and Chris notes the shores ahead. The enemy will arrive soon, and if he was the enemy commander, what would he do in this kind of situation? Chris thinks the best move is to set traps and divide the enemy, and set out spies to scout further ahead. And as soon as he thinks this, Lin sees the enemy with his hawk eyes, just as Chris predicted. Around 200 enemy soldiers are below them in the ridge. One of the soldiers questions Chris, saying how hundreds of reconnaissance squads died already. Does he really plan on advancing further? Chris just wonders if his squad is full of morons, and this guy is even questioning the map that Chris is looking at. Chris is using a map that he made for herbs that shows the topographic features of the area, but he doesn't want to sit there and explain his plan. He tells the man to just shut up and accept his orders. Insubordination won't be tolerated. Another one of the soldiers tries to calm the man down. Chris must know what he's doing, right? Being a commander must be hard, huh? Lin says. But at least there's always a bright side. Chris feels a strange vibration in his foot, and his wise comprehension levels up to 21. A change is happening in Chris's body. He can feel the mana more clearly. He's awakened. Chris takes his men to the ridge and orders them to prepare for battle. The soldiers ask where Chris is going. He's going to attack the enemy's rear and will assist if problems arise. He orders Lin to continue the plan, and the same curious bearded man asks if it's a good idea to leave them like this. What if there's nothing in the rear? Chris elaborates that the enemy has scouted the terrain and established an escape route, and if there's nothing in the rear, they will simply attack the enemy from behind. They will have to trust the others until they return. What's important now is to be confident in their victory. Chris asks Digo why he's spacing out, and no matter how much he's practicing wise, he still can't seem to get his head around it. Chris says that Digo won't die today, with a smile on his face. Back at the 8 Gates camp, the soldiers are lamenting eating the powdered meat again, and also how much of a pain in the ass their fast horses are to take care of. Pumpkin approaches one of the horses with fire emanating from his mouth. A soldier awakes his commander and is telling him how a wolf is scaring all their horses. The commander can't believe this man can't deal with this kind of stuff by himself. But sure, the wolf breathes fire. Now, the commander is alert. It really does breathe fire. What is that thing? The soldiers are a little confused on what to do, but think a wolf should just be like a stupid mutt, so they should just capture it. They assemble the men to capture Pumpkin, but he's really elusive and escapes. They give chase, and the soldiers notice the Zerk forces are in their escape route. They forget about the wolf and order the men to attack the stupid Zerks. The 8 Gate soldiers approach, ready to attack, and Chris and Digo wait in the bushes. There's over 20 men. Are we really going to be able to win? Chris just tells Digo to be confident in swinging his poleaxe. He is the strongest of them after all. The 8 Gate soldiers continue the charge, thinking that this will be easy. But the men at the rear begin to scream. Digo starts chopping men literally in half, almost like butter, and is shocked at his own strength. Surprised on how far he's really gotten. Doki is rampaging through the enemy with dual axes, and the soldiers at the rear are in fear. What is going on? They look at Chris. It's impossible to think that this is a mere child. Impossible. This kind of talk just hurts Chris's ears, as he gives the man something to think about by removing his head from his shoulders. They don't know how hard Chris and the boys have worked to get this power. They finish off the enemy and think that they were pretty weak. But Chris tells them that they're not weak, the boys are just strong. Doki raises his axes. Be strong. Nice. Back at the main forces, the enemy won't go down so easily, and both sides are sustaining casualties. One of the men thrusts his spear through an 8 Gate cavalryman and thinks the enemy just won't stop coming. No matter how many he kills, they just keep appearing. They need to clear a path. This squad is made of outcasts and troublemakers. They can't hope to receive any reinforcements. The man thinks the boyish commander has already abandoned them, as more enemy units converge from the left side. The terrain is not to their advantage, since the enemy has the more mobile horses. As soon as he curses his luck, an arrow flies into the head of the incoming soldier. The enemy scrambles to identify where that archer just shot from, and the Zerk soldiers scream, wondering if this is their reinforcements. But see Lind atop the hill, sniping people one by one like a savage. Lind jumps down from the ridge, and we see a flashback where Lind is talking to Taikil. He feels that he'll never catch up to Chris, and compared to Digo and Doki, he's lacking behind. Taikil tells him to pick up a bow and follow him. Lind hits the bullseye from a ways away, and Taikil says the boy does have potential. Though it is true, he is lacking something. He lacks power. But on the battlefield, there are many unknown variables, like a sneak attack or a gust of wind. Taikil pulls back the bowstring with some absolutely jacked forearms. These situations are provided to not lose an opportunity to bring an opponent down in a single strike. He lets off the bow, firing a shot, and tells Lin not to compare himself to others. His success depends only on him. If you're scared, go back and get your spear. Back in the present, Lin thanks Taikil for his advice, and he continues to use his skill with the bow to chip away at the enemy. Back in the flashback, Taikil tells Lin that he knows he's not stupid enough to grab a spear when he has such keen eyes. Lin thanks Taikil for giving him the courage that he needs as he dinks another soldier. He might have a care package by now, he's on a husky kill streak. The soldiers are in disarray, trying to steal each other's shields, but another soldier is sniped. The last man covers his face, but Lin fits the arrow on a thread right in the opening in his face mask, killing this man as well. Lind won't let anyone escape. The Zerk infantry is fighting hard, but doesn't see an end to the wave of soldiers. The man tells the other soldier that they're going to need to buy some time. There isn't many enemies remaining, but reality sets in for the bearded man. He might just die here today. Is this the end, Zipper? As they drift into despair, Chris comes riding by with an enemy horse and yells at the two to get out of his way. They're going to handle the front line. The enemy's rear has been destroyed. Only these losers remain, and the two depressed soldiers realize that they're on the verge of winning. Chris, Digo, and Doki continue the assault, slicing enemies down effortlessly. Digo is still chopping people in half and making it look easy. I mean, what the hell is his workout plan? I'm gonna need to get on that. Lind arrives and follows Chris, and the once talkative bearded man from before is in awe of the boy's talent. Lin looks at him and just smiles, saying how, "So you survived after all. You did well." Lin tells Chris that the enemy has regrouped and is charging at them again. Chris tells his troop to listen up. The enemy has very mobile horses. Form into 2 lanes for us not to get surrounded. They will face the enemy right away. The tired soldiers ask if they really plan to charge again, and Chris just tells them, "What, are you afraid we're gonna lose?" At the 8 Gates Intelligence HQ, a soldier informs the man that the reconnaissance squad has been destroyed, which shocks the commander. And the messenger continues, saying how the Zerk sent a powerful soldier that is knight level. Is this a member of Ludwig's personal squad? Just how strong is this man? The messenger goes on saying how his skills even rival an intermediate knight, but he is very young. Wait a minute, very young you say? We see the similar commander with a scar on his head that Chris originally fought and destroyed most of his unit. Was it a brat with dark blue hair? He says menacingly. It seems he wants some payback. Back at the battle, the Zerks clean up the remaining forces, and the 2 soldiers who question Chris kneel in front of him. They apologize for their earlier rudeness. Chris says that it's just all good, and it's not the first time he's been judged based on his appearance. The first man introduces himself as Slithy Hannel. He was the previous commander of this squad, and the bearded man is named Sephoro. He was the second in command. Chris orders the 2 to assemble everyone they have. There's matters to discuss. The troops gather in front of Chris, and he shows off one of the red-haired horses that the enemy is using in this war. It is much faster and stronger than the Zerk horses, but it has a fiery temper making it harder to control. However, if you feed it bee flowers, the horse will become obedient. Chris is seen riding the horse, which increases his riding skill to 28. Pumpkin seems a little jealous, but Chris tells him there's no boy better than him. Pumpkin though still seems a little angry, but Chris apologizes to the wolf and says that they'll go on a scouting mission. Chris enters the forest landscape and recalls from his map that the village with untouched wells lies ahead, and where he is the shortest route to that village. He peeks through the trees and sees the enemy camp. Even though he trimmed their numbers down considerably, charging in blind wouldn't be a wise move. They need to strike unexpectedly. Chris and Pumpkin go back, and at nighttime, he orders his troops to ready their horses. Lin asks if they're gonna go on a night raid, which Chris agrees since they're short on time. Chris asks Slithy if everything is ready, and to reiterate the mission code name, which is "Let's Shake 'em Up." The soldiers think this name is a little cringe, but they continue with their orders to split up. Sephoro comments if they can really traverse through the thick forest, but Chris just tells the man that he's judging superficially again. If we remove the vegetation, they're gonna find fields of medicinal herbs. This area was scouted thoroughly by Murdoch. The soldiers move silently as possible, and they remove the vegetation. They arrive at the enemy camp, and the unsuspecting soldiers are drinking on guard duty. Tigo wonders if their forces are spread too thin, but Chris just says that everyone is in the right spot. A group of soldiers is watching their route for invasion, while others just save energy. They spot the supposed enemy commander, and Chris asks Lin if he can make the shot. Lin is surprised that he even asked. Next to that commander, a soldier asks him how he can drink at a time like this. This is the second smartest soldier, almost as smart as the guy from the supply camp. Oh my god. These guys, man. These guys. Before the commander can finish giving his lame ass excuse, he's instantly dinked and killed on the spot, which scares the world's smartest soldier. Where the hell did that come from? He can't believe what he's seeing right now. Is he drunk too? Or is the enemy riding down on cavalry? The X-shaped scarred general is arriving at the camp and sees some of Chris's forces. He notices that the enemy is riding their horses and assumes that Chris must be nearby. Slithy sees the enemy and remembers Chris's orders. It was only to evade. Their horses are the same, so they shouldn't be able to catch up. They only need to shake him up a bit. The camp is now ravaged, and the brilliant soldier needs to escape to report the ambush, but Sephoro sees him and asks where he's going. Chris pursues him as he finishes up the camp. Chris calls for the boys, and it's time to honor their guest. The enemy general is infuriated at their lack of archers. They can't catch up to the enemy soldiers. He now realizes his mistake as he's gone too far and orders his squad to stop. He now knows Chris's resourcefulness and is fearful that he's falling into another one of his traps. One of his men says that a soldier from the camp is coming, and like deja vu, the enemy general thinks he's been had again. The soldiers tell the general that the camp has been assaulted, and the general's face seethes with anger, but but he needs to stay calm. If they retreat now, they might get ambushed. He orders his men to split into 2 groups. The first group follows him and the second keeps an eye on the surroundings. Chris sees the enemy squad and greets them head on. The 8 Gates general swats Lin's arrow, which signals to Chris that he is strong. They are elite soldiers. The enemy general grins, saying how arrows won't work on him, but they do work on his troops though, as Lin starts lighting them up. Both sides dismount, ready for the incoming battle, and the enemy general vows to kill Chris with his own hands. This bastard took everything from me. Huh? I don't even know who you are, says Chris. This makes the man's face turn into a devilish grin. He can no longer hide his anger. Sadly, we don't get to see the fight, but we can assume that Chris made short work of him. By his appearance, he was battered into a wall with a sizable dent behind him. Not long ago, the boys needed to team up just to be able to compete with this kind of enemy. But this is a testament to how strong each of them has become. Back at the Zerk's intelligence HQ, a guy with a questionable hairdo is cursing his failures. He's probably worried that he won't get a promotion at this rate, and if he fails again, his hopes will be down the drain. Suddenly, a soldier alerts the man that a herd of horses is approaching. All of them are red-haired. The commander panics, thinking that the 8 Gates soldiers are attacking, and he can't believe the gall for them to have a frontal assault like this. The soldier tells the man to get a closer look, and the commander squints his eyes to see his own banners, and Chris is the one leading the troops back to camp. Chris kneels in front of the commander and informed him that they've broken the enemy cavalry of 200 and stolen their horses. And in addition, they destroyed an intelligence HQ in a local village. The commander is shocked that he did so much with only 100 cavalrymen. How did he manage this? Chris says that that's not important, but if he wants more achievements, he should lend him another 300 cavalrymen. In this situation, the commander has no choice but to trust Chris. Chris is now seen leading his brand new troops and finds a good place to rest. He signals his soldiers to make camp and sleep and eat as much as they want. Lin asks Chris what his next move is, but he responds saying that they're gonna do what they do best, a sneak attack. At the 8 Gates headquarters, the soldiers are perplexed on what to do. The gray-haired man notices that Chris has been a constant thorn in their side ever since the White Demon diversion. It's the same kid over and over again. Just who the hell is he? The commander says that there's no time to waste. They need to get ready to advance their forces. He entrusts the vanguard to Rinian, the knight who was chopping people up in the beginning of this war. General Ilian will take the main forces, and finally Sir Benetos, which is the coolest looking guy the enemy army has, is in charge of the rear. Before Benetos leaves, the commander asks him to listen. There's a chance that the enemy will attack the rear, and most likely it will be the same squad that destroyed the reconnaissance HQ, and he suspects they'll use the stolen horses. Now, he may be overreacting, but they need to destroy the leader of that squad. Capture that bastard, no matter the cost. Now, in the Baron's tent, he hears word of Chris's triumphs. The Baron is shocked that Chris actually did what he set out to do. Did he underestimate him? Chris is an excellent soldier, and Wei mustn't let his emotions make him lose this subordinate. Now is not the time to think of this, however. It's time to make a move. The Baron calls to Wei and he leaves him in command, and the Baron sets off to the battlefield. He yells to assemble his personal knights, and the time has come for them to prove themselves. Lin comments that finally both sides have assembled. A clash is imminent. Chris signals his men to leave since the Baron's army is more than capable. The battle begins and soldiers are in the fray, taking lives on both sides. The Zerk forces are being pushed back and the soldiers are losing morale. The 8 Gates infantry is building momentum. As soon as the man gets cocky, Doki sends his head flying with a sharp slice of his axe. Chris leads the charge, spurring his troops to charge forward. Lind is on horseback, letting shots fly, and Chris thinks this situation is perfect. They will continue this diversion and run away. Zerk soldiers continue to struggle, and Chris' second in command calls to him, informing him that the enemy is attacking from behind. They are surrounded. The situation is dire. Zerk soldiers are being chopped and butchered down. Chris is worried seeing his own men being decimated like this, and curses himself for his arrogance. Even though he planned everything thoroughly, it's impossible to avoid casualties completely during a war. Even so, seeing all of his subordinates die is very difficult. He turns into a direction and calls for Doki to clear the way on the left side. They're gonna retreat. He doesn't understand how the enemy knew they were going to attack from the rear. But I do. He's only did it like 20 times already. They're not that dumb. He orders his squad to retreat, and we see Sir Benetos telling his men to give chase. Chris notices this man and assumes that he is the enemy commander. He also notices the emblem on his helmet, which is in the shape of a moon, which means he's from the Desper family. Chris looks at Lind and tells him to proceed with plan B. Lind has a worried look on his face and it appears he doesn't agree, but Chris tells him not to worry. He will do anything it takes to win. Lind, still nervous about the decision, questions if this is the right move. Back at the main battle, we see the forces charging in, led by Baron van Ludwig. He might be sick, but he's still a frickin' savage. He's just spearheading the charge, chopping people down left and right. The General Ilian is cursing the half-dead geezer. How can he still have so much power? The Baron tells him that he's not too young to speak himself, while he's continuing to chop down the 8-gate soldiers. Wei is now seen taking up the commander-in-chief role, and one of the soldiers comes up to him saying that the enemy squad that attacked Chris is now chasing them through the ravine. Should they send reinforcements? Wei is a little indecisive and starts thinking on the matter. He wonders if he should call his father, but knows that he's in the thick of the battle, and it questions what to do. The soldier tells him that they do not have troops to spare, and the main battle is here where they are. Wei thinks on the situation further, and notes that whatever situation Chris got himself into, he's going to have to deal with himself, since he cannot afford to spare any soldiers. And it might be a little biased, because Chris didn't let him be a sugar daddy, but he does have decent enough reasoning. Chris is continuing to evade the enemy troops, but Sir Benetos smiles, thinking that he's finally gonna put an end to this annoying brat. They enter a large opening in the ravine, and Lin tells Chris that they arrived. Chris orders his men to throw down smoke bombs. The smoke fills the circular part of the ravine, covering it in a thick blue smoke. Chris orders his men to retreat, while he alone remains in the fog. From now on, Lind will be in command. Lind tells Chris to be careful, and all the soldiers in the smoke are concerned since they can't see. Sir Benetos notices that even the horses are panicking, making them useless. He orders everyone to dismount and assemble in groups in a circular defense to cover one another's backs. The soldiers assume that the enemy is also blinded, but this is not the case. Due to Chris's intense training with Wise, he sharpened his senses, which allows him to theoretically see in the dark. Though not with his eyes, he can feel the presence and sense the movements of his surrounding enemies. Lin, Digo, and Doki are watching from atop the ridge, and Sephoro comes up asking them if it's really okay to leave Chris down there. Shouldn't they help him? Lin is a flashback where we see himself and Taikyo watching Chris training. Taikyo mentions that Chris is unique in his own way, and when he's in the process of learning, he looks insatiable. However, this thirst defines his incredibly fast progress, and he hates to admit it, but this 15-year-old boy has already caught up to him, and he might even climb higher. Taikyo asks Lind if he's envious of Chris, but he responds saying that he's not. Where else could he find someone as such a reliable leader? Lin believes in Chris, and he knows that he's going to deal with the enemy. Back in the fog, the soldiers are beginning to panic, since they cannot use their senses, and one by one, Chris is whittling them down. The screams of men dying left and right, and soldiers calling out to each other, is deeply affecting the morale of the soldiers that are in the fog. Chris starts bantering with them, telling them that it's very dark, isn't it? This place is called a fog well. There are high walls surrounding this place, and getting stuck here in complete darkness makes it impossible to escape. But why am I even explaining this to you? The soldiers are confused on where this rat is speaking from, but just like that, another one goes down. Without being able to see, the soldiers are in constant fear for their own lives, and they can't even determine where Chris is striking from. And just then, another soldier's head is decapitated. Now, alone, the last soldier in the trio is fending for himself. Chris thanks him, saying how he had quite a good amount of fun with them, but this is not the end. From now on, they'll experience one emotion: fear. Chris is on his horror movie phase because this is just scary as hell, for the soldiers at least. The screams of all the soldiers can be heard in the pitch darkness. The last soldier thinks to himself he needs to get out of here. He trips over his comrade's corpse and it realizes that all of his friends are dead. Chris says that he is correct, and finishes off the last soldier on that side of the pit. We now see Serenatos surrounded by his men, and their morale is shaken. As Chris tries to strike at Benetos from the shadows, he retaliates and parries the strike. One of the men asks if this was the murderer, but Sir Benetos yells at him to shut up so he can focus on sensing Chris. Sir Benetos yells at him, calling him a frickin' rat, and this is the end of his petty tricks, but Chris just smiles. No, Benetos, this is only the beginning. Chris throws a dagger into the shoulder of the man flanking Benetos, and before he can get any words out of his mouth, another dagger buries itself in his skull. The fear sets in for Benetos as he realizes that Chris erases his presence while he's throwing daggers. He signals to retreat with the only other soldier remaining, and he asks him, where the hell are we supposed to go? One of the men make it out of the fog, yelling that Chris is the living devil, but is sniped as soon as he exits. Man, Lind is spawn capping these guys at this point. That's pretty messed up. Lind orders all the men to target those who try to escape. We see Benetos' head fly out of the smoke, and the soldiers brace for the next man coming out, but it's in fact Chris who emerges, almost looking bored with his achievement. He just decimated a unit of 100 soldiers in one night, almost single-handedly. Chris informs the group that there's still a few stragglers left, but to let them be since they can be used to their advantage. Chris orders his men to get their equipment and it's time to rest after this long, drawn-out battle. Later in the day, Doki, Digo, and Lin return to the scene and see the pile of corpses Chris is responsible for, and are in awe of his skill. They're excited since they also learned how to use Wise, and maybe one day they can achieve a similar feat. 2 days later, Lind approaches Chris with a letter from the main recon unit. It says how the Baron's Knight squad has reached the enemy camp, but half of his squad died. But in return, the 8 gates have also suffered heavy losses. Some rumors begin to spread about Chris, and the enemy commander he killed was famous from the Desper family. The survivors that Chris let escape are spreading the rumors that he is the Black Fog Demon, and that's a pretty sick name. Now, back at the 8 Gates Recon HQ, the leading commander can't believe that the Black Fog Demon even killed Benatos. Is this really the same person who destroyed the recon squad days before? His skills are clearly Knight level. Eliminating him should be of top priority. However, the Baron's forces are quickly approaching. The 8 Gates general prepares his own forces to attack. The next panel shows Slithy asking Chris if it's really okay to send a message in the current condition. Chris says that this message is vital, but thinks to himself that in his past life, an event happened several days after the war started, and since the future is changing, he can't let his guard down. Slithy asks where to send the letter, and Chris tells him to the royal palace. Slithy is shocked, and the next panel shows Sephoro informing the man with the message Chris sent, but is perplexed on what he's asking. Sephoro was asked to assign some cavalrymen to gather all of the available soldiers. The commander asks what for, but Sephoro doesn't know. He's only been ordered to gather troops in front of Sunset Hide. The commander demands to know where Chris is, but is told that he will meet them in 3 days. Some time passes, and at night, Chris approaches the Sunset Hide. Ralph sits atop the walls actually, and we haven't seen him in a couple chapters. Ralph goes down to meet Chris and is ecstatic to see his old friend, and tells him about the rumors that's been spreading. Is it true you took out an elite squad of 100 soldiers? Chris says that it's a little bit over exaggerated, but Chris, no, it literally isn't. You did that. We see Ralph's leg is heavily injured, and even the doctors couldn't heal him. Chris's skills aren't enough for this either, but tells Ralph if he needs anything, just let him know. Ralph just asks Chris to buy him a beer after the war is over so he can brag to all of his friends about fighting alongside Chris. Chris smiles and says it's a deal, but thinks to himself since he's gotten here, most of the soldiers are injured. Chris climbs the castle walls and meets Streak at the top and has an urgent message. And he informs Streak that when he was attacking the enemy's rear, he's noticed a small battalion leaving the battlefield and advancing further ahead. Streak is shocked. Why would they come here? Chris thinks how he made all this shit up and he's really just cheating from his past life. But he does know that the enemy will come. Their strategy in his past life was to rush the king and avoid all bishop and knights. And just like that, with typical MC timing, a soldier yells that the enemy has arrived with 2,000 troops. We get a flashback to Chris in the same time as he talks to Lin, saying how if the soldiers of Sunset Hide didn't try to fight at night and held out for another day, the outcome of the war maybe would have been different. Back to the present, Streak is perplexed on the elite soldiers that are outside his walls. Chris thinks that this timing is awful and his reinforcements haven't arrived yet and won't get here until tomorrow. Chris asks for the number of soldiers in the castle, and the total, including the injured, is 200. 200? This is basically all the soldiers that Chris brought. And with such forces, they won't even last half a day. Chris notices the banners and instruments of the army and see that it's part of the Wolf clan, and he thinks to himself that maybe they might have a chance. The Wolf clan troops begin banging their drums, but as soon as they do this, Chris senses a murderous intention from his right. But as soon as he looks towards the man, it disappeared. Is this just an ordinary soldier? Why is he standing there empty-handed in this emergency situation? Chris now understands the motive behind the drums and moves to intercept the traitor. And before Streak can question him, the fake Zerk pulls his swords. The drums were a signal to kill the commander. Chris disarms the man before he gets a chance, and the assassin is shocked at Chris's speed. So you were a traitor after all. The man slashes at Chris but is blocked, and Chris lets out a powerful left hook into the man's side, causing him to fly back. His cover is blown. Chris thinks this guy must be a professional because he didn't hesitate even for a moment. Chris tells his boys not to charge in recklessly. Is this person hired? Chris asks if he is a part of Night Dagger, and the man responds asking who Chris is. He responds saying that this is his territory, and thinks this response confirms that he is a hired assassin. He tells the man to follow the rules of Amnok, which immediately gets the attention of the assassin. He reacted to the rules of subordination between Night Daggers and their superiors. Chris never thought that this random phrase that he heard would ever come in handy, and they're not even trying to hide his plot armor at this point. The man surrenders and willingly is taken to prison, but before he leaves, stares intently at Chris. Streak wonders why the 8 Gate soldiers didn't attack, and Chris tells him that the drums was a signal for his assassination attempt. They must be thinking of a new strategy. Chris tells Streak to rest tonight, and Streak asks for his plan for tomorrow. Chris tells him that they will open the gates to meet them, but the enemy won't get inside. Chris goes to bed and tells Pumpkin to be a good boy while he's gone the next day. Chris reflects on the original man who got through these walls in his past life, the youngest wise user in the 8 gates, Perth. The next day comes and Chris goes to see Streak, who hasn't left that spot since last night. Chris admires his stubbornness, but he does look worse than a dead man. Chris asks to lower the drawbridge, but Streak only asks the boy if he's insane. There is 2,000 soldiers out there. Chris tells Streak that the castle will fall anyways. Did you lose all rationality? Streak just doesn't want to let Sunset Hide fall. Chris tells him that normally he would be right, if the Baron's knights were here. Are you willing to let all the citizens of Daybed die in just one day? Streak grits his teeth. What do you want me to do, Chris? Surrender? No, we're gonna face them. Chris is determined and will take all the responsibility. Open the gates. Streak curses and obliges. The boys are headed outside the castle and they ask Chris if his plan will really work. He informs the group that the Wolf Clan is part of the 8 great families of the 8 gates, and tells them that they are also the poorest. They aren't true nobles or political figures. They are known, however, for their sense of honor. 4 soldiers come to meet the boys, led by Alec, the general of the Wolves Clan. They wonder what 4 boys are doing, trying to surrender. Chris slams his spear and demands for a duel. This was an order from his commander. If their champions can overpower us, they will surrender and open the gates. A mere knight apprentice demands a duel? Chris smirks, and just as he expected, the enemy is taking the bait. I, knight apprentice Chris, am willing to put my honor on the line. Did the famous Wolf Clan shit their pants? Are you scared of only 4 soldiers? Did you forget about your precious honor? Veins bulge in Alec's face, and he wants to make Chris eat his words. Chris takes this answer as a yes, and as proof, he will leave the gates open behind him. Alec thinks the boy has gone insane, and another one of the 8 gates' smartest soldiers tells him that this has to be a trap and just to attack now. But Alec calls him a freaking donkey and asks the man if he means to bring shame on their honor, the most valuable legacy that their ancestors left behind. If he hears anything like that again, he will remove the man's tongue personally. Alec shouts at which one of his men wants to take the challenge. Knight apprentice Naptal asks to entrust his duel to him. This thick moron introduces himself and says he serves under Sir Zarin. Digo steps up and introduces himself as a centurion. The challenger is offended that a mere centurion is going to fight him and thinks it should be easy. He rushes towards Digo and tells him to learn his place, but Digo, unaffected and in one swing of his halberd, slashes Naptal in half and asks, "Who's next?" What a savage. Digo just stands next to the lower half of Neptal's body, and Alec is shocked at his strength. Another man steps up, cursing the knight apprentice who just lost. He charges in at Digo, but is blocked. The man thinks to himself that Digo can't maintain this strength for long. As he tries to duck down under him, Digo quickly hits him with a vicious elbow, which knocks the man unconscious. Digo says, "Who's next?" This next panel is another one of the funniest scenes I've seen so far. The guy introduces himself as a centurion, and immediately his head is sent flying. But why does he have the same expression? Next. Another poor soldier is looking deformed. Next. Digo charges at the new contender, but he asks him to wait. Let me introduce myself first. But Digo does not have the patience and chops him down too. Next. As the pile of corpses is building behind Digo, the enemy soldiers' morale is in shambles. This centurion single-handedly defeated 5 commanders. Chris calls for Digo to return, and now it's Lin's turn. Digo thinks that he can do this all day, but Chris wants to reserve his energy. Lin squares up with another enemy, and Chris thinks that his swordsmanship skills aren't that great. But even so, he doubts that any of his squad mates would lose to guys of this level. The enemy commander smiles, thinking how Lind looks very weak, and charges at him. He swings, but Lind blocks, almost emotionless. Another strike is blocked, and the man smiles, saying how everywhere he goes, there's always cowards like Lind. He tries to thrust at him, but Lind easily dodges below the strike and stabs the man in the neck with a quick motion, thus ending the duel. You see, Lind always looks to kill in a single strike. The Zerk soldiers are cheering for Lind, and Alex orders Pain to go next. Pain introduces himself as a knight from the Wolf's clan, and Chris notices that the enemy is sending out their stronger men. Chris calls Lind to come back and sends out Doki. Pain asks for Doki's rank, which he responds saying Centurion. Doki then quickly rushes at Pain, and the two exchange blows. Pain thinks if he can stay out of Doki's range, he can easily deal with him, but Doki is right in his face. Pain dodges down and thinks that Doki is a novice, and jumps at him with a large sword. Do you really think you can block this sword with your little axes? Doki barely manages to block the attack, but a wound opens up on his forehead. Lind and Digo show their concern for their comrade, but Doki just tells him that he's okay. Just very angry. Doki lunges back at Pain with incredible speed. The Wolf Knight is getting cocky, saying how he won't lose to someone like him. Doki throws one of his axes, but Pain blocks, but he still rushes in with only one axe in his left hand. The man questions if this idiot is really running in with only one axe. Doki drops his remaining axe down, confusing Pain, but he grabs it again, hitting him in the head with the wooden part of it and blocking his sword at the same time. He then picks off his other axe off the ground that he threw earlier and decapitates Pain with a swift motion. After this battle, he lets out a primal roar, and Lind and Digo are impressed with Doki's strategy. The smartest 8-gate soldier yells yet again, telling Alec that they need to attack the fortress now, but Alec sends a sword through his neck and is enraged. He orders for Perth to prepare for combat. Another man volunteers instead, and Alec agrees. This is Wolf Knight Raiden. Chris tells Doki to tend to his wound, and now it's his turn. Chris squares up against Raiden, who has a sword and shield, but this isn't Perth. Chris thinks that he'll definitely know when he sees the hero who destroyed Sunset Hide, and as he scans the enemy, he finds him. Raiden wonders why Chris is staring at Perth, and feels a little agitated that he's being ignored. He introduces himself as Raiden Wolves, and Chris apologizes for the disrespect and does the same. Raiden assumes that Chris is the strongest of the boys, since he came last, and rushes at Chris and sends a powerful slash, but Chris effortlessly blocks. He goes to jab, but Raiden raises his shield. Chris thinks that Raiden has a lot of battle experience for the way that he's fighting. Very well, try and block this. Chris charges energy into the tip of his spear and sends it at Raiden, which he also blocks. Chris is shocked that he managed to block this blow. His wise attack, Snakebite. It seems that he underestimated him a little. Maybe it's time to use the dance that Taikil taught him. Chris closes his eyes and relaxes himself, and Raiden tries to shield bash Chris, but Chris is in the flow of a melody. He doesn't even feel the weight of his spear and lightly dances around Raiden. The longer the melody, the faster the pace, makes it a deadly dance. Chris sends flurries of different attacks, and Raiden has seen this dance before and notices Chris is attacking exactly on beat, and if he can't catch up to the pace, Raiden will be quickly defeated. He asks Chris on his connection to the dancing blade, which this was Taikil's name that he got at the age of 20. Chris ducks under another slash and tells the man for a non-wiser he is sure lucky to survive this long. However, your luck ends here, and Chris shoves his spear into Raiden's neck, ending the duel. Alec can't believe what he is seeing, but now Perth goes to face Chris. Finally, Chris thinks. This is the moment he's been waiting for, a chance to test his skills, a chance to defeat the hero whose name was engraved in history. Perth has a suggestion for this duel. The winner will put an end to this battle, even though it's like they haven't won yet. Chris wonders if he's in a position to go all in, but Alec puts his honor behind Perth's words. Now the two lock eyes. The man introduces himself as Perth Wolves, the youngest wiser knight, and today he will be the first man to secure Sunset Hide. The 8-gate soldiers are chanting Perth's name, and Chris admires his amazing leadership. Chris introduces himself as well, saying that he's 17, but also managed to become a wise knight. Chris challenged Perth to a duel, and the two square off. Perth starts the battle and immediately appears before Chris and lets off heavy blows towards him. Chris blocks but feels the intense weight of Perth's sword. Perth sends a heavy strike towards Chris, which leaves him wondering how strong this man really is. Chris creates some distance, but Perth coldly asks where he thinks he's going and sends a powerful stab in his direction, which sends Chris flying. The boys call for Chris, but the smoke clears. He's still standing. Perth is in awe of Chris, saying how a normal person would have died from that strike. It seems that he's a wise knight after all. We see the sword marks on Chris's bracers, and if the cut was a little bit deeper, his arm would have been severed. They are both wise knights, but Chris can feel the gap between them. Perth is at the 3rd stage of wise comprehension, has acquired the ability Double, which doubles his physical strength. They couldn't have thought of any better names for this. I mean, it's still cool, don't get me wrong. Perth sends another stab towards Chris, which he barely evades. But in the same motion, Perth sends an upward slash that gets Chris into the air. Perth hits Chris with a powerful punch in the chest, which sends shockwaves through his body, and asks the boy to show him the dance that he killed Raiden with. Chris staggers back, and even with his armor, a mere punch injured him. Lind has never seen Chris struggle so much, and Alex smiles at his ace. No knight apprentice can be compared to Perth. Chris grits his teeth and knows if he wins this battle, it won't be unharmed. He rushes back in, and Perth is shocked that he recovered so fast. Chris sends many jabs in Perth's direction, and Perth notices that Chris is fighting with reckless abandon, sacrificing his own defense to continue this assault. The two exchange blows and disperse. "You're braver than you look," Perth says. Chris thinks that he managed to see the trajectory of his strikes and reacted instantly, but Chris did manage to get some damage in. But wiser knights have great regeneration, so a wound of that level is insufficient. Chris needs to make a decisive strike to win, and starts using the dancing steel technique, and he lets off a barrage of strikes at Perth. But Perth has seen this ability once and easily deals with the assault. Chris knows that the dance isn't enough and needs to unleash a secret technique. Chris takes a slash to the abdomen that cuts deep, but breaks Perth's sword. Perth is confused. Did Chris just change his attack pattern? What a reckless move. We see a flashback to Taikil's teachings, and Chris asks him if he knows how to defeat a wise knight. Taikil responds saying, "You don't try to defeat them. It doesn't matter if one is a wiser or not. No one is immune from death. Therefore, do not try to disarm or defeat your opponent. Look for the opportunity to kill them. It's the only way to survive a fight with the wise knight." Chris unleashes his hidden technique, the lethal dance, Death Parade melody. His staff glows red, but Perth, still wielding his broken sword, manages to throw Chris's spear away. Perth goes for a kick, but Chris catches him. His Death Parade is still in effect, and he punches Perth, disarming him as well. He uses the opening to knee him in the stomach, and he draws his dagger. He calls this move Piercing Light Beams, and a wide arc of blue energy cuts through Perth. Alec is lost for words, and Streak and his soldiers yell at the sight of Chris's victory. Perth grabs his wound and asks for the name of Chris's technique. Chris responds with Piercing Light Beams. "Incredible," Perth says as he falls to the floor, unconscious from the attack. Alec runs towards Perth, and Streak sends his own soldiers in as well. Chris tells Alec to stop. What does he think he's doing? He begs to take Perth, but Chris asks if he means to tarnish their duel. But Alec begs him and he kneels. Perth is the one to lead the next generation. He begs Chris to let him take Perth. Chris is enraged. Did this man think to put his clan's honor on the line and kneel before his enemy because of a single soldier? Is this the Wolf clan that he knows? Chris grits his teeth, but allows Alec to take Perth, and tells him not to forget what happened this day. The boys run to Chris and ask how he is. He suffered some injuries, but says it's nothing, just some scratches. Bro, you almost got sliced at the hip, but if you say so. Chris's reinforcements arrived from Zipper and Zafara, and the enemy think they are surrounded. Was this a trap after all? Chris yells at the top of his lungs and calls all of his troops to attention. Respectfully escort the Wolf clan. They have been fighting in this fierce battle, protecting their honor. Chris won't allow that honor to go to waste. Alec is shocked at this gesture and orders his troops to move out. Slithy asks Chris on what to do now. Chris's wound is worse than he thought, but all of a sudden, the seal on his foot is bursting with energy. He levels up his wise comprehension to 31, and his wounds instantly heal. Is this the consequence of deadly duels? No, this is your plot armor, but go do some more sick shit. That fight was freaking awesome. Chris reached the second stage of wise comprehension and unlocked the increased regeneration. Chris gathers the cavalry and orders them to get in formation. It's time to depart to the battlefield. Streak asks Chris to rest. He's done enough. Treat his wounds. But Chris looks back. The war isn't over. There's no time to rest. Castle walls aren't the only thing they must protect. They need to go back to the main battlefield. We see the Baron absolutely being a beast, slashing enemy soldiers left and right, to the point where he breaks his own sword. Imagine breaking your own sword, hitting it on people's heads. What the hell? Two 8-gate soldiers see the opportunity and try to stab the Baron, but he cuts them both down with his broken sword and orders his men to destroy the enemy. But his condition worsens as he coughs up blood. An arrow is shot towards the Baron, but Guillen blocks it. He tells his father not to overextend himself. They both look toward the rear and see the Wolf clan forces advancing. Guillen moves to intercept, and the Baron wishes him luck. As Guillen leaves, Serenian approaches the Baron. "You're finally alone, huh? What a pity for the hero of Sunset High to become so weak. Today, your pathetic life comes to an end." Van Ludwig is enraged, and the two stare ready to engage. The next panel shows the Wolf clan fighting the Zerg troops. The Zerg foot soldiers are being pushed back as a soldier who oddly looks like Chris gets stabbed in the thigh. He kills the injured soldier who struck him, but sees another man charging at him with spear in hand. This Chris lookalike loses all hope. Today must be his day to die. But just then, the real Chris comes in hot and chops that guy's head off, saving the fake Chris. The boys begin chopping down 8-gate soldiers, and the fake Chris is shocked at their arrival. Lin tells the soldier to wake up. "What's your name?" Fake Chris replies that his name is, and Lin tells Suxon not to give up. It's not your time yet. The sun will soon rise. Chris is rushing to help the Baron and running through hordes of soldiers. Chris thinks he came just in time, but his horse is shot down, and in the same moment, he sees Serenian piercing Van Ludwig's body. Serenian smiles, and the two men are battered from their intense battle. Serenian slashes the sword away from the Baron and pierces him through the stomach. It's over, Graf. The Baron, in his last moments, asks the young mutt who decided it was over, and unleashes a devastating right hook to the jaw. The two back up.
and Serenian pays his respects to the Graf. Even though he is his enemy, he will never forget his name. May he rest in peace. But before he can decapitate the Baron, Chris sends a smoke bomb. He appears in front of Rinian, and Rinian assumes that this is the Black Fog Demon. Chris, in his anger, sends a strike toward Rinian and leaps in the air. So Rinian wonders what he's doing here, but Chris lodges his spear forcefully into the chest of the knight. He pulls the spear from his corpse and runs towards the Baron. The Baron laughs at the situation. Even in this moment, both of his sons are not here by his side, but rather Chris is. Chris says he's here for the sake of what? For the sake of defending the walls that you have been protecting your whole life. Today, I will take up your duty. The Baron says if that's the case, he owes Chris one. Chris tells him that he can pay him back later, but now Chris is holding the Baron's lifeless body. The 8-gate soldiers are in shambles after seeing Serenian dead, and the enemy soldiers try to kill Chris for what he did to their commander. But after witnessing the Baron die in his arms, he brutally starts hacking down 8-gate soldiers. He stands atop their corpses and yells for attention for all the 8-gate soldiers. From now on, this area is under protection of Knight Apprentice Chris. For those who don't value their life, cross the line, as he swipes his spear on the ground. The foolish soldiers think they have the upper hand, since it's only one boy, and rush in at Chris. He lets off the dancing steel technique, and in an instant, kills all the incoming soldiers. A large man approaches him with a huge flail, and he says he's Pedro the Knight, and he'll avenge Serenian. Chris wraps the chains of his flail around his own arm and pulls the man towards him, and punches him in the face, with so much force that the large man is now cowering in fear. He hits him with his own flail, and says once again, for those seeking vengeance, come at me. For those seeking glory, come at me. I will crush every one of you. Man, this is one of my favorite chapters in the series. So many twists and emotions in this one. It really went crazy. I want to take a second to appreciate Baron van Ludwig's character. He was always a scary looking commander, but at the end of the day, he always did what was right. And I'm gonna miss him throughout the story, if I'm gonna be honest. Chris, now using both Pedro's flail and his spear, is cutting down numerous soldiers. 2 enemy archers shoot towards him, but he crushes the skull of the man in his way and uses his body as a stepping stone. He sends the flail into the face of one of the archers, and 2 more swordsmen appear from behind. But without even looking, Chris cuts them both down. He severs the head of the remaining archer in brutal fashion. Lind and Silly join up, and the Zerk men gets the news that the Graf has died. The commander is shocked and concerned if they still have a chance, but is told that they're still pushing the enemy forces back. Who's doing this? The recon squad? No, it's the squad under Knight Apprentice Chris. The boys are hacking and slashing their way through hundreds of 8-gate soldiers. Chris unleashes his death parade and dices up some soldiers like vegetables. The commander looks on and sees how these boys are their new hope. The 8-gate troops are losing morale and look towards Sir Anshin for his orders. He grits his teeth, angered at this outcome, and orders his troops to retreat. They suffered enough today. Chris met the experience point requirement and levels up. The battle is finally over. The troops start screaming at their victory, but look at the lifeless body of Graf van Ludwig. Gien looks towards Chris, but all the soldiers shed a tear. Some time passes and we see the funeral of the Baron, and we see his 2 sons dressed in all black, mourning their father's passing. The civilians were prohibited from drinking alcohol for 3 days, and the soldiers all wear a black stripe across their chest as a symbol to their fallen hero. 3 days later, the Weasel Wehane took over the Graf's title as heir. The panel shifts to Wehane, slamming his chair, asking why his men haven't found Chris. He hears men boasting about Chris's accomplishments. He single-handedly killed 100 enemy soldiers, and his squad pushed back a force of 2,000. People even say he's the youngest wise knight. Wehane orders his men to find Chris's whereabouts. Wehane must make him a subordinate, no matter what. Whatever role he gives him, just having his name will boost his family's status. He can't miss this opportunity. The boys are back at the inn, telling Ellis all of their war stories. A man comes in saying he's under orders from Wehane. He needs to know where Chris is. The boys sigh. Another one came in to bother them. Digo is chewing with his mouth open, getting food all up in Lin's face, and Ellis scolds him for his manners. And Lin tells the soldiers that they also don't know where Chris is. The man tells him to stop joking, and these are strict orders. But Lin thinks this guy is going to be annoying, and Doki hurls the axe at the doorway, which stops his next sentence. Ellis apologizes, saying Doki isn't a good drinker. "You're too loud," he says, as we get a close-up on the obviously drunk Doki. "I have another axe, ha." The group laughs, and the soldier runs from the inn. Ellis asks if they truly don't know where Chris is, and they honestly don't. They were told to just wait for him here. Lin remembers Chris also said he was going to meet a beautiful lady. The scene shifts to the underground prison in Daybed, and a cloaked figure hands money to the guard, gaining entry. We see the assassin from earlier was actually a girl, and the cloaked figure asked her why she allowed herself to be caught. She could have easily escaped.
and she turns to see Chris take off his hood. And damn, this chick is bad. Chris is still getting all the baddies, I'm jealous. Even Chris comments on how pretty she is, considering the environment at least. She says her name is Rachel and she was the 26th among the Night Daggers, and without a real name. She's been training to be a mercenary, however, she's been having the same dream. In her dream, her name was not Rachel or the 26th. She's been struggling to figure out who she really is. One day, she met a blind prophet and thought he was just a scammer, but he told her that in a night's embrace, she would be consumed by a dark blue flame. She didn't care about life or death and just wanted to understand who she truly is. She wondered what she could do to avoid that dark blue flame and chose not to listen to the prophet. He said the flame would reveal her name. Chris is taken aback and surely she doesn't think that he is the dark blue flame. A flame with dark blue hair and golden eyes will rise above everything after encountering the sword of night. Okay, well, it's definitely Chris now. She asks Chris to let her out and she wants to be by his side. Chris still has doubts about her friendliness, but if it's genuine, it will be a great help in the coming battles. He asks Rachel if she will swear allegiance to him. Rachel just responds saying if she has to. Chris tells her that when the time comes, he will send someone for her. Wait until then. Rachel asks if he will truly help her find her real name. And Chris just gives her the same answer she gave him, if I have to. The panel shifts to Wihane greeting another baron, Graf Eluan, the representative of the royal palace. He says his condolences on the death of the hero of the borders and apologizes for the surprise visit, but he came here to inform Wihane that the reward ceremony and crowning of the new baron will take place at the royal capital. He asks to stay a few days and Wihane obliges. Some time passes and Wihane is seen on his throne wondering if Eluan really came here just to send a message. He must be planning something. A soldier comes in and informs him that Chris recovered and returned to duty. He's excited at this news and goes to see Chris. Streak asks what he's doing here and he walks past him asking for Chris. Finally, if he can get his hands on Chris, then no one can challenge his authority. The youngest wise knight ever. As he enters the tent, he is startled to see Eluan already sitting there talking to Chris. Eluan laughs at the timing, saying how he meant to tell Wihane something, and this worked out perfectly. Wihane is visibly shocked at what's going on, but Eluan informs him that the third prince requested Chris in the royal palace and they are to depart in 15 days. He also makes sure that Chris hasn't sworn loyalty to anyone yet, and Wihane is sweating nervously. Eluan laughs saying how he can't believe the third prince was admiring a knight rank wiser. This is truly a blessing. And he thinks of courting his daughter to Chris to marry. Chris, yo, we gotta save some women for the rest of us, man. Chris can only think that Wihane should at least try to hide his emotions a little bit as he's seen biting his lip. Chris knows Wihane's future and it's time for him to leave. This war has taught Chris that even though he can change the future, what's meant to be will always happen. Wihane takes his leave and Eluan notes that this man still didn't learn how to conceal his emotions. He informs Chris that until they leave it will be wise to stay close to him. Chris knew the prince would send a big shot, but who would have thought he would send Graf Eluan? The reason Eluan took this initiative was because he's trying to restrict the power of Duke Cabus, who's gaining influence. Chris doesn't think it's wise to voice his knowledge just yet, but some time passes and we see Chris attending a field of his medicinal herbs, and asks Eluan if he's bored just following him around. Eluan isn't bored at all, however, and is intrigued watching Chris work. He seems to be pretty good at this. Do you make your own medicine, Chris? Chris replies saying that he does, and these days he's focusing on curing the febrile disease. Eluan thinks to himself that no matter how much he looks at Chris, he can't wrap his head around the fact that this boy is responsible for holding back 2,000 soldiers. Nighttime comes and Chris pets Pumpkin, noting that he's been growing a lot lately and looks pretty tired. Chris thinks that there's only one thing left to do and he jumps around the city with a cloak on. At the end of the last battle, he remembered that his system told him that he's met the experience requirement and he's sure that there's some changes in his body, but he needs to check it out. He arrives at his location and takes off his hood and greets Gian, who asks him if he really plans to leave this place. Chris mockingly asks Gian if he plans to hold on to him, but Gian tells him that he has it backwards. He draws his sword and tells Chris not to faint this time. Oh, here we go, round 2. Gian is excited to see what Chris has got and unleashes his killing intent. Chris seems unfazed and Gian notes how much he has grown. You'll find a lot more than that, Chris says. Gian smiles and charges in at the cocky brat. Chris blocks Gien's strike, which surprises the man, and Chris notices the speed and power and thinks Gian is a 3rd level wise knight. But Chris just felt it, the second change in his body. Something is happening. He's now able to see Gien's moves as he blocks another strike. Gian doesn't know if Chris is lucky or not for blocking 2 of his strikes back to back. He dashes into Chris again and the two send slashes at each other. Gian smiles since it wasn't luck after all. Chris has gotten much better. Chris on the other hand is just happy that he can keep up. Chris thinks that he can predict when Gian will attack, but if he keeps blocking like this, he's gonna fall first. He's fighting Gien, so he needs to go all out, and charges back at him. Gien dodges and creates some distance, noting on Chris's weird tricks. Chris launches from the ground, disappearing in an instant, and Gien dodges, but Chris flies right through the rock, separating them. Gien seems to be on the defensive, and Chris hints back to the hunt from the first chapters. He points his spear against the face of the man, but Gien just smiles and grabs Chris's spear, leaving him shocked. A red electricity envelops Gien, asking Chris if he's underestimating him. You see, Gien isn't a 3rd level, but a 4th level Wise Knight, and has a skill Overhuman, a trait that gives superhuman strength and speed to the user. The scene shifts to Eloan standing outside waiting. For him to be helpful in this situation, he needs to get all the information on the Ludwig family, and his main goal was to secure Chris. Chris approaches and Eloan asks on what's the matter. Just like the first season, Chris got messed up by Gien and is now down 0-2 in duels. Chris says he overdid it a little and fell during training, but his face says otherwise. Eloan is concerned if Chris will be alright for their trip tomorrow, but Chris says he will and just enters his tent. He pets Pumpkin a little bit and Ellis enters the room and asks Chris if he really plans to go to the royal capital. She came to give Chris a message from Tykiel. Don't underestimate the nobles and don't pick a fight recklessly. Chris assures her that he'll be alright, and Chris tells Ellis by the time he comes back, she better be a knight apprentice. The next day comes and the group prepares for their long trip, and Weehane stares at Chris, but he just tries to avoid his stare. Chris enters the carriage next to Eloan, and the man asks Chris if he's nervous. It's actually quite the opposite, and Chris is very excited. Eloan smiles and thinks to himself that Chris just might be a fox pretending to be a squirrel. Chris arrives at the country's capital and is welcomed by the celebration of many citizens. It seems our boy is a hero nationwide, the hero of the castle walls, they chant. Chris is still not used to being praised like this and just thinks they're overdoing it a little. We hear a familiar voice in the crowd telling people to get out of his way or else, and we see the 3rd prince, looking a lot thinner by the way, trying to greet his best friend. Chris kneels and acts formally, but the prince tells him to knock that off. He's prepared something for him. The two arrive at a table with a large assortment of food. Chris is getting spoiled for real. The prince tells Chris to eat up and even calls him his knight, even though Chris hasn't made the oath yet. We fast forward to the next day and Chris was told that his audience with the king would be in 4 days. The prince tells him that he will be busy and leaves. And finally, Chris is free. It's time to explore. One of the guards asks him where he's going, and I just want to know if this guy's not reading the story. The 4 times this happened, at least 3 of those times someone got messed up. Chris tells him he wants to go look around, but the soldier tells him that his orders are to not let Chris leave without an escort. Chris wonders if this is the 3rd prince's order and smiles to himself. He lets out a menacing aura that locks the 2 soldiers in place and leaves the castle. He tells the man that if anyone asks him on how he left, just tell them he left by force. Chris thinks that the members of the royal family are anxious about him and don't want him to get close to other nobles. Chris is wanted by both sides, and if he can play his cards right, he can stand to gain a lot. Chris explores and marvels at the capital shops, and buys a little bit of everything from a herb shop. The man says it's interesting that Chris isn't poor, and that's a weird way to greet his customers, I guess. The man thanks Chris for the payment, and Chris asks the man if he heard of a tradeswoman named Yavarin. The man thinks, but can't recall, but then remembers someone with a similar name is selling south toward the outer gates. Chris ventures in this direction and finds a short girl selling some mysterious candles. There's a large crowd all around, intrigued on these items. A thug approaches the girl and asks her what the use of these candles are in a city that's lit by magic. He wants to buy them for 1 copper coin, but Yavarin doesn't relent. She only accepts gold coins. Chris is also in the crowd and asks the man next to him about the situation. The guy tells him that some thugs are trying to steal the child's goods. Chris asks the old man if he plans to sit here and watch, but this guy has no choice. Those thugs are subordinates of Yup. Chris has no idea who this is, but it seems that he has quite a powerful influence to get this kind of reaction out of the citizens. Chris thinks that he's gonna need to investigate further, and recalls in his past life there was a very powerful trade organization, the White Flag, which was also an independent military force. Chris wonders how the future of the White Flag will solve the current conflict. Yavarin is the future leader of this group, although she is a child at the moment. The thug gets in her face and tells her to be grateful that he'll even pay for these items. She pulls out a knife and tells the man not to come any closer, which angers the thug. He pulls his sword and justifies his own actions, saying how she was aggressive first. Chris thinks that 3 men against 1 girl is not an ideal situation. He is sure that the future Yavarin wouldn't die here, but the future has changed due to Chris's actions, and he can't gamble with her life, so he cannot just ignore this situation. As he walks forward towards the group, Chris asks the men if they really plan on ganging up on a little girl. The thugs turn back to get into Chris's face, asking the boy what he plans to do about it. "Do you plan to kill her?" Chris asks. The thug responds saying that he's a thoughtful person, so he would only rough her up a bit. Chris isn't pleased. The thug swings his sword on Chris, but this is light work for our boy. He grabs his wrist and forces the man to yield, and knocks him out with a chop to the neck. Asks the other two men if they want to attack together, since one is not enough. A boy in the crowd recognizes Chris as the hero from the war, and the crowd is shocked that this is the man who stopped 2,000 soldiers with only his squad. This isn't good news to the thugs, however, who throw down their weapons and beg on the floor for forgiveness. Smart move. Chris smiles and is happy that he resolved the problem so easily. Chris asks Yvairen if she's okay, but she doesn't answer. The third prince approaches and asks Chris what he's doing out here. Chris has a nervous sweat and wonders what the prince is doing here. His guards told him what happened at the gates, but he tells Chris it's time to go back. There's things to discuss. The young girl begrudgingly tells Chris that she will pay him back, and Chris wonders if it's alright to leave her like this. The prince waves his finger and says that Chris has many people to duel. They think his knight is weak. Chris is confused and wonders if he was really scheduled to fight in duels, and the prince said of course he was. Chris is the youngest wise knight, they need to show off his power. Chris sighs but follows the happy prince, and they arrive at the prince's chamber, and he asks Chris if there's anything that he wants. Chris tells him that he always did have a dream, and it was to own some land. The prince smiles. "So you want to be a feudal lord, huh? No worries, I can give you that. The largest and most fertile fields in my possession." Chris isn't so greedy, however. He just wants a small piece of land. It reminds the prince on his promise to deliver him the first fortress of the 8 gates. But before he does this, he wants to get a chance to show his ability to solve some of the kingdom's troubles. The prince tells him just to get it out already. Chris wants the land of Proudmond. Proudmond? That place is utterly abandoned. The feudal lord of that province joined a cult and abducted his own citizens and held an unknown ritual. Monsters often roam those lands, and it's tainted with the smell of blood. The prince is confused but gathers himself. "Wait, Chris, if you want land, then that means you're gonna be a noble. You said you're gonna be my knight." Chris continues that he heard from Eloan that there are 2 major powers fighting in the royal palace. Proudmond will be an excuse for Chris to serve as a part of the royal faction, and if the prince will allow it, Chris wants to be a small part of this battle. Eric is shocked at this and doesn't really understand, but pretends to follow along. A servant rushes into the room, telling the two that the Grand Duke has arrived. We see some panels of this guy still in his armor with bloodstains all around him. The prince looks a little nervous at this news, and Chris looks behind the servant to see this absolute unit of a man. So this must be the Grand Duke. The man apologizes for his attire since he was in a hurry and didn't have time to change. This is the head of the aristocracy, the Duke Bentharium Rold Gauche. The servant tries to reason with him to not confront the prince with such clothes, but the Duke just looks at him and asks the man if he's crazy. "Do you know who I am? Even if I wanted to kill the prince, there's no one who would stop me." This is such a Chad move, what the hell? This leaves both Eric and Chris stunned. "No one can oppose me in this kingdom. I am the most devout subject." He calms his voice and comments that maybe a god would need to descend to challenge him. Chris is so confused on how this guy can speak so reckless in front of the prince like this. Just how powerful is this man? The pressure is immense. He is also a wise knight. Chris steadies himself and says he can't believe all the rumors he hears. Who knew the Duke could joke around so much? Rold has no comment at first, and Chris wonders if he made the wrong move. Then all of a sudden, the Duke bursts out with laughter. He tells Chris that he sure is a hero alright, since he has the guts to talk to him like that. The prince chimes in asking what Rold is doing here, but the dude just straight up ignores him, which is funny as hell to me for some reason, and continues to ask Chris if he's really the youngest wise user at only 17. Chris agrees, and the Duke says that he was first able to acquire wise at 25, and he admires his speed. The prince is worried that the Duke came here just to see Chris, and yells at him telling him that Chris is his knight and to back off. The Duke just continues to ignore the prince and asks Chris what he was promised. Gold, women, honor. Chris can't believe he's talking so frankly in front of a member of the royal house, but Rold continues. "I will give you even more than that. Join me." The prince continues his protest, but to no avail. Chris can't muster an answer, but Rold questions if it's really that hard to answer. It seems pretty simple to him. Chris thinks that this man does not care about following others. His appearance and power brings others like him around. It's just as Chris expected. This man is a monarch. The prince tries to get Chris back on his side and tells him if it's Proudmond that he wants, he will convince his father to make it his. Now the scene arrives at the Cercado Palace, and Chris is walking towards the king. He kneels and the king begins saying that this is Chris, the man who blocked the eastern wall. Raise your head. Chris is confused because he can't feel the spirit in the king's voice. He notices his blurry eyes and droopy wrinkles. He can tell that the king is sick and tired from just a glance. Is this really the king who led Cercado for generations? This must be the reason the Duke's power continues to grow day by day. The person on his other side must be the actual leader of the royal faction, the first prince, Decisive. King says that Chris looks too young to be a hero, and questions if he can even lift a spear. Duke Rold tells the king that there's many people who died assuming Chris's skills by his appearance. Decisive continues that this is the youngest wise knight that blocked a force of 2,000 with 4 men. It's not easy to judge him by his age. The king heard about his accolades and knows there's something that Chris wants. Is it true that you want Proudman? Rold and Decisive are shocked at this request, and Chris agrees. And he says he wants to farm crops and make that area inhabitable again. The surrounding guests gossip, wondering why he would want to go there. Is he dumb? Duke Rold likes Chris's decision and his interest in him grows, and urges the king to allow it. Chris can solve the problems there. Decisive catches the Duke's gaze at Chris and knows that he wants him. The king accepts the proposal and grants him the title of Baron and gives him the Proudman castle. The prince is back with Chris and they're talking about what just happened. Chris is a little disappointed that he's being treated the exact same though, since he's a noble. The prince set up duels and now we see Chris looking at his first challenger and doesn't seem to be interested. And also wonders why the prince invited Decisive and royal knights here as well. This is too much attention for our boy. His first challenger, Mide Basin, the firstborn of Viscount Basin, introduces himself and looks down on Chris. Chris grits his teeth, annoyed at this entire situation, and asks the man if he uses a sword. He agrees and wonders who Chris thinks he is looking down on his superior. Chris asks for a sword and receives a wooden one, and Mide asks Chris if he's mocking him. Take your spear, not a fake sword. Chris says that he's talking way too much and he won't say it again. This wooden sword is enough. Mide is enraged and pulls out his real sword, ready to put Chris in his place. Chris is fighting a former member of the Royal Guard and introduces himself as First Knight and Baron. This further infuriates Mide. Not anyone can become a knight. He will show him the true difference. Mide launches off the ground right at Chris. Chris is analyzing his movements and is slightly impressed. Mide shifts directions and goes into Chris's blind spot. Chris can understand why he was a royal knight, but he's still no match. Mide stabs his sword towards Chris, but Chris uses his opportunity to kick his leg from under him, catching Mide off guard. Chris just thinks that this man is just like all the others, and bonks him on the head, knocking him out. He asks who will show him swordsmanship that will be used on the battlefield. You are all royal knights, yet none of you are risking your lives. What kind of hypocrisy is this? All the surrounding knights are enraged at these words and start challenging Chris one by one. Chris continues, saying today he will honor himself as a knight. The surrounding soldiers are seething with anger that this boy just declared himself a knight. Chris yells that he hopes everyone will bear witness to his new title, and if anyone disagrees, raise your sword and challenge me. Prove your power. The men rush down to challenge Chris, and Chris starts whooping everybody's ass. He was challenged by 28 knights, 5 left with broken arms, 3 with broken legs, and 2 with fractured skulls. And Chris was not defeated once. This might be the start of our boy's villain arc for real. What the hell? We now see the attendant talking to Eric and telling him that their plan is going smoothly. The prince then busts into Chris's room, happy that the rumors are spreading. 28 wins and 0 losses. The undefeated knight in duels against the royal guard. Chris is busy putting on some drip, and even the prince says he's looking pretty good. They have a banquet to go to today. At nighttime, we see an unknown man trying to rizz up this girl, Lady Agatha, from outside her house. Inside the room, she's talking with her sickly brother, and she tells him that she has to entertain these nobles. Her sick brother tells her not to go, but she has to for her family. The only thing these siblings were left behind was an incredible debt, and the only male in the family is bedridden. Agatha has to step up. She smiles at her brother and she'll be back soon. The scene shifts to the banquet hall, and some girls are talking about Baron Mayhew and how handsome he is. One of the girls brag that tonight she's gonna leave with him, but she spots Marquis Zighal. Trust me guys, I'm confused with all these characters too. I'ma just try to go with it. If Zighal is here, then that means Cercado's beauty, Emilia Zighal, is here as well. And we get a shot of this absolute dime. Mayhew approaches the Marquis and greets him, and compliments the beautiful Emilia. The Zighal family has no heir, so Emilia is a hot commodity. To become the head of a Marquis family, a gentleman signals to introduce the main star of this banquet, Count Wehane Ludwig, the guardian of the Eastern Walls. Following him, the hero of the battlefield, the youngest knight apprentice and Baron of Proudman, Chris. Wehane is completely enraged that Chris just stole his thunder, and tells Chris it seems that he's quite successful now. But Wehane can't believe that even with Chris's big brain, he still wanted a place like Proudmond. Chris can only think that these people do not know the true value of the area that he selected, but he will show them in due time. Wehane, with the creepiest face I've seen all day, offers some advice, but Elouan comes right in time to stop the conversation, wondering if Chris is the same person since they got here. The Marquis Zighal comes to shake Chris's hand, and completely passes up Wehane. It's crazy. This further pisses him off. Chris exchanges pleasantries with the Marquis and asks to take a look around. This is his first banquet after all. Chris is browsing, and just like that, a baddie comes up to him named Margaret and greets the battlefield hero. She starts touching him up, and everyone here knows about the new Baron. As she's trying to get Chris to smash, he overhears a drunk man scolding the Lady Agatha from before. Her family, the Yelnovans, only survive on handouts. He's waited a long time, so don't push him any further. I assume he wants to do the deed, but Agatha seems very uncomfortable. Chris asks the baddie next to him on who that is, and she says that he's the Baron Holdman, a loan shark. Getting close to him won't be a good idea. He was divorced 3 times, and rumor has it he beats his last wife. Mayhew approaches and greets Chris and asks if he's enjoying the banquet, and tells him that he needs a partner to dance with. Chris didn't think about that, and Margaret just stands there smiling. Now, Amelia approaches and says that she too was curious about who to dance with. Yo, Chris, you better chill, man. What do you want me to frickin' end myself right now? God damn, man. She introduces herself, and Chris tells her that it's quite an honor to meet the beauty of Sir Cardo. Margaret is pissed off that Amelia just came here to steal her man, and Mayhew can't believe that Amelia said hello to Chris first. Margaret is seething and asks Chris to go outside, but we hear another scream from Agatha, which gets Chris's attention. He excuses himself from the 2 girls, and the drunk Baron is still forcing himself upon her, but she tries to calm him down. He says if she sleeps with him tonight, he will clear all of her family's debt. Think about your sick brother, Agatha. Man, this guy is disgusting. The man starts groping her, which enrages Chris, but Agatha grabs a bottle. Do you think I'm that easy? And whacks the man on the head, knocking him out. But I don't know if that was a good idea for her family debt. Chris is in awe of her actions. Who is this? Agatha yells at the man for touching her in such perverted ways, and Chris admires her bravery. The drunk man gets up cursing the woman, and Chris approaches him from behind with a wave of killing intent, telling the Baron that that's enough. If he continues this farce, he will be held accountable. Make your next decision carefully, Baron Holdman. Holdman can't muster any words, and Agatha apologizes to the new Baron of Proudmond for making a fuss at his banquet. He says it's fine, admiring her amazing bottle strike, and asks the girl if he can have a dance with her. Chris is the Riz Lord, I swear to God. Chris and Agatha begin to dance, and Chris thinks she's quite good, and asks her if she's the only heir to the Yelnovan family. She tells Chris about her bedridden brother, who was supposed to be a great knight, but his condition is holding him back. Chris smiles as he thinks he's finally meeting him, Royce Yelnovan. The next day comes and we see Chris next to a horse as the prince runs up to him asking where he's going. To Agatha's house? Chris thinks that the prince is just bored and wants to come for some entertainment. Chris offers to take him along, which Eric agrees, and the attendant wonders if he should get the carriage. But 2 horses are fine. He is accompanied by the strongest knight after all. The 2 are riding and the prince wonders why Chris likes her. She's not even that cute. Chris says that beauty is not everything, and in his eyes, she is more than enough. The prince wonders if he knows the right way, but Chris always knows where he's going. The prince laughs that Chris is quite aggressive in getting women. Agatha, however, is not having a good time because the Baron brought his boys to deal with her for what happened at the banquet. He demands the girl to pay all of her debt now, and she argues that he knows their situation and they don't have the money. If she doesn't have the money, she'll have to pay with her body. He signals his men to grab her, but her brother Royce comes outside, telling the men not to lay a single finger on her. But he begins coughing and falls to his knees. The Baron orders the men to grab Royce as well, but Agatha stands defending her brother. The Baron is moved but wonders where she found the courage to act like this. She should be thankful of how he has treated her so far, but now it's time to collect. Chris comes in the picture and asks the man how much Agatha owes. The Baron is confused on why Chris is here, but obviously he's here to see his girl. The first henchman approaches Chris asking what he's doing, interrupting business, and the Baron is actually a smart guy and tells his man that he can't handle Chris and to back off. He asks Chris if he really means to pay her debt, and as a matter of fact, he will. Chris will pay the debt of the family, and the Baron is enraged at this. But no matter, the debt totals 10 platinum eagles, or 1,000 gold coins. Can you afford that, boy? Chris says that he'll write him a check, but the Baron wonders if he can trust his words. But his best friend, the prince, pops out behind him saying that he can trust him, which completely takes the Baron off guard. Eric says if he doesn't trust Chris, then he can pay him himself, and the Baron is forced to yield and the situation seems resolved. Chris says it's good to see Agatha again, and she's confused on why Chris keeps helping her. Riz Lord Chris says he can't leave a beautiful girl like her in danger. And by the way, even though you are gorgeous when you cry, you're even more beautiful when you smile. So please, stop crying. Yeah, I'm about to take some notes. Royce isn't so trusting and grabs his sword to confront Chris. Chris introduces himself as the Baron of Proudman, and he tells Royce of his situation, which startles the sick man. Of course he knows Royce. Royce is Lewis. If he didn't have a lung disease, then Chris would have never met him. Royce changed his name to Lewis out of shame for being in a family that was so in debt. We saw Royce all the way back in chapter 1. This was one of Chris's longtime friends who even joined him on his mercenary mission. Chris hands the man a bag and tells him to take it. It's some medicine called fish smell. Royce is perplexed on why Chris is giving him something so precious, and Chris tells Royce that he's about to go to the forsaken land of Proudman, but he's gonna try to change the land so people can live there. It won't be easy, and I need people to support me. Will you join me, Royce? Chris even offers to look after his sister as well. He promises Royce a life with no regrets, but in return, he asks for his sword. Will Royce use it for the Baron of Proudman? Royce is moved by these words and kneels in front of Chris, swearing his loyalty until his dying breath. Chris smiles. Everything is going according to plan. He is no longer a private, a squire, or a hero. Chris is now a baron. The scene shifts to Yviron, and Chris asks her to join him as well. He's going to a new land and needs people with talent to join him, and he wants her to trade there. Chris originally planned to only get acquainted, but no longer. Will he sit on the sidelines? He will amass all the power he can. He won't lose such a talented girl. Yviron says she seeks fair trade. She values the word of a covenant over 100 gold coins. Chris needs someone who can trade and abide by those mottos. Those are the only 2 rules of the white flag. Come with me, Yviron. Chris is now seen eating with the prince, but something feels off. Eric is sad that his friend is leaving the next day because he had so much fun with him in the capital, but Chris has things to do. The prince fakes a smile, and even if he tries to hold him, he'll still go, right? Chris is lost for words, but the prince gets up and leaves the room, but tells him to make some time for tonight. Chris was confused at the prince's actions and questions what he's really up to, but Eric just tells him not to worry about it and just meet him later. We fast forward to this meeting, and the attendant is seen escorting Chris into a long corridor. Chris was worried about why the prince summoned him so late. Is he planning to trap him here? Considering the prince's personality, this might be possible. He is shown to the room and Chris enters, and Chris can't help but notice the strong stench. The prince says he knows it smells, but it's only a little. He used eggs to make some paint. And behind the prince, we see many paintings that we can assume he was working on. Chris is perplexed on what he is seeing and asks the prince if he really was the one who painted all of these. Who else you think did it? This is one of the prince's closely guarded secrets. Only a few know about this. Since he doesn't have any friends, in his boredom, he comes here to paint, and it's become one of his great hobbies, even though he thinks he's not so talented. Chris, however, is in awe of his skill, and tells the prince that his paintings are amazing. Chris didn't expect to see this here. It's even famous to Chris, who isn't familiar with fine art. He sees a painting called The Run by an artist Emil in his past life. To Chris's knowledge, the prince disappeared a few years from now and is never found, and it's said that he died. But what if that isn't true? What if he hid his identity and lived as an artist? If Chris's guess is right, then this little prince is the renowned artist Emil. The prince wonders if his paintings are okay, but Chris seems to be staring intently and can't hold back his amazement. These are all so great, almost perfect. The prince can't believe those words, but Chris tells him that he can prove it. Aren't you curious what price your paintings can reach? This excites the prince, and he tells Chris that he'll leave that to him. But don't you dare lie to me about the amount you get. The prince reaches into some cabinets to give something to Chris, and he throws him something wrapped up. That is Bluefish, a magic weapon. It has a power of enchantment. How can Chris call himself a knight without a proper weapon? Chris bows and is grateful for his gift, and the prince tells Chris to take great care of that weapon and himself. Some time passes, and Chris takes Agatha, Royce, and Yviron to the carriage, and Royce offers to sit shotgun, but Chris tells him to just get in the back and rest. After 2 months of a long journey, the group arrives to the barren-looking landscape, and right on cue, a group of goblins attacks. Chris orders Royce to take care of the girls as he confronts these beasts. He needs to try out his new spear. Every swing is tearing multiple goblins apart, and Chris marvels at the power of his new weapon as he excitedly slices the remaining goblins. One goblin gets by him, but before he can get to it, an arrow is lodged in the side of its head. It looks like the boys have been waiting here for Chris this whole time. And what a sick shot of the group getting back together again after such a long time. The boys are curious on Chris's new last name, Proudman. Chris has been promoted to Baron, and they're happy for their boy and can't believe that he's actually a noble, and also ask Chris about the people that he came with. Royce and Agatha introduce themselves, and Doki and Yviron far end give each other a one-word introduction. Chris tells the group that it's time to get moving. They make camp and Chris prepares some food, and Chris asks Lynn to fill him in on the situation. There's about 1,000 goblins roaming this land, and that's about the amount that Chris expected. Chris asked the boys to clear the monsters in Proudman. Lynn thought that this would be an easy task, but quickly changed his mind after seeing the goblin base. All the goblins ran away upon seeing the 3 boys. They must have an intelligent leader. Chris ponders on who this could be, but hears a familiar sound from outside. It's Pumpkin. Chris rushes outside to see his boy, and it's been a while since the two were with each other. Pumpkin is freaking huge now and tackles Chris, and he pets him and asks his boy if he wants to go on a walk after so long. Pumpkin gets down to signal Chris to get on his back, and Chris gets on, but Pumpkin starts taking off, a little too fast for our boy. They arrive at the abandoned castle of Proudman, and Chris recalls that the previous lord conducted experiments in this castle. Chris thinks that the sudden disappearance of goblins can mean 2 things. They either flew away or went into the ground. Chris finds a passageway down to the basement, and Chris gets the boys to start killing the goblins hiding in these holes. They clear their way and enter one of the passages that lead into a large room. Chris orders to block the exit and doesn't seem interested in following the goblins. They could have gone anywhere. Chris asks Lynn on the status of the migrants he plans to bring, but Lynn's having a hard time since this isn't exactly an ideal living spot, and the land isn't good to farm on either. Chris thinks that that's fine, and he has bigger plans for Proudman than just farming. A few days later, the migrants start arriving at the castle and shake Lynn's hand and thank the boys for clearing all the monsters. The old citizens will try their best to turn this place back into usable farmland. Lynn thinks he knows why Chris sent him and the boys first, but Chris interrupts him and tells the migrants that they need to set up some temporary lodging, and he asks if anyone in the crowd has experience in carpentry. Several men raise their hands, and one man approaches Chris and lists his skills. He asks the man to make a large wooden house. Then he asks the group if there's any miners among them. A few more men raise their hands as well, and Chris likes this situation. He has about 20 useful people, and this will help speed things up. Some time passes and Chris and the boys are traveling up the mountain, and Lynn comments that if they plan to come this way often, they should probably build a road. Digo asks Chris if they need to call him Baron now, but Chris really never cared about such things. Digo asks him why he brought them to the Blade Mountain, and Chris tells the boys it's time to mine some gray gold. Gold? Does this mountain really have gold? Chris thinks that in his past life, this land was occupied by the 8 gates, but his victories in war helped change that. They arrive at the location and Chris tells the group to be on guard for goblins. He examines all the gray crystals that he sees around. Chris takes a piece and tells Lynn to eat it. Eat it? Digo takes a bite and says it tastes almost like salt. Well, Digo, you would be right. This is a rock salt mine. About 1 month passes, and later in daybed, we see Murdoch talking to Jack, the medicinal plant merchant, and one of his men asks him if there's any news on Lord Chris. But how is he supposed to know anything? And he shuts the door abruptly. He thinks to himself that Chris went to his new land and eliminated all the monsters and took immigrants, but didn't take him. Is it because he's a thug? Is he not worth keeping around? He curses Chris, and maybe it's better that he didn't go to that shitty land. It's not like he wanted to anyways. One of his men tell him that he has a visitor, and Murdoch wonders on who it is. And one boy says that he was sent by Baron Chris. The boy tells him that Chris has invited Murdoch to join him in his new land, which startles Murdoch. He doesn't know what to make of this, but the boy tells him that he's leaving in 3 days. If he wants to come, meet them by the front gate. Also, Chris told the boy to leave a message. Don't lower yourself too much and do what you want. We shift back to Proudman and we see goblins hiding in the bushes. An arrow flies into the arm of one and Lind and Chris are seen hunting them down. Lind spots the hobgoblin and assumes that it's their leader, but they let him go. Lind wonders if this is a good idea, but Chris tells him that it is because he's an intelligent creature and is unlikely to attack them again. Lind worries about this as well since they'll probably just attack somewhere else. But this is also a part of Chris's plan. Chris sighs. If being a noble would be this troublesome, he wouldn't have asked for this. Digo and Doki are seen helping the villagers lifting logs that normally 4 people need to lift. They almost finished the first wooden house and Chris is happy with its progress. Also, the castle wall is being repaired. Chris sees something else going on, and the woodworker didn't get the chance to ask him something, and he wonders what Chris's position is. He's young, so maybe like a manager? Chris thinks that he used up all of his herbs and he needs to venture back into the mountains. But just as he thinks this, it seems he doesn't need to do so, as he sees Murdoch and his crew arrive. Chris welcomes him but apologizes that he's going to put him to work pretty soon since they're low on workers. Murdoch is excited to start and Chris hands him a map of the herbs in the area and tells him that he should be familiar with this kind of job. Chris asks Murdoch if he knows how to make medicine, which he doesn't, but another voice says that he will make the medicine for 3 silver coins, and it's Jack, the medicinal merchant from Daybed. It seems he can't let his VIP customer get away from him that easily, so he's gonna come here as well. We aren't the only ones who came for you. As Chris turns, he sees Taikio, Ralph, and Ellis with 100 infantry soldiers who fought alongside Chris and swore allegiance to him. Another voice yells out to Chris, cursing him for leaving him. It seems Streak wanted to come along as well. Nobody in this story can get enough of Chris. Streak tells him that if there's no discipline around here, nobody's gonna think of him as a baron. Chris still thinks that Streak is as noisy as ever, and the villagers around finally understand that Chris is their feudal lord. Streak bows to Chris and swears an oath of allegiance to protect this land to the very end. All of Chris's allies bow. All of the villagers begin to bow as well. Lynn takes a look at Chris as well, and also makes a vow to swear allegiance, and urges Chris to let him swear this oath. Chris speaks up, thanking everyone for following him, and with the power vested in him, he accepts their oath. And we see one of the coolest panels of the entire story, of Chris being surrounded by all his friends and everyone who's followed him since the beginning. This is making me a little emotional right now. Inside the castle, all of our favorite characters are awaiting their new orders from Chris, because he's going to start assigning some jobs. Streak is going to be in charge of the barracks and troop management. Yviron will lead the trade negotiations in nearby territories. Royce and Ellis will be Chris's new knight apprentices and will take turns patrolling the land. The 3 OGs will help Baxter in rebuilding the castle until they're needed for combat. That is all for everyone. Streak stays in the room and talks to Chris on the situation. It's going to be hard to defend the castle if they send troops to the salt mine. They're going to be lightly defended. Chris is thinking of using the salt mine later on, however, since even if they do want to, they're going to need permission from the Empire, and on top of that, they're going to be charged a hefty tax. Streak continues to list the problems with handling troops, and Chris only understands one thing. He needs money. He tells Streak to send invitations to the lords close to his territory. Streak asks if he means to invite them to Proudmond when it's in a terrible condition, but Chris just jokingly tells him if it would be better to paint the castle gold instead. They are not in the position to be worrying about appearances. Chris is then seen going to the training grounds and sees Royce almost on his deathbed being trained by Tykiel. Chris tells the man that he's looking more dead than when he was sick, and Royce looks towards Chris hoping for a rescue, and Chris notes that the medicine is very effective, and it should be okay for Royce to train hard. No time for rest, however, as Tykiel yells at the boy to continue running. Tykiel isn't too fond of Royce, but he'll do this training as a favor to Chris. But Chris just tells the man that in time he will see Royce's true potential. Tykiel wonders what the busy lord is doing just talking to him, and Chris came here not as the lord, but as Tykiel's student. He's feeling stuck with his current abilities, and Chris can't afford to get lazy now. He needs to get stronger more than ever. He asks Tykiel to teach him all the experience that he's built up, and Tykiel smiles. He thought Chris would become arrogant after becoming a noble, but it seems he doesn't need to worry. From now on, they will spar once a day. Chris says it will be an honor, but Tykiel is much more grateful. A few days pass and a carriage arrives to the castle. Baron Van Saknad arrives. He seems to be a little jealous of this so-called hero of the battlefield, and wants to find out what kind of player Chris truly is. The scene shifts to the men sitting around a table with all the barons that Chris invited. He introduces himself and apologizes for the poor state of his castle. Chris sets some pretty basic food on the table and said, due to the condition of Proudman at the moment, he thinks they should eat the same as the residents of the territory. Baron Vengtes's son wonders if Chris expects him to eat his garbage. But Guillen is also in attendance and says the food is actually quite good. Chris knew Wehane wouldn't accept his invitation, but to think Guillen would come was a surprise to him. There are 3 key members, the Baron Saknad from the west, Viscount Dutch from the south, and the Count Vengtes from the southwest. These are the 3 territories that border Proudmond, and by them accepting this invitation, it means they expect something out of Chris. Baron Saknad is the richest and closest one to Proudmond. Chris wonders what his true goal is, but feels an intense energy from that Baron's knight, who's staring a little too intently at our boy. Chris thinks that he might be the strongest fighter in their province, so bringing him along means a peaceful agreement might be out of the cards. The most important person to Chris, however, is the Viscount Dutch. And Chris asks him if he's been suffering from goblin attacks. It seems he's been having a hard time. The Viscount thinks that Chris is mocking him, but instead Chris offers to help him with the situation. He asks for 30 gold coins a month for his help. The Viscount thinks that's a pretty hefty sum, but Chris sweetens the deal and includes that he will also handle the thieves that appear every year from the west as well. This shocks the Viscount that he was even aware of this fact. Chris says that as a gesture of goodwill, he will even take the payment after he's completed the task. Guillen smiles, thinking that Chris is a few steps ahead of these local lords. The scene shifts to the fat lord leaving, thinking that Chris was nothing special, and wonders why his father even sent him here. His knight, who seems to be a pretty smart guy, comments that this place has very hardworking citizens, and the foundation might even be complete before the summer. But this fat lord says no matter what they do, it's still a dead land. A man runs into the fat guy's servant and apologizes, but the lord doesn't want to let this slide. He asks the man to come back and apologize to his servant, even though he did, and the servant seems pretty much unharmed. The lord wants to escalate the situation and tells his servant to shut up. He pretends that his servant's arm was broken in this little exchange, and with a wicked smile, demands compensation. We now see Ellis patrolling the town, thinking her job isn't so bad, but hears a commotion going on and rushes to check it out. We now see the fat lord ordered his knight to kill the man who just bumped into his servants. Oh, he's about to get messed up for real. The scene shifts and we see Chris conversing with Guillen, asking him why he really came. Guillen says that Chris has gotten a lot bolder lately, and asks him about the 100 soldiers that came with equipment and weapons. Did you really think that Wehane would turn a blind eye? Chris counters, saying that he never really asked them to do it, and that's a bit harsh. But Guillen just laughs, saying how he's kidding. Consider the soldiers a gift. Wehane is too busy with adult entertainment to even care. The reason Guillen came here is that daybed is just too boring for him. Chris thinks to himself that if possible, he wants Guillen to join him, but that might be a little challenging at the moment. Guillen asks Chris if his skill has gotten a little bit better. A little, I guess, Chris responds. Guillen lets out a menacing aura, telling Chris that he's been itching for a fight. Shall they spar? Chris accepts, but soon a soldier bursts into the room, informing Chris of what happened outside. Chris rushes to the scene, and back in the town, the fat lord wonders what everybody is staring at. Ellis curses herself for being too late because the man is already dead. She asks the lord why he had him killed, but this fat ass just smiles, saying how he asked his knight to do it, and then immediately after starts trying to hit on Ellis. She is enraged at this arrogance, and the man asks her to sleep with him. She asks again why the man just killed one of their villagers, and the fat lord says he's tired of this. That guy just broke his servant's arm and didn't apologize. Even though he did, but the fat lord says that that's good enough reason to end his life. Ellis's frustration is now visible, and tells the fatty that he needs to come with her for an investigation. The guy readies his knight and tells Ellis that if she can best him, then maybe he will consider it. Ellis tells everyone to step back and thinks what the right move in this situation is. What would Chris do? We get a flashback to Ellis being trained by her father. He tells her that her sword is powerful enough, and it's time to move on to the next step. But keep in mind, Ellis, that you will now have responsibility. Being a knight isn't easy. How you swing your sword will impact the people around you. And sometimes you will be put in difficult situations. If you cannot make a decision fast enough, know this. If it's hard to judge, just follow your beliefs. Ellis taunts the knight to come at her, and then the knight obliges by rushing in. Ellis readies her rapier, but doesn't want to underestimate a knight who protects an aristocrat. But Ellis quickly ducks down and dodges, sending a quick jab of her rapier at the man, cutting his eye. He can't even see her sword, he thinks. Ellis smiles. What's the matter? You seem a little slow. The man jumps in again for another attack and winds back his sword, but Ellis seems to be done with this amateur and dashes past him, leaving him in a barrage of her sword cuts, with blood gushing from all over his body. The fat lord is enraged that his knight has just died, but Ellis tells the arrogant brat that that guy died the moment he accepted the duel. The fatty keeps rambling on that he won't forget this, and how dare a mere peasant girl talk back to him. But now, Chris arrives and tells Ellis she did a good job. Chris is accompanied by Lind and Guillen and notices that the other barons haven't left yet. They seem to be keeping a keen eye on Chris. The fat lord is actually thankful that Chris arrived and tells him that Ellis has just killed his knight. Ellis breaks down the whole situation and Chris walks to the dead villager, mourning his passing. This person shouldn't have died today. He apologizes to him because this is due to Chris's short-sightedness. Chris Chris calls out to Jord Vangtest. If a knight died in a fair duel, then there is no compensation, but Chris has yet to receive payment for the loss of one of his people. The Fat Lord is shocked at hearing this. What are you talking about? Chris says that since he killed somebody, he's gonna have to pay the price, and throws a sword and formally challenges the Fat Lord. This is for an innocent person's death. He will not accept no for an answer. This shocks all of the onlookers, and Gian smiles. The Fat Lord fumbles his words, and his knight, who would have fought for him, is dead. He can't possibly pick up a sword. Chris, letting out the full extent of his anger, yells for the fatty to shut up. This is Proudmont. They respect their citizens here. How dare you come in here and harm anyone? Hold your weapon, Jord. Show that you are an aristocrat. The man is under stress, and asks anyone around him if they can fight for him. He will reward them, please. But no one seems to answer. Chris holds his sword next to him, telling him to fight or else. The Lord pleads with Chris. He's never held a sword before in his life. Please spare me. He's sorry. But Chris, with a murderous look in his eyes, tells the Lord again to pick up the sword. But the Fat Lord just yells, "Is this all because I killed that meager peasant? Why are you doing this to me?" Wrong words, fatty. Chris gives the man a haircut and tells his floating head that this is the price for playing with his people's lives. Baron Saknad has a nervous sweat. He can't believe that Chris just killed him. Though it was justified, he is a noble after all. He thinks to himself that Chris has made a terrible mistake, and he won't let this go. Lin tells Chris that their main goal should be to reconcile with the Lord and send the body back carefully, but Chris doesn't want to hear any of it. Lind continues that a conflict right now wouldn't be good. They don't even have a castle wall to defend themselves, but Chris suits up and asks the boy who said anything about defending. Lind thinks it's impossible to strike first when they aren't even in the situation to protect their own castle. But Chris responds saying that 5 of them will be enough. Tonight they will go, and the strategy they will use should be in Lind's book of military tactics. An ambush using a small number of elites. The Vangtest is the weakest among Chris's neighbors, and 5 men who can use wise should be enough to deal with them. Lin likes the plan since they are now in an era of peace, but Gian steps in the room and hopes Chris has made some room for him in this plan. Chris asks the man if he's sure he doesn't stand to gain anything from helping, but Gian just lets out his insane aura and says he'll cover his face so it'll be fine. He can be pretty useful. Yeah, anyone stronger than our plot armor MC is definitely welcome in my book. The guy masks up and we see the group traveling through the forest. Chris notes that the other lord saw the incident, so they need to handle this fast before word spreads. Gian thinks that Chris has changed a lot lately. His words, his action, and spirit are totally different now. But maybe he's not different. Maybe he was hiding his true intentions all along. Gian turns to Chris's companions and notices that he can feel wise from all of them. Outside the entrance to the Vangtest territory, the boys, not giving a damn, just walk up, and the guards ask him to stop. But Chris tells Lind to shut this guy up, and Lind rushes in and in a blink of an eye kills one of the guards. The other raises his sword to retaliate, but Lind is too fast and strikes him down too. Other guards start pouring in, calling for reinforcements, but Lind is single-handedly taking care of several knights with his sword. Who knew he was so badass? The commander orders to close the gate, but it's too late. Digo rushes in through a group of soldiers, overpowering them with ease, and stands under the gate like an absolute savage holding it up. The men are confused on why the gate isn't closing. "Push it down, what are you doing?" Chris tells Digo that he did a good job, and Gien is a little shocked that he's holding the gate up with his brute strength. And now, I definitely need his workout plan, because what the hell am I looking at? The commander orders his archers to kill the intruders, but Ellis is wrapped around their flank and starts using her wise ability, Flow, to decapitate all of the soldiers with water coming out of her rapier. Chris tells his group not to kill any villagers. They're heading to the inner castle right away. A group of soldiers charge at Chris, but he sends a few jabs of his spear, decimating them all. Gien is chopping people down and thinking on the reason that Chris let him come. Chris wanted to stage this whole event to show off the power of the new Lord of Proudmont. If he truly wanted to keep it a secret, then he wouldn't have let him come, and it even pains him to think what would happen if Chris attacked Ludwig's territory. Count Vangtest is wondering what all this commotion is about, but is informed that they're being attacked. He asks who's attacking, but the messenger doesn't know. The enemy has already broken through the outer wall. How many are they? But the messenger doesn't know either. The Count yells at the man, asking what the hell he even knows, but the guy just trembles in fear, telling his lord that the men they are fighting are beasts. The Count orders Jackson, his knight, to assemble all the troops, and the messenger tries to go outside to get more information, but he hears soldiers dying on the other side. Digo busts through the thick wooden door with ease, and the Count is shocked that the enemy is already upon him. Chris and the boys pull up looking absolutely clean, and Chris thinks if this is the Count's elite soldiers. If so, then this is the final fight. Chris asks if this man is the Count, and he replies saying that he is. He in turn asks who the intruder is, and Chris introduces himself. The Count is shocked that his neighbor is already invading him. Chris tells him that there was an incident yesterday, and one of his residents was killed. The person who caused this incident was the eldest son, Jord. Chris menacingly looks at the Count and tells him that he killed his son as payment for the loss of life. The Count is enraged at these words. "How dare you kill my son?" But Chris yells at all the knights and tells them if they want to live, drop your swords and leave this land. If you think otherwise, then come at me. The Count orders his men to bring him Chris's head, and they charge in. But this elite squad led by Chris makes quick work of them in this insane shot. Chris is just walking casually, and his team just slaughters the enemy soldiers. The Count and Jackson are trembling in fear. The Count, in a last-ditch effort, orders Jackson to stop him. But Chris, with a murderous blue aura, tells the man to think rationally. He won't give him another chance. Jackson, trembling with fear, drops his sword. The Count is all alone. Chris steps atop him and fills the room with killing intent. "If you want revenge for your son, come at any time. I'll treat you to death." Man, this is the coldest line I heard. He really is on his villain arc. Some time passes and we see all the boys back in Proudman, and Lynn tells Chris that the Royal Palace will start investigating soon. They will need to take precautions before it's too late. Chris just says that when it's the two of them, Lynn doesn't need to speak so formally. Lynn relents and Chris begins telling him his plan. The aristocrats will try to take down Chris, but the royals don't want to lose their newfound power and will naturally side with Chris. They will stage an event that Count Vengtes was planning to defect to the Eight Gates and say that his son tried to contact them through Proudmund. This is enough justification to keep those nobles at bay. Lind is very anxious about this plan, telling Chris if he's found out, it will be the end of him. But Chris just jokingly says if it's the end of him, that it's also the end of Lind. So make sure you fake that letter well. Lind curses Chris as the devil and begins to write. He asks Chris how he plans to hide the fake evidence, but Chris has the perfect woman for the job. We see a shot of Rachel dashing through the trees overlooking the Vengtes territory. The scene shifts to Saknad conversing with his men. How the hell did Chris kill an aristocrat and invade the Lord's territory in the same day, and get rewarded for it? The men informs him that there were documents proving that the Count was communicating with the Eight Gates, and heard that the reward was for catching a traitor. The Baron thinks that this has to be some kind of trick, and Chris is more dangerous than he thought. Damn, Chris really just ended a whole noble bloodline and invaded his goddamn castle just to avenge one person's life. Talk about caring for your people. Chris is seen walking around the town greeting his villagers, and they offer him all sorts of fruit, vegetables, and bread. Chris thinks that if there's no villagers, there is no feudal lord. These people are the backbone of his territory. Just because they're weak doesn't mean they need to die. Something like that should never happen again. Chris needs to focus on strengthening the security of the village. He needs more troops. Chris approaches Murdoch and notes the dirt on his hands. He seems to be a herbalist after all. Murdoch smiles and is happy with his new role, but Chris asks the man if he plans on digging herbs for the rest of his life, which leaves him confused. Chris tells Murdoch and his boys to become rangers and protect his territory. He won't force him, so he can remain a herbalist if he likes, but the men bow and gracefully accept their new responsibility. Chris tells Royce to take them to the training ground. He's already informed Taikio. Yavarin approaches, telling Chris that she spread the reward out to the people in the form of food and necessities, and Chris thanks her for her hard work, and tells the girl to rest for now. He notes that her English is getting better, and she's learning every day to better her training skills. Chris closes his eyes and thinks to himself that the time has come, and he goes up to Doki and asks him for a spar. Doki follows him into the forest, but Chris tells him that this isn't training, and he asks the man why he's been following him all of this time. Doki says no reason. No reason, eh? Then why did you come to the central continent? Doki is confused on the question and Chris elaborates. You were a southerner, Doki. Why are you hiding your identity? Yavarin is from a similar place and told Chris that she could tell that Doki is also from the south. What is your real name? Who are you? Doki is sweating nervously at this question. This is the most he's had to think in like the last 60 chapters. Doki just stands there and says, I am Doki. Chris knew that this would happen, so getting this out of him will be quite difficult. Chris says that he heard long ago that there's a special difference separating people from the central and southern continents. The central people worship a god, while southern people worship humans. To be exact, they worship the strong who win duels. Doki, I challenge you to a duel. If you win, I will never ask you about your past again. But if I win, you have to answer my questions. Doki readies his axes and agrees, and the two friends lock eyes. Doki dashes towards Chris with a swing of his axe. The two exchange tens of blows in a matter of seconds. Chris sends an upward slash, but Doki drops down and hits Chris with a heavy blow. Chris blocks and tells Doki to trust him, while they disengage. Chris winds back his spear and sends a powerful attack that Doki blocks with both of his axes. I will help you, Doki. Tell me your real name. Doki is struggling emotionally, and we see a flashback on our silent brute. We see a young Doki watching his village burn. The roaring elephant tribe is invading, one of the boys yells, asking everyone to run away. A young Doki asks Zelid if he has seen Yen. Zelid says he'll look for her and just run away, as an enemy barbarian prepares his axe down on Zelid. Zelid tells Doki to hurry and stabs the man through the chest, but Doki doesn't listen and runs into the flames, wanting to save his mother Yen. A hulking barbarian stands in his way, saying that the kid is quite unlucky. The weak always die. Just accept your fate, as he prepares to plunge his spear into the young kid. But out of nowhere, Yen appears, killing the man. She tells Doki that they need to run, but the young boy says tribe warriors never show their backs. But Zen tells her son that he's just a kid, not a warrior. More barbarians approach the two, but Zen and Doki's father appear, cutting the men down. The roaring elephant tribe has changed, and if the chief knew they would be like this, he would have done something sooner. But Zen begs Doki to run away. He wants to stay alongside his family and fight. But his father, the chief, commands him to leave quickly, and tells the boy to sharpen his axe and come back with vengeance. Doki tries to refuse, but his father tells his son to live on. He is too young to have his story end here. Please, live, son. Zen hugs him close and tells the boy to run north where it's warm. Forget your name and tribe. Zen tells her son that in these situations, between an honorable death and life, always choose life, and tells her son to please run away. Doki screams and cries as he runs away from the burning village, knowing this might be the last time he will ever see his parents. Some time passes and two travelers stumble upon an unconscious Doki. It seems he was running until his body gave out. One of the travelers gives him some food to eat and tries to politely ask him to put his axe down. But the other traveler notes that the kid looks like he's been through a rough time, so it might be better to leave him alone. They ask for the kid's name, and Doki looks at his axes, and this is how we come to know him as Doki. Back to the present, the two are continuing their epic duel. Chris says that this can only end with one of them being unconscious or yielding. That's how it works in the south, right? Chris continues his barrage of spear attacks, but Doki blocks it all. Chris is impressed with his agility. He's on another level than Lind and Ego. He was born with this latent ability. His rapid heavy attacks. Chris notices that he started using Ys as well. Chris is backed into a tree, and Doki leaps ready to bring his axes down. But it isn't like Chris was sitting around getting weaker, so he dodges, and Doki continues his assault. Chris leaps over the man and hits him with a powerful strike to the arm. Damn, Chris wanted to knock him down with that one, but it seemed to only anger the barbarian even more. If Chris doesn't go all out, he can't win this duel, and the two continue trading blows. And right as Doki swings his axe, Chris parries it, sending his arm back, and uses his free arm to hit Doki with a devastating punch to the gut, sending a shockwave behind him, and launching him into a nearby tree. Chris is happy with the result, but failed to control his power. Maybe he overdid it a little. You're not dead, are you? Chris asks, as Doki coughs, seemingly defeated. Chris continues, if you need a place to grow your roots, then I will be the land for those roots. Chris has studied the southern language briefly, and roots is related to one's tribe or identity. Doki looks up at Chris and asks him why he wants to know his name. Chris smiles. I told you already. I want to help you. Doki says he now serves his tribe chief Chris, and he bows. He says he was born in the south, but lost his roots and abandoned his name. Doki tells his real name, Yenrid, the last wingless hawk and only breathing hawk left. Chris gets close to Yenrid and puts a hand on his shoulder. You're not alone anymore. A little disclaimer in this webtoon I'm going to be reading. Doki's name shifts from Doki and Doko and now Yenrid, but I'm just going to keep calling him Doki for the rest of the story, just to be like, similar with what I've been doing so far. If you want me to change it, just let me know. Back at the camp, Chris sets out to help Doki on his mission to avenge his family. Linda's worried since Chris is only going with 3 people, and Chris tells him that Pumpkin's coming too, so technically it's 4, so they should be alright. Lynn tells Chris that he's not a normal foot soldier anymore. He's a baron now, he can't be doing these type of things. Chris says this is exactly the reason he must go, and tells Lynn not to worry. If something goes wrong, he'll figure it out, just like he always does. He can't just move his whole army for this. Agatha tells the baron to take care, and their first stop is the Viscount Dutch. A few days pass and Chris arrives at the outer castle, but is shocked to see an encampment outside. It seems southerners invaded the Viscount's territory, and the numbers are beyond what Chris expected. That's about 1,200 soldiers. Chris wonders if the tents on the cliff are the headquarters, and thinks that the Southern Federation has not been founded yet, so a group of this size puzzles him. Does this mean that multiple tribes are camping out there? Inside the Viscount's castle, he greets Dutch and tells him they might need to alter the contract, which startles the Viscount. There's over 1,000 men outside those walls, but Dutch argued that they never discussed about the enemy numbers. But Yavarin counters saying their contract technically is verbal, so they still have a right to change it. Chris asks bluntly if the Viscount can handle this problem without him, which puts him in a tough situation. Yavarin says that they will need 3 platinum coins for dealing with the southern troops and goblins. Dutch is shocked at the price, but has no other choice and agrees. He signs the contract and Chris is free to start his mission. The Viscount asks how many men he has prepared, but Chris shocks him saying only 3. Dutch thinks this boy must be playing with him. How can a knight apprentice take on a group of 1,200 with only 3 people? And I mean, there was that time he took on 2,000 with 4, so the math is working out here. The Viscount faints, thinking that he's doomed, and Chris turns and lets us smile. Trust me, Viscount, I won't let you die. The group leaves the castle and Yavarin asks Chris if he seriously wants to fight the southern army with 3 of them. Of course not. Doki will handle it. This puts an even more stressed look on the poor girl, thinking her lord is a moron. Chris watches atop the castle wall as Doki walks to confront the army, and with the Viscount next to him, wondering why he's provoking the enemy like this. Chris asks the man how well he knows southern traditions. Dutch replies that he's traded with them hundreds of times, and he knows they should not be provoked. Chris smiles and thinks to himself it seems this man doesn't know them that well, but tells the Viscount not to worry. His knight will write a new chapter in history in this place. Doki just strolls up to the enemy camp, and 2 men question who this guy is, just walking up here like that, and they ask for his business, and they notice that he's also a southerner. Doki just tells them bluntly to go home. Doki, like an absolute Chad, just stands in front of the entire enemy army. The bald guy asks him if he's a southerner and wants to know the terms of the negotiation, but Doki just savagely says that there is no terms. Leave right now. The man goes and talks to his superior with a scar over his eye, and the man relays his orders. The bald man says that they won't leave. In fact, they want to live here, and tell Doki to get out of his eyesight. The still emotionless Doki says, "Nah, make me," and the man yells at Doki to die and charges at him. But Doki just one-shots him, and tells all the men to come at him at once. He will take care of them all. Another one of the men tells leader Kang that this guy is insulting them, but Kang just stares at Doki, asking what route he is from. Doki says he doesn't talk to weaklings. This enrages Kang, who orders his men to kill him. Multiple men charge in at Doki, but are also one-shotted, leaving Kang awestruck. Doki yells at the men, saying he's disappointed that they're all so weak. Now, all of the men charge at Doki at once. The real battle begins. Chris overlooks the brawl and thinks Doki is finally started. The Viscount is visibly stressed at the situation, and Chris thinks that honestly, he is a little worried for Doki. He might need to go help him. Chris orders Pumpkin to keep a lookout on Doki and bring him back if he's in trouble. Chris thinks that Doki needs to handle this himself and for his past, and trusts him. Doki is besting all of the southern warriors without killing them, but a new wave of them approach. Doki uses his wise powers, one-shotting all the men in an instant, leaving the remaining soldiers scared to even approach. A soldier goes up to Kang telling him this guy is no joke. Everyone who's attacked him has been knocked out. He hasn't killed a single soldier. This puts a shocked look on Kang as he orders his men to stop. Today's fight has ended. He orders his men to fall back and Kang tells Doki not to get cocky. Doki returns and Chris asks him if he's alright and tells him he did a good job. He asks for more on the situation, but Doki wasn't able to get through to them yet. But it wasn't bad at the end of the day. Chris hands him a drink to help his recovery, and the next day, Doki goes back, ready to mess them up again. And in 2 days, Doki defeated 150 men. And in 3 days, he defeated 300. Kang is worried, and one of his men thinks he must be tired by now. Surely they'll get him this time. Tomorrow is the end of this. Baron from the Fangless Wolf tribe vows to kill Doki and rushes at him. The Viscount is worried that this has been going on for 4 days. Is there anything that they can do? Chris tells the man that this isn't just a fight. This is part of their tradition. The Southerners must realize it by now. Even after 4 days and hundreds of battles, Doki still isn't tired. With the elixirs Chris gives him and his wise power, he's able to stay in peak condition. To the Southern soldiers, Doki looks like some kind of miracle. Doki finishes off Baron, and another man, Vorte, asks him to fight, which the next panel shows he was easily defeated. These men have never seen such a display of power in their lives. One of the men looks towards Doki in awe, the unwavering one who walks the earth. Now, Kang approaches Doki. None of these men have ever witnessed a miracle like this. Kang bows towards the unwavering one, and all the soldiers follow suit. In these last 5 days, Doki has become a legend. Kang asks for the name of this legend, and Doki responds, Yenrid, the Wingless Hawk. Hearing the clan Wingless Hawk brings shock to the faces of the Southerners. Chris looks on to see the men bowing at Doki, in awe of his dear friend, but Pumpkin senses something in the mists and growls behind Chris. Chris asks what Pumpkin is seeing, and then, all of a sudden, a scout appears informing Chris that the Southern Army's reinforcements have begun to move, and there is at least 1,000 of them headed this way. Chris needs to get a closer look. He puts wise energy into his eyes and sees the Southern men charging in on their position. Chris recognizes this event as a Southern uprising, where the tribes fought amongst themselves, and the winner conquered the lands. Chris orders Yavarin to stay here, and the Viscount tries to offer Chris his troops, but Chris declines, saying that the Southerners are not after the castle. The Viscount wonders what Chris will be able to do by himself, but he seems pretty confident. Down back at the grounds, Doki gets the news that the enemy is coming, and in fact, it's the same tribe that attacked his village and killed his family. It's time for payback. Chris approaches on the back of Pumpkin, and the Southern army gets defensive, but are shocked to learn that Chris is Doki's chieftain. Chris tells Doki that it's time to deal with his past, which he agrees. He raises his axe and orders the men who now look up to him to charge into battle alongside him. Doki crouches down and activates his wise, and in a blink of an eye, dashes into the front lines of the enemy. The commander sees a flash of blue light before his head is chopped off. Doki dives into the enemy lines, making quick work of them. Tens of men try to stop him from moving, but they cannot quell his rage. With a swing of his axe, he separates 20 men's torsos from their legs. The men try to surround him, but he leaps into the air and smashes down with his axes, creating an explosion in the center of the Southern army. Doki's newfound comrades see this spectacle and scream, ready to charge in to help their new leader. The battle commences between the two sides, and casualties are felt. Chris enters the battle as well, saving Kang from an impending death. Doki is still enraged, killing one after another, and Chris is assisting with spear in hand. The enemy is losing troops fast and orders what's left of their army to retreat. Doki has done it. They repelled the enemy. All the Southerners begin to scream at their victory, and even lift Chris's hands in the air to join in on the fun. Doki stands victorious with one axe in the air. Now we shift to nighttime and the celebration commences. Everyone has a full cup of alcohol, and the Viscount is in awe of how Chris used only one man to completely flip an entire army to their side. It's nothing like he has ever seen. Chris did tell him he had nothing to worry about. He continues that the Viscount was once a merchant, so he should be open to negotiations, and Chris likes competent leaders. The Viscount is still in awe of Chris and thinks to himself that nothing can stop this boy from reaching the top. Chris tells Doki that he did a fine job, and some of the Southerners comment on Chris's hair and even challenge him to a fight, but Doki warns them not to. Not even he could best Chris in a fight. This revelation shocks the Southerners, who think Doki is a god. Kang approaches Chris and has a request. The elephant tribe has rounded up some of their tribesmen, and he wants Chris to fight with him to get them back, and also informs Chris and Doki that they have a guide who is also a wingless hawk. We fast forward to 2 days later, and Chris is leading the way. The soldiers are still questioning how Chris managed to become Doki's chieftain, still doubting his strength. But don't worry guys, you're gonna find out soon enough. Chris, Kang, and Doki overlook the elephant tribe camp from atop a high ridge, and Chris is a little worried seeing how many people are actually captured. It's much more than he was led to believe. But before they can think any further, a scout informs them that the elephant tribe is near. Kang orders his troops to prepare for battle, but Chris calms him down. He tells him not to charge in recklessly. They must defend before attacking. Kang doesn't understand this way of fighting, but Chris tells him that he's going to need to learn. He reminds Kang that they're not here to fight, but to save his people. Doki puts his hand on Kang's shoulder, and he understands. Kang's men try to hold the defensive line as the elephant tribe rushes in to attack, but that defense doesn't last forever as the men start charging in to meet the enemy. Chris notices that even Doki can't keep up his stamina for this long, and even though he has wise, he's been fighting for days on end. He orders Doki to save his energy, and charges in himself. He lands right in front of the enemy army, and uses one man's face as a stepping stone. Man, Chris loves that move. And in midair, he unleashes a barrage of stabs that decimates the foes underneath. As soon as he lands, he is surrounded, but a twist of his spear, he cleaves down countless soldiers around him. Chris wants to draw the attention of everyone around him, and he continues to slaughter the enemy, as Doki and Kang join the fight. Chris stands alone in the center of hundreds of dead men. Kang's men think they won, but another wave of elephant tribe approaches. Chris orders everyone not to cross the line that he is standing on, and orders Doki to enforce that order. Chris brings his spear close to his face, and we flash back to his training with Taikyo. Before we get to see the result of that training, his wise comprehension levels up to 30, and right as the endless wave of soldiers descends on Chris, he unleashes a killer attack, dashing through the entire army, sending hundreds of men in the air. Kang and Doki are both left stunned, and so am I. What the hell just happened? The men realize that they won and start cheering on Chris. All the prisoners are released and join back with their families. Chris is happy with his work, but sees Doki reunite with someone that he thinks is his sibling. They embrace and we're introduced to Jared. Jared stares at Chris, asking if he's the leader here. Doki introduces Chris as his chieftain, but Jared has a menacing stare. They begin drawing some maps on the dirt, analyzing the situation. But Chris notices that they have more than 5,000 troops, so they should try to avoid a direct battle. Chris asks Jared if he understands if they fight the enemy, most likely everyone will die. Chris thinks that they should secure an escape route, but Jared declines, saying that Southerners never run away, and asks Doki to come talk to him alone, and asks who the hell this Chris guy is, and gets mad at him. Doki is a hawk, but he's some mainland's dog. The elephant tribe is right in front of them, and they're responsible for killing their entire family. Men for the south never forget their revenge. Jared is seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, but asks Doki if he trusts Chris, and tells him that he's changed, and walks off. Chris orders the men to take the tribesmen to a safe place. The enemy will soon be upon them. Chris kneels in front of a boy who claims to know the mountains well. He says he does, and his name is Ern. Chris tells the soldiers that himself and Doki will be at the front lines, and orders everyone else to take the rear. Some time passes and we see the group traveling in the forest, and Ern asks Chris why he's doing so much to help Southerners. Chris responds saying that he never discriminates and only looks for one thing from anyone, whether or not they are on his side. Doki tells the boy that Chris is only interested in the good of the people. But something interrupts the group, as Chris and Pumpkin notice something approaching. The enemy is here. Chris orders the men to stay back and only elite soldiers will fight. Don't break the formation. Chris and Doki begin slaughtering the enemy, and even Pumpkin gets in on the action, taking a man's arm off, and then lets out a huge fire breath, taking out many soldiers at once. The enemies start running, and this confused Chris because you're retreating so easily. Something isn't right. Some forces are at the rear, and Jared looks to chase, despite Kang's order not to break the formation. But Jared doesn't want to let any of them escape. But this was a trap. He is ambushed and his weapon is flung to the side, and the wound on his leg opens up, making him unable to grab his axe. The situation is dire and the man closes his eyes, ready to accept that this place is his grave. But Doki comes flying in. He won't let any more members of his family die. He lets out a flurry of slashes and decapitates all the surrounding soldiers. He tells Jared not to give up. Live on. Doki wants them to survive. together. All of a sudden, the enemy soldiers disperse, leaving Chris confused on why they ran away. They numbered less than 100 men. Chris is concerned on the tactics that the enemy is using. The leaders of the Southern Army is the chief of the Elephant Tribe, who has gathered all of the scattered Southerners, and he seems to be quite the leader. And he has a reason to send his soldiers like this. And all of a sudden, Chris has an epiphany. He mounts Pumpkin to do some reconnaissance. He assumes that attacking with this little amount of soldiers must be a distraction. If Chris is right, there must be another group nearby. Chris puts Wise into his eyes and spots the enemy from a distance. He sees a massive force of men headed towards the castle. If they breach that, they'll be able to get into unimpeded. Chris doesn't remember this event from his past life, and maybe his actions have started to change the future. Even if Chris joins the Viscount's troops, it still won't be enough to handle that many men, and he's too pressed for time to think of a viable strategy. But he isn't our MC for nothing, as an idea strikes him. He now knows what he must do. He looks towards a mountain that is connected with Proudman, and it might be the best direction to send the Southerners. And he also has to inform the Viscount and prepare to defend the walls. He hands Pumpkin 2 letters and instructs the dog to deliver them to both the Viscount and to his men at Proudman. He orders Doki to gather the troops, and they're gonna head back to Proudman as well. We shift to the Viscount reading Chris's letter, with sweat beating down his face. He's wondering if this plan will work out. He doesn't know if he can trust this information, but feels he needs to take a leap of faith, especially for Chris. He decides to believe in him and orders his men to deliver the message to the capital. We time skip to about 4 days later, and Southern troops are staring at the Viscount walls, but are surprised to see this allied force staring them down. Duke Rold and his men eagerly await the fight. The Duke even curses himself, saying he should have arrived a little later so he could relish in combat. We are introduced to the first and third sword under Rold, Valmung and Withran. The swords of the Grand Duke are powerful wise users that follow Rold. Lin sits behind them nervously since he can feel their strength emanating from their aura. Rold asks Lin if he really thinks the Southerners will retreat after hearing their warning. Lin informs them that the enemy morale has dropped and the way their army is moving is signaling that they want to minimize casualties. So most likely they will try to negotiate to get out of the situation. Rold understands and rides out by himself and starts talking. He approaches a lackey who tells him that they want to make a deal. Rold confidently tells the man that if he doesn't want his army slaughtered, to turn back. The man agrees, but Rold unleashes a wave of killing intent, telling the man if any Southerner steps on this land again, they will be attacked without warning. The lackey basically shits his pants and goes back to inform his superiors. Rold asks Rydos, the knight next to him, if he has seen Chris before, and he says he has when Chris was just a spire. Rold's interest in Chris continues to grow, and he seems to always be involved with him now. We shift back to Proudman, and Dee looks to see Chris returning with all the Southerners that he saved. Chris smiles at Digo as he returns and immediately goes back to business. Screet wants to put the Southerners to work operating the salt mine, and Chris agrees since they can't put off not occupying it any longer. Chris puts this conversation on hold and he has something else to handle as Doki and Jared enter the room. Chris asks Jared if he likes Proudman so far, but if he wants to go back to the south, he will prepare all the materials that him and his men need to return, and they won't have to pay it back. But if they choose to leave, Chris can't guarantee their safety. Jared has a different idea. They're not strong enough to go back to the south, so they'll live here until they are, but pay a price to do so. It isn't exactly what Chris wanted, but it's going to be good enough for now. But Chris questions the wound on Jared's leg, but Jared says that the healers haven't had any luck. Chris thinks that fixing it is easy, but Jared protests that his leg is not the important thing now. Chris tells Jared the price of living here is that his people will be citizens of Proudman, and as such, they will need to follow his rules. Jared agrees and Doki smiles to himself. Chris lets the Southerners that are now his citizens deal with the Viscount's goblin problem, and over the next coming days, Proudman has become a place where Southerners and Central people can coexist, and has become the second most powerful territory, with Ludwig being the first. Damn, Chris ain't fucking around. Is enraged after hearing Chris allowed Southerners into his land, thinking the boy must be crazy. His knight tries to actually explain the full situation, but the Baron just thinks everything out of Chris's mouth is a lie. He is now worried, since now his territory is growing so rapidly. His knight investigated deeper and found out about Chris's salt mine, and this further enrages the Baron. He curses Chris. Who would have known that dead land would have had a rock salt mine? He tries to calm down and see what he can do in the situation. He knows he must build a friendship with Chris to take advantage of the benefits. However, it enrages him to the core that a mere commoner is having his way. He yells at Jerome, saying salt is an exclusive product of the royal family, and orders him to report this offense, but asks him to do another thing, send a letter to the Duke. We shift back to the barracks in Proudman, and men are seen training. Streak sits with Lind, worried since it seems that they messed up some calculations, He curses himself that he'll have to spend another full night fixing his errors. Lind is also terrified because he can't ask Yavarin for help, and curses Chris for going on vacation when the rest of them are dying from being overworked. A man enters the room and tells Streak that a guest has arrived. Metix introduces himself and says he was employed by Chris himself. Streak is confused, but Metix is an accountant and will be handling the work here from now on. Streak is relieved that the weight is finally taken off of his shoulders, but Lind is more curious. He can't just believe this man out of nowhere. Metic says Chris saw this coming and says Lin's first name and also told him if Lin was suspicious to tell this story. He starts telling the story that seems to be an embarrassing one of Lin peeing his pants, which makes him stop Metic immediately, saying that he trusts him and thinks Chris is one crazy bastard. Another boy is at the door looking for Lin as well, and Lin greets him. He says that the Baron sent him to deliver this message and shows him the stamp that will be used as the design of his family crest. Lin is astonished, asking if the boy made it himself and is in awe of his skill, even though it appears that he's blind. The boy says he can prove that Lin can trust him and starts saying the same story that Medic was using, but Lin quickly shuts it down. We shift to Chris and Royce on their little vacation, and Royce asks where exactly they are going. Chris says they're looking for a very important person, a secluded sage. Royce is confused, but we see two boneheads blocked away, saying that Chris and Royce need to pay the toll to get through this area. Chris sighs since this is the 4th time that this has happened on his trip, but orders Royce to deal with these morons. But before he does so, a knight dashes out of the woods, dealing with these thugs, and he asks if Chris and Royce are travelers. Chris answers vaguely, and the knight introduces himself as Paul Royer from the Marquis Zighal's castle, but thinks to himself that Chris was very calm in the situation. He offers them transport to High Spire, and that area is owned by Zighal. Chris agrees to be escorted and they make some small talk, and Royce reveals that he is a squire, which makes Paul laugh. But Chris thinks they shouldn't reveal themselves just yet. They arrive at the town and Chris overhears someone begging for mercy. A man is getting rocks thrown at him. Paul says due to the Lord's kindness, even freaks like him get into this land. And he also wants to join in on the torture for making their land look bad in front of a guest, and tells the hunchback blue-haired boy if he doesn't stop complaining, he will be executed. Paul continues to escalate the situation, even pulling out his sword to get rid of this trash, even while the boy's mother runs to defend her son. Paul is now enraged, but Chris asks him to stop, saying that that man is his friend. Paul tries to grab Chris, asking what he means, but his hand is grabbed by Royce, who has a murderous expression. Don't touch his boy, man, might die. Chris kneels down and asks the boy's mother for a favor. He's invited inside, but unfortunately the family is poor and has nothing to serve. Chris gives the boy some herbs to quickly heal his skin, which he accepts. Chris orders Royce to bring the things that they bought from the market, and Chris prepares some food. The mother questions if Chris is a chef since the food is so good, but the hunchback boy notices that Chris specially prepared the food to eat since his mouth was injured. The crippled and Chris have the same thought. They feel each other being tested. Some time passes and the boys are outside staring at the moon, and the boy asks Chris why he's taking care of a freak like him, but Chris just jokingly asks him to guess. The man says that only nobles are able to restrain a knight the way Chris did, and his skills in cooking and botany are not seen in aristocrats, so he only has a single guess. A young man who has title and experience. Are you by chance Chris Proudman? Chris smiles and thinks that this guy truly is a sage from his past life. Chris says that he is correct, which takes the boy off guard. We finally get his name and he is introduced as Grappe. He asks Chris why he came here, but Chris tells him that it was solely to meet him. Grappe is confused on how he heard about him, but Chris makes up a lie saying that he heard a prophecy of a hunchback sage. When Chris saw him, it reminded him of an old friend who has lost his arm in a battlefield. In order to make up for that loss, he worked tirelessly and tried everything, all the while dreaming about a different life. Do you have that same dream, Grappe? Grappe agrees and Chris tells him his struggles. This whole time he tries to gain more influence. But lately, as he grows, more things happen unexpectedly, slowing him down. And because of this, he needs more capable people in order to achieve the life that he desires. This is why he is here. Chris says he isn't greedy and won't force Grappe to come, but they're leaving in 2 days. Some time passes and Grappe's mom asks if the knights left, but he just asks her if she wants to go on a trip with him. 2 days later, Paul confronts Baron Zighal, claiming Chris is currently in High Spire. The baddie herself is here as well, overhearing the conversation, wondering how Chris came here even though her father is absent due to the royal assembly. That must mean he came here to visit her, and asks Paul to make preparations. She ventures out in her carriage, but is regretfully informed that Chris has already left. What you think, woman? My man ain't no simp. She is enraged that Chris didn't show her any attention and visited her land without visiting her. Playing hard to get, huh? I think we can all learn a little something from Chris's riz. We shift back to Chris as he arrives at Proudman, and Lind is eager to have a spar. After Chris told everyone his embarrassing story, Chris turns to run away and orders Royce to handle this psycho, but Lind tells him to get out of the way. But he is under orders. But Lind takes a cheap shot and whispers into his ear that his sister has a boyfriend. This saying alone leaves Royce frozen, as Lind rushes right past him, almost on Chris. Chris sweats, asking why Royce is ignoring his orders. I love that scene. Lind looks crazy as hell. Some time passes and Chris is in his chambers with Grappe, and he asks his impressions of the place. Grappe says it's actually pretty great. The castle walls are strong and the infrastructure is well made. All of this took him by surprise. But a messenger bursts into the room, saying that they get a letter from the royal palace. It seems like the rock salt mine was figured out, and they have been ordered to stop development. Chris thinks that he never really tried to hide it, but the royal family acted too fast. Someone might be snitching on him, and only one person comes to mind. We shift to Baron's having a meeting with the Sarkado's noble union. They ask if he sent a message to the royal palace, which he replies saying that he did. But he cannot trust the royal palace. Chris will find a way to work around them, and if the royal family isn't enough, they will strike Proudman themselves. This shocks all the nobles in attendance, who ask if this man means to start a war. But he says if they win and control that salt mine, it could mean a huge payday. Another man interjects that Chris is a knight rank wiser, but Savna just points out Jerome, saying that they have nothing to worry about. Yeah, but you do know that it isn't just Chris, right? There's like 20 other of them. Okay, never mind. Just go die. I don't care. Another member of the union questions the motive they will have to go to war. But the Baron tells that man that Chris also created a reason, especially in the case of Count Vangtes. They just need to do the same. And most importantly, they are backed by the Grand Duke. Jerome asks his father what he plans to do. If the royal family's sanctions appease the noble union, his plan to fight Chris might be ruined. But the Baron has had enough of Chris. He will do anything to get rid of this peasant trash. And if he leaves Chris alone, one day he will come after him. There is only one chance to get rid of him before he becomes too powerful. The Baron asks if the people that they requested are arriving, and Jerome confirms that they are, and the spies have already blended in with the citizens. Chris is now seen talking with Lind and Grappe on a most optimal way to pay taxes. Chris thinks on Grappe's point and agrees that it does make sense. It's impossible to completely avoid paying the capital, since the salt mine has been discovered, and he asks if the inspector from the capital has arrived, and knows it's time to make some preparations. Royce bursts in, telling Chris the investigators are already past the gate. Chris wonders if Elouan is leading the group, but Royce informs him that Decilio has come himself. Chris goes to greet him, and he says it's a pleasure. And Decilio says it's a pleasure to see him again. Elouan joins the two around the table as they discuss the affairs. Elouan starts a conversation stating that, as Chris knows, salt is the country's monopolized product. But Decilio chimes in, saying that he has the authority to solve this problem. And Chris has already received leniency from the royal palace. Chris says he's thankful for that, but now there will be no more privileges. Elouan announces the tax, and 80% of the profits will be taken by the country. 80%? Chris is shocked by this number. In order to really manage these lands, there's no way Chris can accept this proposal. But thankfully, the most influential person in the royal capital is sitting right next to him. He asks to speak, and Decilio allows it, and Chris asks if the man enjoys a good hunt. We shift to this exact activity, and Lind wonders what Chris is planning, and Decilio chimes in as well. They traveled quite far, but still haven't seen a single goblin. But Chris's goal here was not to hunt goblins, but to show the first prince what he really needs. In times of power transitions, the most important thing for the prince is to restrict the influence of the Grand Duke. He asks Decilio if he sees anything in the distance, and he responds asking if that's the famous Wolf Clan stronghold. Chris says it is, and they're able to see it from the back of the mountain, which is in Proudman. The unbreakable walls of the Wolf Den. To capture this castle would be more than the first prince would ever dream of. Chris confidently states that he won't be paying taxes for the salt and gold, which enrages Decilio, wondering if Chris is trying to commit treason, even after all the things the royal family has gifted him. But Chris retorts, he did not gain nobility in order to mine salt, and to express his gratitude towards his country, Chris will gift them the stronghold Wolf's Den. He will do so next autumn. Decilio has his interest piqued and wonders if Chris can really keep his promise. He sighs but will trust Chris this time. Do not let me down. Chris thanks him, and it seems the situation has been handled. The next day, Grappe asks Chris if he's really confident in his success. But Chris tells him not to overthink it. He has a plan, but he's going to share the details later. He takes a sip of his soup, but starts feeling the effects, and immediately orders everyone to stop eating and for an attendant to bring the antidote from his room. He begins coughing up blood, causing everyone to panic, but he just calmly tells them not to touch the food. It's been poisoned. It seems Chris recovered just fine from this assassination attempt. He took the antidote just in time. but notes that it really was some high-grade poison. He orders Ellis to bring the cook to him, and she apprehends him. It's the same guy that we saw in the shot of the spies being sent, and Ellis caught him trying to escape. Chris simply asks who sent him here, but gets no reply. He tries asking more questions, but gets the same treatment. Chris orders Lin to put his sword close to the man's neck, and they will only have one chance for his life to be spared. Who sent you here? The man has sweat beating down his face, but smiles, asking to be killed already. Chris happily obliges and orders Lin to finish him off. He talks to the rest of the team, telling them for now they will strengthen their defenses and properly identify migrants. He orders Grappe to spread rumors that Chris is bedridden due to poison, and based on who reacts to this news, will alert Chris to the culprit. We shift back to Baron Savenad, and as he suspected, Chris found a way around the tax. But Jerome brings up a rumor to his attention that apparently Chris is sick due to his spies. The Baron thinks that everything is going to plan, and they should pick up the pace. Later that same night, Rachel visits the Baron's quarters. The Baron wonders if it's okay for an assassin to reveal her face, but Rachel isn't worried. She is a master of appearances. She asks who this man wants killed, and the Baron tells her, Chris Proudman. He's a knight level wiser, but he should be injured, and he will pay 1 platinum eagle. Is this too big of a task? Rachel says it isn't, but that payment isn't enough, and points towards a very valuable looking gemstone that the Baron reluctantly agrees to give away, having hope in the fact that he will own the salt mine. Before Rachel leaves, she asks if this man is preparing for a war, but he doesn't give her that information. She vanishes into the night, and we flash back to Chris sending Rachel to take commissions from the nobles in order to have his own spy of sorts, and Rachel may choose her own rewards. Chris only needs the information. 2 days later, Baron Savenad gathers his troops, ready to march on Proudman. The nobles are still worried, but the Baron is confident. He even has some of Duke Rod's best men. He orders his son to begin marching the troops. As they approach, a scout informs the Baron that the Proudman troops are awaiting their arrival, taking him off guard, and even sees Chris standing there. What is this? He was told that Baron Proudman was sick, yet here he is, suited up? What about the assassin he hired? Unfortunately, he sees the reward he gave her in Chris's hand, alerting him to this betrayal.
That's how the first part of this man wins. Well guys, if you like this video and you want a second part, comment below with the word part 2. Also subscribe to the channel, hit the bell and like the video. But most important, leave a comment. Until the next video.